Good evening, good evening, good evening, everyone. Oh, so fantastic to see you all. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Bridge the Divide, the Friday Hangout, where every Friday I find stuff to look at, content that's a little too long for normal, regular content that I produce, and decide to review it with a friend. I bring a guest on and we talk about it. And to answer a question that was just in the live chat, how long until Krakatoni? The only man who can answer that question is right beside me. There he is.
I'm feeling fairly calm today, so it should be okay. Unless JL triggers me again.
But what's the over under? Because we've got Dinesh D'Souza to look at on the channel tonight. So,
well, this is going to be my first contact with Dinesh D'Souza. I'm familiar only with his reputation. I haven't sought out any of his content. So, yeah. Before the show, JL was complaining a little bit about how he's never going to live down his association with ghosts. I'm never going to live down. Yes, I fucking can. It's so.
But that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
So yeah, Adam Strange, who is Dinesh? That's a good question. We'll find out together.
We will find out. Oh, this is going to be this. This feels like because Jefferson Spatchcock is a good friend of the channel, and Jefferson did not know who the YouTube content creator Gothics was, and. Right. Gothics, and when I was like, dude, you need to start looking into her content, like look into her stuff. And he was like, okay, I'll give it a look, because he'd never even heard of her. And I was like, fantastic. She's got like 375,000 subs. She's trying to set herself up as kind of like a new version of Candace Owens. And so finally, I brought Jefferson on, and we watched the Gothics video where she was attacking atheism, and it just gets progressively worse and worse, and that was funny as hell. And now I get to introduce you to one of the biggest woo just the woo cows on the internet, which is going to be absolutely hilarious. We're going to cover a couple of things before we dive into tonight's topic. First and foremost, I want to make sure that we put up that banner thanking all the channel members, everybody who supports the channel. I couldn't do this without you. I thank you very much. I will read super chats, super thanks, anything that happens to come in. I'm not saying anybody needs to, but anything that does pop in, I will read those. But once we start the content, those will get starred and held to the side, and I will read those at the end when we're all done. So I want to make sure that we don't interrupt what we have and don't lose our momentum as we're going through the content, because these typically tend to be longer than normal stuff, okay? That's why it's the Hangout. All right, and real quick, before we get too big in the live chat, let's say hi to who we've got here. I'm just going to run through this real quick, and I see a lot of references to alternative energy in there, or what I call ghosts. So let's go down. Clive Wells, good to see you. Ollie Man, good to see you, all the way from Canada. Mighty Sarlacc, thanks for being here. Wrote no last name. Gabba Gabba to you, sir. Thor Rasmussen, haven't seen you in a moment. Says good evening from Denmark. Good to see you. Hope you're having fun. Martin H, good to see you. Jeff C as well. Thanks so much for hanging out. Let me see who else we got. Omega Weapons here. Good to see you. Adam Strange just was up my Globetards and Heretics. Good to see you, Adam. Let me see. Welchy's here. Yes, the only man on the internet you never make a bet with. Good to see you, Charlie Welch. Oh, we also have, there's PhD Tony there. Yep, Lord Redfang, Diver Dan, Navy Vet. Good to see you, Diver Dan. And I see as well, Javers. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here tonight. Thank you, Daniel Cooper, for showing all of the cool emojis that our channel members get to have fun with. Some of those custom emojis that I made for you. I have a few favorites in there. Let me see. Who else do we have here tonight? Oh, good. I think there we go. Left-handed Jedi, good to see you. Rasheen, good to see you as well. Says my car chapstick is missing, and now I got to move my bedside table chapstick to my car, and it's fucking chaos. Hi, good to see you, Rasheen. I know, right? First world problems. It sucks. Let me see. Aaron Reese is hanging out. So did JL just usher us to tell us to shut the fuck up till after the... Yeah, come on, dude. Just like... if you want to put it like that... it makes me look like the Titanic asshole that I tried to hide from everybody.
No, that's a hard yes. Sit down, shut up.
It's like, well, if you put it like that. Jasper, good to see you. Mike Molsky, good to see you. Says JL and Krakatoni. Epic. Absolutely. I will always play on the shores of Krakatoni. and they will find the, like, when they go to, like, in the aftermath after the smoke clears, they will dig down into the petrified ash and find the remnants of where I was. So I always love that. I love that because I learned how they do that, how they found people. And it was by the imprints they left behind that was held in there, which I found was and one person that they found. You saw the picture of the one with the dude with his hands on his junk, right?
No.
So, because I mean, why not? The pyroclastic cloud is a coming, so you may as well do what you gotta do.
You're in a race against time, yeah.
One more. So anyway, Maya Atkinson, good to see you. Says PhD Tony is real. PhD Tony is very real. Very real. And the pyroclastic effect is also as real as PhD Tony is. Marcus Dress is here. Good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. And yes, Daniel Cooper, hashtag Kindle that shit. That is the new hashtag between that Jefferson Spatchcock and I came up with, because we just came down to it's like, why don't these people read? Why don't they have access to books? They don't even need books anymore. They Kindle it. We came up with Kindle, hashtag Kindle that shit, because you need to read. Reading is fundamental. All right. So Adam Strange says, saw Tony's debate versus F.E. Ross. He was Krakatony. So
I was fairly subdued in that debate, let me tell you.
I can't imagine, like, so you're saying that Flat Earth has desensitized you, that you're so beyond it at this point. It's just like, I gotcha. Okay. So I see. Now that's a question that I have, because a couple things I like to address, like to talk about, just to get people's feelings on things, stuff that's going on the internet, is that the big thing, Final Experiment. Now I know you know about it, and I have seen all scores of people, MC Toon, Red's Rhetoric. I've even heard like level the flat earthers, people, flat earthers talk about it and everything, blah, blah, blah. People are already turning on Jeranism, thinking that he's just, you spent 5 years defending the flat earth, but you're just a shill now. It's just like, it's confounding. What are your thoughts on how this thing is going to go down in the aftermath?
Well, I mean, flat earthers will come up with any excuse not to engage with observational evidence, just like every science denier. And if the evidence does come back, they won't abandon flat earth. They'll adjust their claims. They'll come up, we've already heard flat earthers come up with ideas about there being a second sun. We've already, we've heard all sorts of nonsense about how these aren't physical objects. It's their claim is that the sun is just a light in the sky. So I don't imagine that this is going to end flat Earth by any stretch of the imagination. I think it's an interesting thing to do, and I think that sort of it is fascinating to see the flat earthers flail for excuses just to not engage with it. But it's predictable. They don't care about observational evidence.
So the two suns, I haven't heard two suns before. That's impressive. I thought that the most impressive thing I heard, kind of like the attempt to get around it, is redefining what a sunset is. And I'm like, really? I mean, it's like kind of like, I don't know how much wiggle room you have in the term sunset.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, but people will not. People just will not accept evidence that goes against their preconceptions. And I mean, we're talking about flat Earth here, but it's the same with all anti-science positions. Like vaccine deniers will claim that the elevated death rate after sort of the main COVID pandemic is a result of the vaccines. No, we saw the same elevated death rate after the Spanish flu, because there were people who weren't killed, but whose lives were shortened by having had the flu. The same is true of COVID. People have had long-term health effects. They just haven't died from them yet. And it will kill them eventually. It will shorten their lives eventually.
Right.
But talking about evidence, actually sitting down and looking through statistical analyses, that's not something that science deniers are ever going to allow to happen. outrageous excuse for people to get angry. The government's lying to you. The government's trying to kill you.
Right.
Blah 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 blah, and that brings emotion into it, and the rest gets washed away. They just come up with any excuse they can not to sit down and calmly assess the evidence.
Yeah. Aaron Reese says it's actually the sun projector. They run it for 6 months, then switch to the one at the North Pole to take care of maintenance. That's fantastic. Javer says, here's a question. If objects disappear at the horizon because of perspective, how come increasing elevation brings them back into view when you're further increasing distance? Do you want to handle that real quick?
Yeah, none of it makes any sense. This does feed into sort of Gary Wybenga's thing about how the angle of elevation affects whether or not something's visible, but that demonstrably doesn't work as an explanatory mechanism. All points along the mid latitudes at a given longitude experience at the equinox, they experience sunrise and sunset at approximately the same time, but they're vastly different distances and vastly different angles from the sun. At the northern hemisphere summer solstice, the North Pole is still vastly closer to the sun at dawn for Sydney, so it should be seeing the sun. The elevation angle is much larger to the sun at the North Pole, so why does it not see the sun? None of this makes any sense.
Right. I eventually got to the point on my, with where I was approaching it. I did one video on it, and it wasn't even really a debunk. It was just exploring some shit, but this was years ago. But I pretty much got to it's like, if they can't come up with a model that makes pinpoint accurate predictions at any position on the earth, from any position in the country on the earth, regarding days, seasons, lunar phases, and eclipses, if they can't present a model that does at minimum those 4 things with pinpoint accuracy and from any position, from any country, not assuming the planet is a globe, but just say, if you're in China, what are the predictions? If you're in Australia, what are the predictions? If you're in the Philippines, if you're in America, if you're in Venezuela, wherever, if you can't provide a model that does accurate pinpoint predictions of those 4 things from anywhere on the planet, then you have no argument. That's just what it boils down to. I was like, that's pretty much it.
They've never even looked at the sunrise equation. So the sunrise equation for any celestial object of known declination, we'll be applying it to the sun mostly, and any latitude. It will tell you how long the object will be in the sky for, and it will allow you to work out the azimuth, what direction you need to look at as it rises and sets. And it's a very simple equation. It's just it's just 3 trigonometric functions of 3 quantities. Declination of the object, latitude of the observer, hour angle. That's it. And we can work out things from this equation. It's a very elegant and powerful tool. For instance, if you've got from this equation, it follows that if you've got a point in the northern hemisphere at a given latitude and you've got a point at the southern hemisphere, their daylight will add up to 24 hours. Their hours of daylight will add up to 24 hours on a given day. So if you imagine the equinox and they both get approximately 12 hours, that adds up to 24. If you imagine the North Pole and the South Pole, one gets 24-hour sun, the other gets 24-hour darkness. And it works for all points in between.
Right.
So there's this one equation that encapsulates all of that. It's just really the power, the descriptive power of a very simple trigonometric relationship that thoroughly describes reality. That is observationally confirmed every day of the year.
You said trigonometry. That's devil magic. That's what.
Yeah, it is devil magic.
Magic of devil triangles.
Yes.
I came across that one time on a Discord server, was that certain areas of mathematics are of the devil, and that they're designed, like they were given to man, or like whatever, they're designed to confound us so that to take us away from the Bible. It's just beyond. $2 super chat from Maynard Saves. Maynard saves and takes half damage. Good to see you, bud. Says bravo, JL. Really, the brilliance is on that side of the screen. It really is. So if you're saying bravo for bringing, Tony, I almost called you Crackatony. That's not your name. Your name is Tony, but for bringing him on. So, but thank you very much, Maynard. I do appreciate that super chat. You rock. Basic trigonometry. Yes,
exactly.
Yes, I remember that. Right. So it's going to happen this December. I'm really curious. I'm going to be following along because I just want to see them. I want to see how they unravel. And this is kind of like self-serving in this. The only thing funnier to me than watching somebody scramble with their argumentation, trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, and the only thing funnier than that is when there's nobody around to argue with them and they wind up eating themselves. Now, yeah. I love listening to, and I've said this, I love listening to religious people. Like when I hear Christians arguing or whatever arguing, and eventually they'll come to a point where they vehemently disagree on some specific point, some interpretation, some hermeneutic, doesn't matter, and they will eat each other. And just like we always say, when there's no atheists around, they'll eat each other. When there's no Globers around, man, the flat Earth community is like a cannibal fest.
Yeah,
I just find it hilarious.
Which is why I kind of thought that I've always thought that the way to kill Nathan Oakley's channel is just for no Globers to go on there, because he will just descend into yelling and beating up on other flat earthers and
on your own people.
It's and it is there's a certain Schadenfreude to watching it. Particularly since both, it's just amazing. I don't care who wins. It's kind of like watching a cricket game between South Africa and England, right? Somebody's going to lose this game, so I'm happy.
It's like they say, it's like the genius computer figured out in war games. The only solution is not to play. That's the solution.
Exactly.
All right. Well, definitely we're going to find out what happens this December. I think it's going to be hilarious, and we're going to watch them eat each other as it were. It's how they turn on each other and how that whole thing flips on its head. It's going to be absolutely hysterical.
I do have one point to make.
Yes.
I think that the Glober who was chosen to be funded, I think that's Dave McKeegan, and I think that's an excellent choice. He's got the observational skills and professional ability to make it count. No, I just wanted to say that. On the public record. Anyway,
gonna be good stuff. Good to see you. Karis 2030 says, "Bridge the Divide. We have a flat Earth model, the Discworld by Terry Pratchett." Oh, if only. Discworld was amazing. So, Terry Pratchett was so good. Such a I love his work. Fantastic stuff. Tony hating on England. Fantastic. All right. Other big things. So for those who were around for the last one, when I had I Killed Earl on, we talked briefly about Project 2025. Speak of the devil, she just appeared in my chat. There's I Killed Earl, because I'm watching my side chat and I just mentioned her and she appeared. So yes, I was hanging out with I Killed Earl last week. We talked a bit about 2025 and I found it absolutely hilarious. It just popped up into my feed a little bit ago that Donald Trump, as much as, I hate talking about various political shit, but Donald Trump, who put the tweet out, "I have no idea what 2025 is, blah, blah, blah. But I know some of the stuff is crazy." The fucker was just caught giving the keynote speech for the Heritage Foundation at one of their events, thanking them and cheering on their work, which directly supports his own policies. For his upcoming his upcoming term. So literally thanking them for Project 2025 because it's in line. The project that he says he knows nothing about. Yeah. He was just caught live.
Well,
thanking them for that shit. So
I mean, you just need to look at I think there are 8 Trump advisors who are in the who's that slimy vampire looking fuck?
Which one?
Oh, the really bald, really thin one who I can't remember.
Was it? He looks like a snake.
Yes.
Minchin? No, what?
No.
No, what's it? What the? I think
Miller. Yeah, Stephen Miller. Yeah,
Stephen
that's
Miller.
right.
Thank you. Yeah, I was visualizing him because I remember he's
Yeah.
got bigger head than he does. It's like his head is like a fucking light bulb. Yeah, yeah, a light bulb that doesn't
Clive
turn on. But yes,
Wells brings out Trump lied. I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Well, not
shocked. I
that
tell
shocked.
you.
Well, not that shocked. That's a Futurama quote, isn't it? Like, but yeah, Trump will say anything. He will disavow anything. But the reality is that he is willing to enact the most grotesquely homophobic, transphobic, misogynistic nonsense, just because it'll win him some votes with extremists.
Right.
He'll do it because he doesn't, he lacks a conscience that would suggest he shouldn't do that because it hurts people. He doesn't care. And people vote for him regardless. So
right.
it's somewhat astounding.
Lieutenant Jedi said Voldemort. That boy wishes he was Voldemort. He wishes he had that kind of influence and power. Casey, Randy, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, bud. Yeah, he is yes, Lieutenant Jedi. He is a narcissistic sociopath. He absolutely is. Well, I wouldn't even give that, but he may just be like a complete malignant narcissist and just lacks self-awareness to the nth degree. But yeah, just openly caught in a lie. Straight up said one thing, completely does another. I know it's not a surprise, but I found it funny because it was caught. It did go live, and he is desperately trying to distance himself from 2025 because, and I find it hilarious, the social media is blowing up. 2025 is just the left's version of QAnon. Oh, wait. So you're admitting that QAnon was a freaking, was freaking like nonsense, misinformation, bullshit? That's what you're admitting at this point? While back then you were defending it as though it was the truth? And see, the inconsistency of the I guess the extremists that you mentioned is just beyond the pale in that respect.
Well, it's the same technique that I was mentioning earlier. What was QAnon's big weapon? And QAnon's big weapon was to accuse people of heinous crimes, drinking adrenochrome from babies, satanic rites, get the outrage up, get people angry, and then it doesn't matter that none of it was bullshit. And because they've shotgunned you, if somebody presents evidence that one bit is false, it doesn't matter because there's all the other bits.
Right.
So it's this, and you see it with every right wing interview. As soon as you start trying to nail down facts, they'll start trying to inspire outrage and then get the fuck out of there.
Stephen Miller is, and best value, great value. Yes, he's definitely his best value Nosferatu. He absolutely is.
No, I object. I object to Nosferatu and Stephen Miller being in the same sentence.
In the same category. It's not. It's an insult. It's an insult to all crypt-dwelling blood drinkers everywhere.
I'm offended, rodent, no last name.
So, so I found it to be hilarious, and it's just their logical inconsistency is all over the place. And I know nobody's surprised by the fact that Trump lied his ass off again. During the debate that I covered with Jefferson Spatchcock as it was happening, he looked directly into the fucking camera and he lied right there, just like bald face, about something that had occurred like 3 weeks prior when it was also broadcast all over the internet that he was guilty of what he did. No, I didn't do that. It's like, yeah, whatever. Yeah. So we're beyond that. Also in recent news, Alec Baldwin's trial just concluded today in kind of like surprise fashion. Because as it turns out, say Alec Baldwin, I didn't even know how much about this, that the accidental shooting that took place on Rust that tragically took the life of cinematographer Helena Hutchins back in 2021. Mm-hmm. The girl who was in charge of the props department, like that, she went down, of like the weapons handling, she went down. She's currently serving her term because that was obvious. It was obvious guilt there. But then they went after Alec Baldwin, and as it turns out, the prosecution withheld evidence. The defense found out about it, They brought it before the judge, and under the basically due to prosecutorial misconduct, the judge turned around and dismissed the entire thing with prejudice.
Yeah.
Which is what it should have been done, because
Yeah.
nobody anywhere was blaming Alec Baldwin for what happened, because the evidence that the prosecution withheld indicates that it was actually prop master. It was prop master Seth Kenny, or prop supplier Seth Kenny, who was responsible for what went down, for the weapon that was in Baldwin's hand. And the prosecution withheld that. Boom.
Yes. Yeah. And this is a case where this actually feeds into the other narratives that we've sort of been discussing. What's common to a lot of science deniers is a mistrust of authority figures because of corrupt malpractice. And it is essential that this sort of crime, which, it would seem to me that the prosecutor's only motivation here was to aggrandize themselves and their office, right. with a high profile prosecution that was going to get them headlines and clicks. That sort of thing has to be punished. I mean, this is more than just an innocent man being able to go about his business. This was a criminal act by a prosecutor. This was a corrupt administration of his office, and it needs to be publicly punished.
Yes.
There is a crisis of faith in the institutions of law and government, and this sort of bullshit cannot be tolerated. There's a encyclopedia list of criminal bullshit that shouldn't be tolerated from people who are actually paid to enforce the laws. We could start with the Supreme Court, for example, but people need to be held accountable for this sort of shit, because if they're allowed to get away with it, then people are justified in losing faith in the institutions, and if people lose faith in the institutions, democracy will eventually break down under the strain. Anyway.
Right. Yep, Daniel Cooper says Bridge the Divide should never have been brought to trial in the first place. The armor on set is responsible for weapons, full stop. Absolutely. I've been on many sets. I've been on sets with weapons. I've been on sets with weapons fired blanks. I have been on sets where there was live ammunition that was involved. I've been on many a movie set, and it is always down to the armorer, to the individuals that are responsible for those things. It's 100% always on them, which is why they get paid what they get paid. They have the insurance and the bond that they do, and that's why so much money is involved in that. So, yes, it was an absolute travesty of justice, and I'm glad that the judge caught it, that the defense caught it, brought it to the judge, and the judge shut that shit down 100%. Now, at least, Alec Baldwin and his family, his wife, and then the family of Helena can finally put this behind them. They can start the grieving process and make it through this. So I wish them nothing but the best. But yeah, just absolutely insane, and hopefully there will be some ramifications for that prosecutor. Just shut, that's just beyond the pale. To withhold evidence, you literally violated the whole the spirit, the law, and everything. It's just like a straight violation of everything right there. So that prosecutor, gone. Not just sanctions, not just fine, but you broke the law. Like straight up.
I would argue that that he should have his law license revoked.
Oh, bingo! Disbarment. Hell yes, yes. That only takes one. That only takes one. And the bar will friggin' be done with you. Yeah.
Yeah. So a couple of people are rightly pointing out that everybody has a responsibility to contribute to a safe workspace, a physically and emotionally safe workspace, and that's correct. And I am prepared. One of the things that I am not so certain that Alec Baldwin shouldn't have been charged. You can make an argument, but that actually makes the prosecutor's failure even more egregious. Right. Because any responsibility for this event that Alec Baldwin has, he can now no longer be held accountable for, because the entire process has been corrupted by the prosecutor's misconduct. So if if Alec Baldwin contributed in any way, and it's possible he did. I don't know the details that well. Then that just makes the prosecutor's actions even worse, because he completely destroyed any chance of Baldwin being held accountable for what he may have done. So this is apparently our track of the trial is over because the prosecution withheld evidence.
Yeah.
Exculpatory evidence.
Prosecutorial misconduct led to a dismissal with prejudice. So that is done. Like, it is done, and the prosecution cannot come after him again on this. And if they even tried to come after him on a different charge like that, the optics of that is insane. It would be another prosecutor. There's going to be fallout from this in the New Mexico legal system. I have no idea what's going to go down. Obviously, there's going to be bar hearings. People, someone somewhere, I guarantee you, someone somewhere right now is getting fucking reamed in judges' chambers for what went down. Someone's getting chewed the F out. I guarantee you that. Let's see. All right. So yeah, that's some crazy stuff that went down. Al Trucker, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And Sydney Raptor, good to see you as well. And Hecate, good to see you. And yes, there are a lot of corrupt prosecutors out there. There's a lot of good ones as well. There really are. But yeah, that's it. And just to nip it in the head before we dive into tonight's video, what I've got queued up, I don't feel the need to address what went down in Las Vegas. I honestly don't care. I know it was a big thing on Wednesday when it hit, and it all, I saw it. I saw it on YouTube when it happened, and it was ugly and it was gross. I have got my own opinions, but I honestly, at this point, that situation is so jacked, and I don't think there's any need. What that's going to result in is going to handle itself, and I don't think we need to pay any more attention to it.
Well, can you just? I have to admit that I'm with Clive Wells on this one. I don't know what happened.
Ah, shit. So, yes, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Absolutely. No, what happened is Chile won his.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. I'm aware of that. Okay.
Right. So the ego that's going to come from that, what's going to the fallout of that is going to speak for itself. I honestly don't care. I had my one interaction with the individual. He's a steaming idiot. He's no comprehension of whatever like that. And yeah, just goes to show you got to go with the court. The court decided on it, and I disagree with what the judge did. A lot of us do, but that's what the judge did. So
for those in the audience who are not, I Killed Earl doesn't seem to be up on this. There is a First Amendment auditor and self-described constitutional law scholar called Chile DeCastro, who got himself arrested for interfering with a traffic stop in Las Vegas. He got sentenced to 6 months in prison.
It was 2 charges, obstruction and resistance, and he got 6 months. It was 30 days. It was 30 days for each charge. Yeah. It was the middle ground. It was the middle ground.
And he filed an appeal, and the appeal was upheld. And that's going to make him even more obnoxious moving forward. But legal decisions are legal decisions, and we can trust judges to apply their discretion and their best judgment. That's what this judge did, and upheld his appeal. So, it doesn't change the fact that Chile DeCastro is a misappropriation of biomass and an evolutionary dead end.
So true.
He's also a counterexample to survival of the fittest. But we move on. Yeah.
Like I said, I've got my opinions on it. I'm pretty certain that the judge had her mind made up when she came in. That's the way she was behaving. That's the way I read it. And I feel that the prosecutor dropped the ball completely on the appeal. Then again, it could have been that the state just didn't give a shit. They didn't want to hold him in custody any longer. They felt he learned his lesson, and they might as well just kick him, boot him out on his ass and just be done with it, because the court doesn't care. The court doesn't give a damn what it is. They just care about the enforcement of the law. So however people are angry about this or happy about this, it is irrelevant to me, because all we're going to see is a already inflated ego, now further inflated. And when people like that go out into the world, nothing good is going to come of it. So I'm just going to listen. I'm just going to I'll probably hear about it, but I'm going to let that play out the way it is. Play out the way it happens. So, but either than that, I don't cover Chile, but I know it was on a lot of people's minds. So, but that's pretty much it. I think the other guys, Artie, Law Talk with Mike, I think they're going to handle, they're going to talk about this stuff just fine. So, all right. Oh, this is Clive. Well, oh, sorry. In case you didn't know, I'm incognito John Rapp. Don't tell anyone. Sydney Raptors John. Oh, is Sydney Raptors John Rapp? Really? I feel like I'm being played with.
Well, I mean, so he's in Sydney. John Rapp is Australian, and Raptor, Rap. So
yeah,
he's cleverly disguised his. So
nice.
Yes.
Very cool. All right. So without further ado, that was the kind of stuff I wanted to bring up. I like, the various things that are going on around the world and just getting opinions and hearing what people in the live chat say about it. But we do have some stuff to look at. So let me cue it up here. And let me get us. No, that's not right. That's the correct one. There we go. All right. So the debate that we're going to take a look at today, all right, took place between Alex O'Connor and Dinesh D'Souza. Now, for those who are not aware of who Dinesh D'Souza is a writer. That's pretty much how he kicked off everything else. But he started out as a writer, got pretty big and popular that way. He is now a right-wing political commentator, author, filmmaker, conspiracy theorist, and a convicted felon who received a presidential pardon by Donald Trump for his crimes. He's made several financially successful films and written over a dozen books. Several of them are New York Times bestsellers, but since I figured out what it takes to be a New York Times bestseller, that's really not that impressive. So he's Mumbai born, came to here in the U.S. as an exchange student, and is pretty much, that's his rise. I consider him the woo center of the internet is essentially what he is, but he sat down to debate with Alex O'Connor about whether or not the Bible is true. So that's the topic of the debate is the Bible true? And I downloaded the entire debate. We're going to take a look at it. I will skip if there's like some BS to get to the debate. So I'll try and make sure that what we're watching is pertinent. But we'll get into that. And I see Skepticus Maximus is here. He says, hi, all supposed to be cleaning and prep for a home invasion or inspection. Wonderful diversion. Woot. Thank you so much, Skepticus. I appreciate you being here.
I just want to say before we get too far into it that the question is ill-formed. Is the Bible true? That this is in any logical sense just a meaningless statement. The truth values apply to well-formed logical statements, and it's the Bible is not a well-formed logical statement, so I don't see how it's meaningful. Al Trucker points out that the Bible exists. Yes.
Yes. It is a thing that does exist. The question is obviously we're talking about true things. There's obviously historical references. There's people who actually existed that are referenced in the Bible. Those, that we can determine through historical evidence that they did exist, that those places did exist. But the question then becomes, is the Bible true? That means is the major claims of it that are in it, obviously centering around Christ and blah, blah, blah. Is that stuff true? So,
well, you say that the Bible is a thing.
It's a collection of books. I mean,
well, there are many versions of the Bible. So the one that we've used, the one that we use in general, comes to us via a particular tradition. But other churches have included other books. I think that the Syriac Bible includes one of the books of Enoch. So, even when you talk about the Bible or the Holy Bible, there's no broad consensus as to what the Bible consists of.
Right. That's what I'm curious about, is whether or not which one they're generally attacking. If they're like, obviously they're going after the NIV, or they're going the ESV or the KJV or something of that nature. Like, which one are they addressing, or is that even going to matter? Is my curiosity. Is like,
Yeah.
does Dinesh have one specifically in mind? I would assume it's the KJV based upon what I know about the man, but will he bring that up? Is it specifically the King James version, or is it like, modern version? Is he going all the way back? I'm curious. That's how he's going to play this. And yes, Adam Strange said, who is Alex O'Connor? Alex O'Connor is the founder of the YouTube channel Cosmic Skeptic. You firmly knew him as that before when he starts just going by his name now. He's also the host of the Within Reason podcast. So he's developed a very, very huge, very big platform. He's a really, really good dude. Very, very chill. He's definitely not like me. He definitely, takes his time, tries to be cool as hell. And I don't want to try and pronounce that. Fien Ciencia says, hey, PhD Tony, I believe now that the Earth and the universe are not 7,000, but 7,500 years old.
Well, you're getting closer to the to the actual answer. And, given, I don't think you'll get anywhere near it at this rate, but it's a step in the right direction. You're becoming less deluded over time. Still deluded, but less than you were.
Silent Soul Senior, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. All right, let's dive into the stuff. Here we go. And this was put on by Pangburn. Yeah, they do a lot of stuff like.
You don't think that's a contradiction?
No, it's not a contradiction at all. Because
let me see if I can jump ahead a little bit.
Is the Bible? Join us if you're ever looking for a place that you can go to online that you're going to get.
I think that
I don't need preamble.
Angelo's.
I probably should edit this and cut it out so I know exactly where to go.
It.
Like we kind of have this colloquial.
Okay, I need to step away for a few seconds. I'll be back.
Okay, cool. So interesting. So the format is a little different.
Great. Hi, everyone.
So this doesn't look like a debate. It looks more like open discussion. So because I don't see a moderator unless the moderator's off the stage. So I'm not 100% sure.
I'm not really used to doing this kind of thing without a moderator, but we've had a conversation before coming out here, and we thought it would be good to sort of give each other 10 minutes each to lay out something of a case. We're not going to be too strict with that, but and then hopefully most of the time we can dedicate to just having a chat. Dinesh said that I can go first, which seems a little odd given that he's, I suppose, technically on proposition, but I wanted to lay out a few different ways that I interpret the question.
So there's no moderator. So and even Alex was kind of like, this is a little odd. I don't normally do it like this, but there's no moderator, and they're both they've agreed to give each other kind of 10 minutes, and Dinesh is allowing Alex to go first.
And see where he wants to take it. Some people said that I shouldn't do this debate with this question. It's kind of an impossible question. It's the kind of question that requires more of an explanation to ask than to answer, which is a little bit strange. So I thought, the Bible is not a book. It's a library, and like any good library, it contains an amalgamation of different genres. And so asking if the Bible is true, you might as well ask if the corpus of Shakespeare is true. It sort of betrays a misunderstanding of how people interact with the text. So I thought, will Dinesh argue that the Bible is literally true, historically true, allegorically true, morally true, theologically true, metaphorically true? And I suppose the only thing for it is to sort of try each one on for size. So maybe beginning with Genesis in an attempt.
So I hate to interrupt him, but so he's on point with what you said, with what you pointed out. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. He reminded Brenda. It says he reminds me of a goblin in Lord of the Rings. Why can't we have some meats?
Clearly not at historicity, but rather allegory and metaphor. We can deal with one of our types of truth here. We're introduced to Adam and Eve. who are told in no uncertain terms by God not to eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. You may begin to wonder why knowledge of good and evil is such a bad thing, but the thought is interrupted by the introduction of the serpent, who says to Eve, did God say that if you eat of the tree, then in the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die? And Eve says, yes. And the serpent says, well, that's not going to happen. God just knows that if you eat of it, you'll become like him, knowing good and evil, and he doesn't want that. That's all. You're not going to die. So Eve famously takes the fruit, eats some, gives some to Adam, and what happens? Do they die in the day thereof? Some people say in a metaphorical sense, yes. We'll get to that in a second, but at least on the surface of it, no. What does happen? God tells us himself. He says, now the man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and eat from the tree of life, lest he inherit eternal life. And with this, Adam and Eve are banished from the Garden of Eden. So who's telling the truth here? This story is quite mystifying to me, and I'm not the first to point this out. There's actually an apocryphal gospel discovered near Nag Hammadi in Egypt in the 1940s, dated into around the 2nd or 3rd century, called the Testimony of Truth, a gospel that didn't make it into the New Testament, which identifies the serpent, interestingly, who's never called Satan in the text, by the way, identifies the serpent with Jesus. I don't know if I'd go quite that far, but it does seem that the sort of allegorical truth of the story leaves a lot to be desired. I'm told
a big thing that I address on this, and that while I understand that the difficulty of this is, is the Bible true, and then addressing these things in Genesis as well, is that what it always comes down to me is that is performing the internal critique, and trying to external critique the Bible is so difficult because it goes in like a thousand different ways. But the way I always do is that I always find better success with the internal critique. And this is for any believers that may happen to be listening and have it piped up in the chat. If there are any out there, I welcome you. I'm glad you're here. But the way I have always approached it is that it always comes down to the category that Christians place the God in, how they define the God, in sense that the God exists and nothing exists external of it. And so there's nothing that demarcates or denotes what it can or cannot or must not or how it must or must not do anything. So ostensibly, we can look at that and say, like, well, if anything that exists external of the God exists necessarily because the God wants it to exist. And so if you're looking at the story of the garden and Adam and Eve, there's so many things that are the way they are, but are not necessitated to be that way by anything other than the God. So if Adam and Eve are so ignorant as to be able to be manipulated by an external force, God made them that way to be that way. If God didn't want them to have access to the trees, nothing necessitated that those trees be placed in the same garden. You could just not put the trees in the garden and not even make them in the first place and not have to worry about it. Nothing dictated that God must necessarily allow the serpent access to Adam and Eve or even the garden itself in order to have them be manipulated. So all of these events, by virtue of the category itself, literally set up the catch-22, that it's a setup from the jump, because nothing exists to dictate that God must necessarily set the situation up like this. If the conditions that allow for the logical possibility of evil outcomes exist, if those conditions in and of themselves exist, they only exist because the God wants them to. And that's what's deeply problematic, because it forces God out of that paradigm that God is all loving and all good and is doing it for either some nefarious purpose, or you can go to the more rational area. Instead of trying to post hoc rationalize the God, you can simply acknowledge that this is a myth that never happened. It's an allegory for how human beings came to be able to rationalize shit.
Well, there's an alternative interpretation that led to the Gnostic interpretation, which was that essentially the world that we inhabit is kind of hell. The person who the God of the Old Testament is actually evil, and that there is a higher spiritual plane of which Jesus is a representative, and has come to sort of educate everybody. And you'll see this there's a Gospel of Judas, the Gospel of Mary, that discusses these themes. And I think that the testimony of truth might be a Gnostic writing. And this is what I kind of meant earlier when I was saying that the Bible is kind of a misnomer. We accept that there is one Bible, but we are essentially using a Bible that I mean, the Protestant Bible is different from the Catholic Bible.
Right.
The Catholic Bible is different from the Syriac Bible. All of these Bibles are subject to translation and editing errors. We know, for instance, that stories that used to be in the Bible have been edited out of the Bible by scribes. If you read the work of Bart Ehrman, books such as Misquoting Jesus or Jesus Interrupted, you'll see that what we've had handed down to us is a carefully curated subset of holy writings that is actually much broader. Anyway, also to answer one question, is the serpent Satan? No, the serpent is not Satan. It's never identified as Satan. Satan is Shaitan is actually the name of an office. It means adversary or advisor or advocate. It's somebody whose job was to argue against God, and you see in that sort of resonances of back when Judaism was polytheistic.
Right.
There was actually a council of gods, and he was just quoting, if he eats from the tree of life, he will become like us. That's a plural. He will not become like me, he will become like us. There's a group of gods that are trying to protect their patch. No, the serpent isn't Satan. Satan is a different character that evolved in a different theological pathway.
There's a lot of Hellenistic inspiration behind that as well as.
Yep.
Oh yeah, exactly. All right. And good to see you, John Fabiano. Thanks so much for being here.
Told that maybe Adam and Eve died a sort of spiritual death, or mortality entered the world. But then we need to ask why it is that God had to proactively banish them from the Garden of Eden. This isn't some natural result of sin that, mortality entered the world. They're banished. And the implication is that they could have just as easily reached out and eaten from the tree of life, but God didn't want this to happen. So he guards the gates of Eden with a cherubim, with a flaming sword. I find this quite strange, and I'd like to know what Dinesh thinks of it. Moving on quickly, I suppose, to the events of the later Old Testament, skipping over Exodus, we're introduced to another form of truth that I want to potentially engage in, and that's the concept of moral truth. That's another one that I spoke about in the beginning just there, the concept of moral truth. When we look at some of the military conquests of the Old Testament, bear in mind that the Promised Land pledged to Abraham is not an empty plain. Its indigenous inhabitants had to be, shall we say, displaced by a series of military campaigns ordered by God.
That's a very generous way of putting that.
Very, very diplomatic, and also
very diplomatic way of putting that.
And also, this is, archaeologically, this is just untrue.
Right.
The Kingdom of Judah was one of the native peoples of this area. It didn't return from Egypt and have to push people out of the way. That's the narrative presented, but basically they lived there and they were just fighting against the other tribes in the area.
Right.
So
intertribal conflict amongst the Canaanites is pretty much what it boils down to. And the big thing on this one, I killed Earl, displaced. Yeah, exactly. And one of the kickers that I found, and also this goes back to what I was talking about when you address Genesis. If you want to address these, there is nothing that dictated that God must necessarily not reveal itself to the other tribes of Canaan, that like it did to the Jews. So if God could reveal itself to the Jews or to Moses in the and convince them of that this is what it was, and if it can have this relationship that it built there is nothing stopping the God from doing the exact same thing with any of the other Canaanite tribes, with the Amalekites or the Midianites or anyone else. And so the fact that there's automatically the God comes in to one specific tribe and says it's an us versus them mentality, when the entity itself that created everything the way it is And then all of a sudden there's an us versus them, like this one select group of humans versus everybody else. You know that there's something funky going on. Something is not tracking in this, because what is it that dictates that anyone else must necessarily be an enemy of God when you can come down and directly interact with one tribe to convince them of one thing, but you refuse to do it to anyone else when nothing dictates that you can't do that? And that's what's absolutely silly. So it's what it goes down to, that evil thing, and my kind of like further exploration of the PoE. So
well, it's a continuation of what I was discussing before. It's a survival of a polytheistic society. These other peoples didn't worship the same God. So the God of Judah, or the God of the Israelites, couldn't come down and talk to these other people because they had other gods. And their God is only one amongst many. And you can see, there are references to that in both the Ten Commandments, where he talks about other gods, but also in
Exodus. Yeah, your Egyptian gods, the gods of Egypt, are below me. Like, there's like, really?
Yeah, so. Exactly. But he never says that there are no other gods. So these confusions that we see looking back on it are because we view the entire thing should have been written as one concrete work with one theme in mind, and it just didn't accumulate like that. Historically, it accumulated over time. Anyway.
And I see Jefferson Spatchcock's in the house, as Dinesh is a shit weasel. Great. And UDEF, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Uncle Charlie, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. I prefer the internal critique as opposed to this kind of external critique that what feels kind of like moving into an external critique that Alex is doing. You can approach it both ways. I just prefer the internal critique to show the logical inconsistency. That's just my favorite tack. So.
God and carried out by his prophets. Thus we have such commands as in Deuteronomy, chapter 20. When you march up to attack a city, make its people an offer of peace. Sounds promising to start with. If they accept and open their gates, all the people in it shall be subject to forced labor and shall work for you. Some peace. If they refuse to make peace and engage you in battle, which, why would they do that on these terms? Lay siege to that city. When the Lord your God delivers it into your hand, put to the sword all the men in it. As for the women, the children, and the livestock, and everything else in the city, they get to go... You may take these as plunder for yourselves, that's right. And you may use the plunder the Lord your God gives you from your enemies. Likewise...
Okay, just a quick. That was pretty sly.
He was like, oh, wait.
Like, oh, no, it's even worse than I was saying. Sorry about that. Oh, that was slick. Oh, that was nice and slick. Oh, way to go, Alex. Nicely done.
In 1 Samuel, we have the destruction of the Amalekites. There's the order, now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. I'm told sometimes that this is actually an exercise in hyperbole. God didn't mean everyone. It continues, do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. And if you think that this is hyperbole, consider what happens when Saul does conduct the destruction of the Amalekites as ordered and decides to leave alive the king as well as some of the best of the livestock. He leaves them alive. For this small act of mercy, God responds by saying to the prophet Samuel, I regret that I have made Saul king because he's turned away from me and has not carried out my instructions. So not even the animals can escape this genocide. So I'd like to ask Dinesh, I suppose, directly, which is it? Is this a morally corrupt series of events, or do I have to dispel with my moral intuition that genocide, including of innocent children, is a bad thing? There's plenty more to talk about in that regard. I don't want to take up too much time. This isn't, of course, to mention the advocacy and explicit instructions around slavery in the Old Testament. Hopefully we can get onto those too, if we want to go down the moral path. Yeah. But I think that the most natural interpretation of the question is the concept of historicity. The literal truth of the Bible, that is. This is where I think we have to move to the New Testament, because the genre of the Gospel seems to be historical biography, unlike the mythology of a book like the Psalms or Genesis or Job. And here there's a lot to talk about. We begin with the birth narratives. There are two birth narratives in the Gospels, in Matthew and Luke. Both give different accounts. Both have a genealogy of Jesus, for example, but the genealogies are different. I'm told this is because one records Mary's genealogy and one records Joseph's.
So discrepancies in the Gospels in and of themselves. That's also a big thing on that one, between Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and how one, some of them drafted off the other ones. Yeah, it's convoluted, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
You can do this if you like. It doesn't seem like the most natural reading of the text if you're not already predisposed to synchronize the accounts. Then we have, for example, the flight to Egypt, which is only recorded in Luke, which is difficult to reconcile with Matthew's account that they went to the temple in Jerusalem instead. But more importantly, Matthew then says that the family traveled to Nazareth, and he says, "So was fulfilled what was said through the prophets, that he shall be called a Nazarene," quoting the prophets. Now you'll notice if you read an online Bible that where the Old Testament prophets are quoted, there's a little footnote telling you what the prophecy is. In this case, you won't find one, because the prophecy simply doesn't exist. It's not there. There's no such thing. So there are two options here. Either Matthew made up this prophecy or got it wrong, in which case the New Testament is mistaken, or the prophecy does exist, but for some reason fell out of our scriptural tradition and now no longer exists, which makes the accuracy and at least the completeness of the Old Testament suspect. So again, I'd like to ask directly which it is.
That's a solid one, and you can't eliminate the possibility of later Christian interpolation. So it's like it's all over the place in that respect. I always look at it from the approach from the perspective of Christians or Christianity in and of itself, whether you're going all the way back to Orthodox, Catholicism, so and so, whatever it is. These groups have a vested interest in preparing and presenting a narrative that is best suited for drawing people in. So they have a vested interest in doing this. So trying to trim as much chaff as they can in doing this is so they'll do whatever it takes to make it sound the way it's most easily sold, regardless of its like historical or logical consistency, is the way I see this.
Yep. Also, kudos to Jefferson Spatchcott for the Leon quote.
Jefferson said, for this one, the Israelites asked everyone. Yes. Yahweh whipped around and screamed, yes, everyone. I love good omens. It's like when Aziraphale and Crowley are talking, he's like, so he's gonna the whole world, like everyone. He's like, huh? Oh, even the kids, not the kids. He's like, yes, apparently even the children. Wow, seems like something my law would do. it's like even Aziraphale's like, yeah, it kind of does.
It kind of does. Yes.
Finally, I suppose I should mention the contradictions that a lot of people point to in the Gospels. Some of these, I think, are legitimate, some are not. I'll give you some examples very quickly of Gospel contradictions that I do think are real contradictions. First, the date of Jesus' crucifixion. Was it before the Passover, as John states, or was it after the Passover, as the Synoptic Gospels state? Second, Jesus is sending out his disciples to teach. In Mark, he tells them to take nothing with them except a staff. In Matthew and Luke, he says, take nothing with them, including no staff. So do they take a staff or do they not? A pedantic contradiction, but a contradiction nonetheless, and one that's led people like Barnabas Ahern to write entire articles on this. And Augustine himself actually distinguished between a literal staff and a metaphorical staff to explain this difference. Anything, I suppose, except considering the possibility of even the most minor of gospel contradictions.
Yes, the habit of ad hoc and post hoc rationalizations to try and get around this shit is phenomenal. It's just like I come across it every single day in the stuff that the people that I deal with, whether it's on Discord or whether it's doing content or whatever. The conversations I have, the willingness to try and bend this stuff by appealing to things that we know now or trying to stick that square peg through that round hole in an effort to try and justify the way things are. It's like, no, you can't do that. And that is irrational. That is fallacious. The way you're doing that is like, nope. It's like, because in their minds, it is that way. And it must be that way for a reason.
Well, so And speaking from experience of, my experience of religious thought is that, these sorts of things don't need to make sense to you. You don't have to know the truth. God knows the truth. Hence the expression God knows. And if there's any revelation, you'll find out down the track. But in doing so, you implicitly accept that you cannot interpret the Bible as literally true. There are events within it that are completely fictitious, that we know did not occur. There are other events for which there is no supporting evidence whatsoever, and we've no reason to believe that they occurred.
Exodus. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's a bad cough there.
Yes.
Book of Exodus. I'm sorry.
Well, on the subject of things that we know didn't occur.
I like how Alex kind of jumped over that. It's kind of like, we're just going to
Yeah.
pole vault over the Book of Exodus. We don't need to go that route.
But Noah's flood, for instance, we know that Noah's flood didn't occur. So these are so. But when you accept that, you start once you start accepting that, you go down, well, why was I raised a Christian? I was raised a Christian because I was born into a Christian household. What about a Muslim household? What about a Hindu? They'd be a Hindu because they were raised into a Hindu. And then you start sort of, as a child, I reconciled these by saying, well, it doesn't really matter if you're religious or not. It doesn't matter which religion you're part of. Just be a good work. And so once you start down that path of saying, well, some of these are obviously not true, some of these are true, right. then you start to the thing that a God, if they exist, is kind of a nebulous idea that's all about being ethical. And you can just cut out the God bit and be ethical, and that works. So I can see why religious conservatives, don't like to, do these contortions to try and explain away contradictions. But the fact is, I mean, the accounts of the accounts of the crucifixion. In one of the accounts, Christ is flogged by all members of a cohort. So I'm sorry if my audio is cutting out. I've got my microphone right here. So
it just kind of lags for a moment and then you catch back up. So I don't think we're missing anything. So
okay. Anyway.
Let's see. JT Davis 62, good to see you. Says turning out the money changers from the temple did not happen. And Left-Handed Jedi says, I'll take things that never happened for 2,000 shekels, Alex. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I did say this. I'm going to go and say it. I Killed Earl. Thank you so much for the 20 for gifting 20 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much. I Killed Earl. I do appreciate that. Very generous. Please enjoy, everybody, all your new emojis. Have fun with those. And remember, if you're a member of the channel, you get the channel badge. The channel badge is the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're with me, the more your mind expands.
That's called encephalitis.
Third, Jesus flipping the tables at the temple. A famous story, but did you know that in the Gospel of John, this takes place at the beginning of Jesus' ministry? In the Synoptics, it takes place near the end. So when did that occur? Mary Magdalene, after the resurrection of Jesus, runs to the disciples in John's Gospel and says, they've taken the Lord, and we do not know where they have put him. Strange thing for her to say if, as the Gospel of Matthew recounts, she's visited by an angel at the tomb who tells her exactly where Jesus is going, and then she's met by Jesus herself on the way to the disciples to bring them the news. Strange for her to then say that they've taken the Lord and we do not know where they've put him. There's more to say on this. Interpolations, things which seem not to be in our oldest manuscripts but end up in newer manuscripts of the New Testament, such as the adulterous woman, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. Most scholars agree that this was not in our earliest manuscripts and was added in at a later date. And if we can see that the gospel stories were edited after they were written down, there's no reason to think that they couldn't be edited before they were written down as oral traditions too, as well as the entire ending of Mark 16. There's a longer version and a shorter version, because the longer version simply isn't in our earlier manuscripts. These documents don't seem to have the historical reliability either. So, in conclusion, I've probably spoken for too long here.
for those who might be believers, stylometric analysis is a major thing. So stylometric analysis does play a role in this, and it's it's how you determine like when a thing that is written by someone else or written by it's how you can determine writing styles. So stylometric analysis is a very real thing, and it has been applied to the Bible, and it has come up with a lot of problems. So that is how we understand that a lot of things, that there's a lot of interpolation into whatever version of the Bible you're approaching. So that's an important thing to keep in mind.
Are we talking about allegorical truth, moral truth, metaphorical truth, theological truth, historical truth? I suppose what I want to say to Dinesh is take your pick, and I'll probably have something to say about it.
All right.
All right. Here we go. If you don't mind, I'm going to stand up. Is that okay?
Please.
Okay. I'm standing up because I want to kind of neutralize Alex's accent advantage.
Did you hear that?
Yes, I did. And this was pointed out by somebody in the chat earlier, that he spends most of his time on talking to the audience rather than responding to Alex.
I'm going to stand up so that I can neutralize Alex's accent advantage.
Yes. I feel like that, he says it in jest, but I don't see there's no accent advantage. There's no such thing. It's not real. And he's kind of insulting his audience in the sense that I think you're going to be swayed by the fact he has a nicer accent rather than his arguments are good.
Yeah. Well, I guess we can see Alex won, so I guess that's the show for tonight. Now, that's Dinesh's opening, but
also, is it just me, or does that jacket not match his pants?
It might be lighting. It's possible.
Normally,
Icarus says it's the British advantage. Apparently it is. So I got to stand up and I got to do my car salesman pitch, on my feet. And motion creates emotion is what he's going with, Because Alex can sit there like Christopher Hitchens to just knock the shit out of everything you have to say.
Yes.
I don't need to move about because I'm telling the truth. It's like, well, Dinesh is going to get up there, and the only thing that would make it better is if he actually had his accent, which I think would be hilarious.
Yes.
An accent straight out of fucking Mumbai. I just think that would be funny. Just accent versus accent. So
I mention this because it seems to me no accident that so many of the prominent so-called new atheists have British accents. I think this is really important to their credibility because...
What?
It is, well, I want to hear him.
Think of it, if Hitchens and Dawkins and Alex were three Southern boys from Louisiana, would they have quite the same impact? I'm not sure. Anyway, this is why I'm standing. I was a little puzzled about this topic and kind of how to get at it, because I've never debated this topic before. I'm not a theologian. I wouldn't even say I'm an expert on the Bible. I'm, I think, a believing and intelligent Christian. And so I have done a bunch of debates over the existence of God, over can God's omnipotence and benevolence be reconciled with evil in the world.
Yeah, great. So yeah, I understand that. Basic debates, like does God exist? Reconciling the logical problem of evil or the evidentiary problem of evil. Either way, but here's my problem. This preamble feels like, because he literally just stated in his opening thing, other than the accent bullshit, but he literally just stated that he's not an expert in the Bible. Alex O'Connor is. Like, Alex O'Connor knows the Bible backwards and forward. And that's why he could bring these things out, chapter and verse, in order to address them. He came prepared. Why would Dinesh take on a debate? Is the Bible true? If he's willing to concede that he is not an expert in things biblical, and he can bring chapter and verse to kind of like square off against Alex, that makes no sense.
Well, I'm more mystified by the fact that He's got 10 minutes to present stuff, and so far he hasn't said a single word relevant to the discussion. He's prattled about accents. He's prattled about the fact that major atheists are only considered plausible because of their accent, which is bullshit. Matt Dillahunty and Aaron Ra, very effective and influential atheists. They don't have English accents. And no intelligent person is swayed by the accent of the person that they're listening to. It's just nonsense from beginning to end. And I don't see, he at this stage, he's sorry, I must have mispronounced Aaron.
Aaron
Ra, sorry. Anyway, he's just prattling at this point, and he's got like 10 minutes. Like, he hasn't said a word on the subject.
Right.
And I don't see how he can think that this is in any way persuasive or that he's putting forward an argument. Just saying, well, these three guys had nice accents. That's neither relevant nor meaningful, mate. How about you get onto the subject anytime now?
Those topics appear to be philosophical topics.
Well, no shit,
But
Sherlock.
when you're dealing with the Bible, you have a different kind of a work altogether. And I say this because in discussing if something is true or false, you have to ask, what is it that the book is doing? Like, what's its purpose? What is it?
No, that's not relevant. What the book is doing is not relevant to whether or not it's true. This is for truth is not dependent on functionality, nor intent. Truth is dependent on whether or not it is accepted as factual. This is gibbering.
Yeah, absolutely. And God equals square root of -1. Good to see you. Says Dinesh can't get over his hitch slap. He absolutely can't. So he's still kind of like I guess he's still reeling from it. The man is in his grave and he's still reeling from it. I guess Hitchens just lives rent free in his head because this is I get the feeling like if I was watching this on stage, I get the feeling he's pulling out of he's grabbing it out of his ass. Like he's kind of like on the cuff right now. So
therefore, let's take an example of what I mean. Let's say if we were debating, is Shakespeare's Julius Caesar true or false? Now, Julius Caesar is a historical account. This is not one of Shakespeare's works of fiction. It's a historical drama. But because Shakespeare's interest is in drama, he emphasizes dramatic events and dramatic confrontation. He does not actually worry about trivial details, anachronisms. If an event occurs over here, Shakespeare does not hesitate to pull it in over here because of the dramatic impact is more powerful this way. And so imagine if someone were to come along and say, well, this is untrue because when one of the conspirators shows up to commit the crime, he is, according to Shakespeare, wearing a handkerchief. Well, handkerchiefs didn't really exist in the time of Julius Caesar. This is obviously something Shakespeare got right out of Shakespearean England, stuck it right in there.
that would be
Well, yeah, Elizabethan or Tudor
Elizabethan, Tudor England. Yeah. So,
this is there are multiple layers on which he's wrong. When he says that that Julius Caesar is not a work of fiction. Yes, it is, but so are most histories. Fiction just means that it's something that we in historiographical terms, or the term all histories are fictions. They're something that somebody is writing with a particular purpose, be it to communicate. If you look, for instance, around the history around King Arthur, certain people were writing with certain aims and certain criticisms to make, and so they did precisely that. But they were writing what they regarded to be a history. Shakespeare wasn't even doing that. Well, Shakespeare was doing the exact same thing, but he's overlooking the fact that that's what a lot of historians do. A lot of the historians that we rely on, Josephus, for instance, was writing his histories with the idea of not offending the Romans. Suetonius, is it Suetonius or Tacitus? One of them really hated Julius Caesar. So
Tacitus. Yeah.
When he wrote his histories, Julius Caesar comes off as a complete prick. Whenever people are writing histories, there are fictional elements to them, the things that they choose to emphasize, and this is a central element of historiography, is reading against the text. So he doesn't know what he's talking about here. He doesn't even know the basics of how to interpret historiographical novel material. Sorry.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I like what I Killed Earl said here. It's very weird how he's not talking to Alex. I get that he's making his case without knowing what Alex was going to say, but to put his back towards him feels exceptionally rude. And yes, it is dismissive because he's playing to the audience. This is one of those where if you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit is what it is. He's playing to the audience because trying to take Alex head on is not going to work. So you got to play to the audience, and go for the emotional pull. So I interpret this tactic this way.
I'd also like to make the point that his entire simile here, comparing the Bible to Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, is completely invalid. If Julius Caesar were the only written history of these events, and it was riddled with inaccuracies, we would not conclude that it is accurate and true. I don't know about the historical value of Coriolanus, or we don't look at Twelfth Night and say, well, because Julius Caesar was real and Antony and Cleopatra were historical figures, therefore Twelfth Night must be an historical event. No. There's no external historical validation of Twelfth Night as being a real thing.
Are you telling me that Midsummer Night's Dream did not happen?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. And
there's no, I'm just kidding. I'm playing, but
it's just the stupidest argument. We don't know that Julius Caesar lived and was assassinated from the play Julius Caesar. We know it from an abundance of other historical documents. Yeah. So trying to say that Shakespeare's Julius Caesar is true in that it refers to something that we know is accurate, that's not the case with the Bible. The Bible does not fall into this category. There's very little in the Bible that we know to be true from external sources. Anyway.
That's a big thing that I bring up often is there's the extra biblical accounts are ostensibly are just hearsay because it's just individuals repeating what they'd heard from others as the oral tradition was passed down before it was written. So
didn't care about doing that because his purpose is something else, to explore the nature of tyranny, for example. And so to bring the lens of saying this is anachronistic, well, you may or may not be right, but you're like missing the point of the whole book. And you're also missing the point of the author, and you're missing the point of the reader. Meaning the author's intention is not to worry about whether or not people in ancient Rome used handkerchiefs.
How could you possibly speak to the author's intent when none of the authors of the Bible left notes or footnotes indicating what intention was or what was going on? We simply have what's in the book that was selected by authorities at the time as to what would go in and the form in which it would go in. So not to mention stuff that's cut out, stuff that's been edited, interpolation. None of this goes to truth. None of this goes to whatever. He's basically just giving an excuse for why it is why you can discard truth to try and get to what you think is the truth of the matter. And that's irrelevant to this.
But it's again self-defeating. If you look at the book of Job, I know exactly why the book of Job was written. It was written to explain why bad shit happens to good, obedient Jewish people who have kept all the laws. Sometimes unjust stuff happens, and this is a response to that sort of theological crisis. That actually tells me that it was written by a person. It wasn't dictated by God. So if you're going on about the author's intent here and the author's selection of what to emphasize and what to de-emphasize, you are shooting yourself in the foot. A, you're admitting that it's not dictated by God, and B, you're admitting that the author is misrepresenting stuff. They weren't a witness as they claim to be, and so they're just making shit up. You are completely discrediting the Bible as a practical source. Yeah, the jacket doesn't match the trousers.
Does not match the trousers at all.
Neither does Alex's, but Alex isn't attempting to sort of match, in a sense, like a poor attempt to match. But anyway.
The point of the author is to dramatize something about the essence of tyranny and conspiracy, and maybe the conflict between tyranny and freedom. And readers of the work, understanding that, have always taken it in that spirit. So, as I listen to Alex, I think to myself, let's think about the Bible, what kind of a book it is. Well, first of all, it is a book that exists sort of within a tradition and within a church. I mean, there was no Bible for 300 years, right? The early Christians get together in the 4th century, they put the Bible together. Now, there's already a flourishing church. In fact, right about that time, the Roman emperor will convert to Christianity. Christianity will become the state religion of Rome. And the Bible will become, this assembled Bible will become the handbook of this church. And so it is to this day. Now,
well, if he's talking about Orthodox, because ostensibly, I mean, the record pretty much said that Orthodox is what cropped up, and then Christianity, or Catholicism kind of broke off of that one. But he hasn't said the Orthodox Church specifically, which is interesting to me.
I'd also like to make a point in that, sort of this focus on biblical truth, the Bible being truth, it's an important element, but it's especially so for Protestants. Rather than Catholics. And the reason is that the Catholic Church does not claim that biblical revelation ended with the Bible. They claim that there is divine revelation occurring all the time, and that it is limited to people with funny hats and exotic accents. There's a very, this strikes me as sort of a very simplistic. So his claim that the Bible is the handbook of an entire religion. There are many Catholics who would not accept that the Bible is the only thing that you need to be paying attention to, because there have been a lot of writings since then that have the claim of being divinely inspired and divinely ordained. That's a I don't think he fully understands the religion that he's trying to defend.
Let's see.
That's one point. The second point is that the Bible is a very strange book to be asking this kind of a question about, because the Bible nowhere admits the legitimacy of this kind of inquiry. It's worth noting. The Bible.
Yeah, surprising that Cult Manual would not admit the legitimacy of anyone questioning Cult Manual. I mean,
Yeah.
come on, dude. Like,
who fucking cares? So this is a variation of the Bible is true because the Bible says it's true. The Bible can't be false because the Bible doesn't admit that you can say it's false. Well, I don't care if the Bible says that I can criticize it. That's irrelevant. I don't need the Bible's permission to fact check it.
Right.
It's of all the fatuous things he could have said there.
Bible is a book of declaration. I would say of revelation. It never tries to prove anything. It could.
You think it's kind of weird. You think that something that was supposedly inspired by God would be able to, be demonstrated to actually comport with reality in order to justify the position. But oh no.
Well, if it never tries to demonstrate anything, we're at liberty not to listen to it, right? We're at liberty to disregard it as a curious work of fiction. It comes in at a par with the Rig Veda or the or any the Tao Te Ching or any other
Bhagavad Gita or the Egyptian coffin text or yeah.
Good, but with very rare exceptions, and even those exceptions are generally kind of feeble, it is a book of sort of bold proclamation. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Boom. It's declared as something true. Now,
yeah, it's what we in philosophical circles call a claim.
It's
the burden of proof is upon the claimant.
It's what in scientific terms I would describe as a completely unsupported assertion.
Or an assertion, supported assertion, right.
With absolutely no evidentiary backing. You have and it's not just one assertion. You have claimed that God exists. You have claimed that he exists within time because there was a time for God where the universe didn't exist, and then it did. So you are automatically undermining the concept of space-time because space and time are not actually separate things. They are integral to one another. You can't disentangle one from the other. So if time exists, space exists, the universe exists, and everything in it already exists. So if we have time, we have the universe. He's claiming that the God whose existence he claims has the capacity to create a universe. So there's nothing here that is self-consistent or shown to be even possible, let alone plausible. So why would I accept any of this as anything more than... Anyway.
I want to reflect on that for a moment. Before I do, let me say, if you think about that sentence by itself, it's a puzzle. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Obviously, somebody is writing this. But who?
A person?
No one was there, except God. And yet, the sentence does not say, in the beginning, I created the heavens and the earth. There's apparently an observer. And the observer is recording, and God is, in fact, in the narrative. God is, in fact, the subject of it. In the beginning, God created.
No, that doesn't
the heavens
follow.
and the earth.
That doesn't follow. It doesn't follow at all. There could have been no entity except God. God creates the universe. And instead of being an observer, he tells somebody later on, look, this is how it went down. There doesn't need to be an observer. His claim that there is no observer is false. The Bible never says that God exists alone. Before that, there are angels. There are other gods, as we've already discussed. The this isn't even logical. He's overlooking the most plausible explanation. Not that there was an observer already existing, but that God revealed, what happened to a later author. That's the claim. The claim is not that the person who wrote. The claim is in the biblical tradition that God told this story to Moses, who wrote it down. That's the claim in biblical tradition. It's not true, but that's their claim. There doesn't need to have been an observer. So what the hell is he talking about?
I have no idea. I was kind of like, he's like, feels like he's making it up as he's going along. This is very weird. I've got to wonder what's going through Alex's mind at this point as well. Archibald, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Or his ego is so big he speaks of himself in the third person.
So as I think about this statement, I think that first of all, it is an astounding claim, completely counterintuitive. And by counterintuitive, I mean, well, I get most of my intuitions from Aristotle. Aristotle, using you could call it philosophical common sense, says the universe has always been around. It's always been here. You don't need an explanation for how it got started because it never got started. It's always existed. And the Greeks also believed, as you probably know, out of nothing can come nothing. So therefore, if you first had nothing, how can you get a universe? The Bible goes against this Greek tradition and states categorically, as a matter of fact, that first there was nothing, and then there was a universe because God made it. So there are some facts.
That doesn't logically...
Tonight?
Dang it, I accidentally hit it, but that doesn't logically follow because if God existed, then there was not nothing. There was God. Okay, so there was not nothing, there was God, and then there was God and something else, and that's problematic because that means there was a state, there's a temporal state where God was, there's a point in time where there was God, and a point in time where there was God and creation, which means that there is a temporal difference or a temporal distance between those 2 points, but then they say that God existed eternally forever, so it exists eternally into the past, so...
Well... he's going to draw a line here through to the relationship between this and the Big Bang. He's going to say, so the Bible was right but he's got it completely wrong. There was no point in time at which the universe didn't exist. That does time the universe exists. Because time and the universe are connected. They are intrinsically the same thing. His claim that there was a point in time at which the universe did not exist is wrong. It is definitionally incorrect to say that.
Let me make sure I'm in the right spot.
And then there was a universe because God made it. So there are some factual
out of what?
Assertions
Thank you.
here.
I'm just curious.
The assertion that the universe had a beginning. The assertion that the universe, in a sense, came out of nothing. And of course, the assertion that the universe was created by God. So we can, if we want to go down this road, I'm not going to do it right now, explore whether this astounding claim that was made by the ancient Jewish writers with no evidence at all, no empirical investigation, no scientific experiment, no attempt to measure the redshift of galaxies. Nevertheless, the ancient Hebrew writer says, we know this to be true because God told us. And now here we are, more than 2,000 years later, really more like 3,000 years later, and we're in a position to ask, is this claim true? So I'll defer that. I'm happy to discuss that, and probably will. But this is one way to think about whether what the Bible says is true. It's making these categorical assertions. And most of these assertions, I would argue, are in the domain of revelation. The Bible is, in fact, a revelation. A revelation. Right here we have a problem. because how does one approach a revelation philosophically? Alex, you just tell me when I'm out of time. Okay, I'm just gonna go until you stop me.
3 minutes, I think.
I'm okay?
3 minutes or so.
I got 3 minutes. Oh, wow. It's just getting started. All right. I'll save some
Can
more
I
stuff.
stop him there?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have prattled quite so much about fucking accent, you dickhead.
Yes, God equals square roots. If someone get Alex a pillow and a scotch, you kind of wonder why Hitchens wound up the way he did. Just like just drinking and smoking. He's like, I can't deal. Just
So
like, what the fuck?
let us accept, we can. This does nothing. This argument is so fucking pointless. Even if we accept that particular statement is true, that does not make everything else in the Bible true. Even if we accept there exists a God that created the universe, that doesn't make any of the other claims in the Bible true. That doesn't work. That's not a valid syllogism. Logically, that's disconnected. That is a single claim in a vast corpus of claims. And I would argue that, Dinesh can only pretend that makes sense because he simply doesn't understand how sets work. For all points within the set of time, the universe exists. There exists no point in time at which the universe did not exist. It's fairly simple. It's just it's just a refusal to listen to cosmologists. Cosmologists don't say the universe was created. Cosmologists don't say that the universe must have had a beginning. No. Yes.
Let me just say this.
You said a lot so far, dear Chief.
What is the point of revelation at all? We have a guy here who says he's a cosmic skeptic. Many of you probably think you're skeptics. And so you might ask, well, why the heck do we need revelations? We have reason. Well,
what logically? No, that goes to what dictates that there must necessarily be revelation when to a single people who can't back up what's supposedly revelation. If God is capable of revelation, then why doesn't God just reveal everything as it wants us to understand it simultaneously to every person on the planet? That wouldn't, doing so, that act right there, if the God were to do that, suddenly beam it into everybody's head or appear to everybody simultaneously or do this whole thing where it's kind of like, this is what I want you to, this is what the truth is. This is what I want you to believe. This is what I want, blah, blah, blah. Then we would know unequivocally that 1, the God exists. 2, it's making a claim or at least a thing exists that claims it is the God. There it is. I can say with truth, a thing exists that claims it was a God. It appeared to every person on the planet, and we are all getting the exact same story. Great. We're all on the same page. That's fantastic. The problem then is that doesn't logically entail that everyone is automatically going to follow this thing, because that if for those who are intellectually honest, that demands further exploration and investigation. Okay, so the thing exists. So then let's explore and ask questions about this thing that exists and its relationship to all this other stuff that has been saddled around it via the ideology. So it just opens the door to more questions. It closes some, but opens more doors. That's the thing. If God could do this logically, then it would definitely solve a lot of problems. It's not going to guarantee everyone's going to be a Christian, but of course everyone would logically have to be theists at minimum. Mm-hmm. We there it is. So
yeah, well, I admire the fact that you've gone straight for the logic, because I was struck by the naked contempt
I saw it.
that he has for people who don't agree with him.
You call yourself a skeptic.
You may think of yourself
as a skeptic.
Yes, that's right. Blah, blah, blah. like this again, slurring your opponent and your audience aren't actually arguments in favor of your position. You gigantic douche canoe.
Yeah, poisoning the well like a motherfucker. It's just insane.
Okay, let him.
Turns out that here we are, flung into the world. And if we reflect upon this fact and reflect upon our place in the world, several important questions pop out that are the inevitable result of reason, but which reason is utterly incapable of answering. Not that reason hasn't answered to date. Reason cannot answer. What are these questions? 1, why is there a world? 2,
two different questions.
What is our purpose in it? Why are we here?
Two different questions there.
3, what happens after we die? 4, is our passionate concern with justice, with morality, with goodness, that is constantly betrayed in the actual life of the world, ever cosmically vindicated after the world or beyond the world?
No, and frankly, it is utterly narcissistic to think that it would be. It is just narcissistic to think that our subjective interpretations of these transcendental things or these abstract concepts will be cosmically vindicated after our deaths. That's one thing that never sat well with me. The idea that this thing that we humans came up with on this planet to kind of dictate the societies or manage the societies that we live in will somehow be cosmically vindicated across the span of the universe itself, given the size of this, meaning that any other species that's out there, living out there with no conceptualization of us, they are bound by the shit that we came up with. It's beyond the pale narcissism. And there are answers to these things. He's just not, when he poses, why are we here? Why is there a planet? Why do the blah, 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 blah? These are two different questions. He's talking about when you say, why is there a planet? Well, mechanistically speaking, there's a planet because of these events and blah, 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 and yada, yada. We can explain this mechanistically via the star and accretion disks and blah, blah, blah. And there's your planet. He wants to know what is the purpose of that, the intended purpose of that thing, which of course assumes that there is a thing that exists that dictates that these things have a specific purpose beyond the fact that they are merely the result of natural processes. We are products of the universe. That's it.
Yeah.
To think that just by virtue of our existence in the last that are arising 200,000 years ago, 250,000 years ago, when human beings, when Homo sapiens, when modernly anatomic Homo sapiens arose, when those came into being, when those kind of came out of evolution, that there is a direct purpose to that, like an intentionality behind that, is beyond narcissistic, given that there was some 350 million years of life swarming this planet before we ever took our first breaths.
Yeah.
Hundreds of millions of years of life, and none of that had a purpose. It is us, Homo sapiens, that have the intentional purpose. That is, that just baffles me.
The idea that morality comes from God. Morality is an important part of being a social animal. You can, you are more efficient when you're working as an integrated part of a larger social unit. You can compete better against other social units. Therefore, having notions of fairness, having notions that arbitrary murder and theft are bad is perfectly natural and arises as a result of evolutionary pressure. There's no mystery to any of this. He's just spouting bullshit, and he's trying to, as you say, rely on ego. We're important. There must be some cosmic design for us. We must be significant. Your life has whatever purpose you decide to give it. If you don't want to give it purpose, that's your prerogative. If you want to dedicate it to charity, that's your prerogative. But pissing away the one existence that you do have in pursuit of some bizarre and torturous infinite punishment or reward, it's hard to tell. I kind of think that existing forever is a punishment. It's going to be hell.
Yeah, that is literally the very conceptualization of an eternal existence, a static state eternally, not only devalues everything we experience here and all the relationships and the work that we do here and the things that we learn and all this stuff. Because it's literally akin to a hell to me. It's just beyond, it's just ridiculous. Skeptic Sinister says, Bridge the Divide, PhD Tony, excellent debate breakdown for the progress of humanity. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yes, Silent Souls Senior, infinite is no reward. The value comes in that this shit doesn't last. That's the value, because things change. Things are temporal. They end. Okay, entropy is a thing. Okay, and it's the fight against that. It's the fight to whatever we're trying to do. That's what gives it value. If it lasted eternally and never changed, what value does that have? I mean, to quote Tyler Durden, Tyler Durden is not a role model, but Tyler Durden, on a long enough timeline, everything reduces to zero. So,
well, yes, in the long run, everyone is dead.
Chuck Palahniuk, who wrote that, on a long enough timeline. Like I said, I think that the quote was on a long enough timeline, everybody's life expectancy reduces to zero. But I'll expand that further. All valuations reduce to zero on a long enough timeline, because
this is just, he hasn't addressed a single element,
a single point.
And he hasn't established a defensible position. He's just claiming that in some intangible spirit sense, the Bible is true, and we all know it's true because it gives answers to these questions that I'm asking. The fact that it gives answers to these questions doesn't make those answers correct. You're making shit up to answer questions that you think need answers, rather than just accepting the reality that you don't know. And Clivewell's just made the concept of infinity even worse. But
they play The Sound of Music on a never-ending loop. Great, I'm stuck in a Kevin Costner movie. For those who remember The Postman. Thank you. You remember. Yes. You got the Postman reference.
Yes.
Oh, I've just dated myself supremely.
So I could go on, but I'm giving you 4
Please don't.
straightforward questions.
No, you haven't.
That no intelligent person, I think, can avoid having to raise, and yet to which there is no available or even conceivable answer. It's not as if there's no answer, but we'll get an answer tomorrow.
There is a conceivable answer. It's simple. Natural processes. And no, we determine our purpose for ourselves. That's it. Nothing is there to dictate purpose. We can determine it for ourselves based upon the trajectory of our lives and shit. I mean, these are conceivable answers.
He asked about the passion that we dedicate to moral imperatives, which is, morals arise from having to build societies, being a social animal. This is nonsense. The man is spouting absolute lunacy at this point. He's just gibbering. Anyway.
Put it this way. Let's take the question about life after death. And I'll close on this and open the door to...
Sure. You have evidence that
further
an afterlife exists. That'd be great.
Let's talk about life after death. Is there life after death, yes or no?
No.
Oh, no. It's indeterminate.
Shakespeare says that death is the undiscovered country. No traveler who has gone there has ever come back. I think we probably have to agree with this. You might get some tiny hints from near-death experiences, but by and large, we don't know. And not only do we not know, we have no way of knowing. The key point here is that probability, the absence of evidence is the evidence of absence. This is all gobbledygook. Because all of this is only based on prior experience. If you show me a guy and tell me he has 3 eyes, I won't believe you, because I've seen thousands of people, maybe hundreds of thousands of people, and I've got a lot of experience, and based upon that, the probability that a guy can show up with 3 eyes may seem to me to be pretty low. But the question of life after death, if I think of an analogy for it, it's something more like...
Can we just stop there?
The possibility of aliens.
What the fuck?
I want to point out how stupid the thing he just said was. If you show me a person and claim that he has 3 eyes, I'm not going to believe you, because I've never seen anyone with 3 eyes, and I've seen hundreds of thousands of people. The person is right there. Take a fucking look at him. Does he have 3 eyes? It's not your previous experience. In the question, you were shown the person. You can observationally verify whether or not he's got 3 eyes. Your prior expectation has nothing to fucking do with it. You can observe whether or not the dude has 3 eyes. And he just glosses over this, I'm not going to believe it because based on prior. Look at the evidence. How about you assess the evidence? You've got a claim. You can assess the evidence of it. And it just, we don't know whether or not there's an afterlife. That is a true statement. But even if there exists you would not only have to demonstrate that there does exist an afterlife, you would have to demonstrate that it's your afterlife and not the Mayan afterlife and not, a Hindu afterlife. There are many conceptions of an afterlife. Why would I esteem yours above anybody else's? And why would I waste part of my life, any more than I already have, that may as well be, that could quite well be wrong. So he's just, I think, again, he's just babbling here. Nothing he's saying is making sense. And aliens, whatever. But also, I just want to say something. He out of hand rejected the existence of ghosts, and I thought it was very disciplined of you not to erupt in anger at that point.
Analogy, but it's a similar analogy because if I say to Alex, you believe in aliens, there's no probabilistic way to say yes. We have nothing in our experience to go this way or that way. And here's my point.
At least we have more evidence for the existence of aliens visiting Earth than we do for anything made about Christ. The evidence is shit. Yes, it's bad evidence. But at least there's more evidence. At least, I mean, if we could say like quality of evidence, I have a person that I can go and talk to who can say that I am an eyewitness. I saw this. Like the guy, like the people who went, like the Rendlesham Forest incident, okay, which is one of the ones that's always kind of fascinated me. There are people living who were witnesses to that on the record. I can go and talk to that person and get their story. I can't do that with anything in the fucking Bible. So these things are, and of course to the life and death thing, to the life after death thing, it's indeterminate. You can't. It's unfalsifiable at this point. It's like you cannot say that it does, cannot say that it doesn't, because we have nothing to indicate either direction. Okay? Not definitively. So we're not heading into ghost territory. We're not doing it. I'm not falling in the trap.
It is exactly when reason not only breaks down, but reason can't even go there, that revelation steps in and delivers an answer. And here we are debating, is that answer true? And the question I want us to think about, at least to get started tonight, with what tools are you going to deliver a true or false verdict on subjects that are outside the domain of reason itself? I mean, Immanuel Kant says on the first page of the Critique of Pure Reason, before we discuss the great reach whether we discuss whether this is reasonable or that's not reasonable and when this is empirical, he goes, we first got to set the boundaries of reason. What is it that reason can and cannot know? Why? Because what Kant is basically getting at is that once you go beyond the reach of reason, faith is not unreasonable at all.
That's not... he's extrapolating, and it's not entirely accurate and not what a lot of people think that the direction that Kant was going.
I have a more fundamental question.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Why the fuck do I care what Kant thinks?
I don't see Kant in the chair next to you, bud. Like, although I think Kant would annihilate his ass, but
Kant saying stuff doesn't mean that I need to believe Kant.
Right.
Kant's logic there is well sound. I'm not actually taking issue with what Kant says. But a selective quote from the first page of his book doesn't say that it's reasonable to accept every faith claim. That's an unreasonable thing to do, right? You've basically said we need to abandon rational analysis, in which case, why the hell did you even turn up to this debate? If you're just prepared to say, yes, it's completely irrational. Tony can't get an ought from an is.
Kant. It's Kant.
No, okay, Kant.
You can't get it. Yeah, you can't derive an ought from an is. It's we're
getting
out of Kant. The wrath of Kant.
Yes, that's a good one. But the issue, we have reason, we have rational faculties, and we should apply them to the claims that are being made. And we should reasonably distinguish between unreasonable claims and reasonable claims. To suggest that we should just accept that the Bible is a revelation from whom? You haven't even demonstrated the existence of God.
Right.
So that claim, that's a circular argument to say that the Bible is revelation. You're claiming something that you haven't demonstrated. I don't believe that the Bible is revelation.
But remember, circular argumentation is of the devil. Okay, so remember, there's the logic that supports God. That's the good logic. But the logic that shows that the argumentation is fallacious, that's the evil. That's bad logic. You have to remember what logic you I'm sorry. Yeah. This is a prior discussion that I had with Tony before we were waiting for the show to begin, and I ran into somebody who literally made that argument, that pointing out the circular reasoning, that's a trick of the devil. But logic is how God operates via logic. Logic, that God is logical. But pointing out things like circular reasoning, begging the question, confirming the answer, confirming or affirming the consequent, or shit like that. That's all of the devil.
Yes,
that's all bad logic. You can't follow it. It's ridiculous. So
so he has presented zero evidentiary basis or zero rational basis for his assertion. Is that a fifth element?
No, that was The Big Short. The Big Short. Oh yeah, I can do Fifth Element as well. Zero credits. I like Big Short because it's Steve Carell, and he's like zero.
Yes,
zero.
But it's he has presented zero evidence for his claim that the Bible is revelation. That's what's at issue here. You are simply asserting that the Bible is revelation, and you've got no basis for doing so. You don't get to say, well, the Bible is revelation, therefore you can't rationally adjust it. Okay, show me your evidence for accepting that it's revelation. Explain to me why I should believe that. Anyway, I'm going to the bathroom. I'm pissed.
Why? Because you have nothing else. So what I want to emphasize here, and I'm happy to discuss all the specifics we've covered today, or Alex has covered today, but essentially the Bible is something that is taught in church. It's a tool for ministry, for for exhortation to get people to live better lives, to help them deal with their life in the world?
Incorrect. It is a subjectively assembled code of behavior that can be imposed upon a society by a specific group that thinks that their subjectively derived code of behavior is the best. Okay, it is not necessarily better than other ones. There are secular systems are far more moral and far more advantageous and far more efficient and just better overall than the Christian one. That's all it is. It's one group saying that the way they think that people should behave is the best way. That's all it is. So
I have never heard a single pastor, for example, and I'm quite sure this doesn't happen in Jewish synagogues as well, going, you know what, let's go out and find the Amalekites of our day and kill them right now.
Because we have systems in place that acknowledge that genocide is bad, because nothing justifies it. So, and it's unnecessary. So they obviously don't do it. When we don't have global systems in place to bring people like that to justice, you see what happens when they go out and they do that shit.
He's absolutely wrong. I myself have God.
Oh shit. Well, yeah. Considering, sorry, we do have them, and eventually we bring them to justice. These horrible acts do occur. They absolutely do happen in the name of their God. So yeah.
You know, the who's the young Earth cretin? Matt Powell. Wants homosexuals to be executed.
Genocide, yes.
Yes, he wants. So he wants to kill all gay people. So the claim that no pastor or no Jewish person, will steer clear of the genocidal propensities of the Israeli government for a moment. That false claim that nobody is saying today we need to kill these people because they're evil. That's absolutely wrong. That's just a barefaced lie. So this man is lying to our faces right now.
Nobody says that. No one even thinks that.
Yes,
no
they do.
one reads the passage that way.
Nobody
reads the passage of the fall in the way that Alex described it.
Bullshit. There are literalists out there that think that shit happened as said, like it is historical fact. That is bullshit lie right there. I mean, Dinesh is sitting here implying that he has solved the problem of hermeneutics, and he is talking out of his ass right now. So this is just cow shit. This is literally horse shit. So just saying that.
And so we have a little bit of a problem. We got a book. It's a book that exists within a community for a purpose that the community is extremely clear about.
Bible,
This
Quran.
book is used every single Sunday, millions of times, and all around the world. It's used in Protestant and Catholic churches. Obviously, there are interpretive communities that differ on how things can be read and understood. There's also the
just contradicted what he said prior. Just admitted that there are different interpretations of the Bible after saying no one thinks of the Bible in a specific way, in a way that Alex is bringing up. Bullshit. Fuck, man. He can't even keep himself consistent in the same sentence.
whole separate question of the relationship of the Old Testament to the New. There's an old saying that goes...
Tony didn't have to wash his hands. He's got a kangaroo just off camera that handles it.
Skippy.
...was that the New Testament is in the Old concealed. The Old Testament is in the New revealed. So the Old Testament and the New exist in a kind of odd relationship to each other. In fact, so odd that one party, the Jews, repudiates the relationship altogether. And from the Christian point of view, the Old Testament is incorporated but superseded
what a
by
lot
the
of
New.
bullshit. Stop. Okay. The number of Christians who go on, who will, you know, when you give them a quote about the defense of slavery or defense of genocide or whatever, and they'll go, "That's Old Testament." You know, how many Christians keep kosher? How many keep the Sabbath clear. Like, none of it is the claim that and it's an inherently racist one in the sense that well, the Jews are wrong because they don't accept our book and we accept theirs. What meanings they are, like
you look at that. It looks. I wonder how many fabrics are in that suit there, Dinesh.
Yes.
What are you doing,
exactly.
bud?
Different.
No.
There are different ways of looking at that relationship, which we can get into. Let me just close by saying this.
Something, because you haven't said anything.
Rather a long 3 minutes there.
Oh, it's a rather long 3 minutes.
It's maybe you meant you finish soon in the way that Jesus promised.
No. Let me pause right here because
an ambiguous soon. But I'd love to question you on some of the things you've already said.
All right,
if you don't mind.
We will put the ball in your court. So I think what's going to happen now is we're going to go into discussion.
Hope so.
Right? Okay, and you're.
You see the look on his face?
Just.
I gotta see that again. I just gotta see that again real quick.
On some of the things you've already said.
All right,
if you don't mind.
We will put the ball in your court. So I think what's going to happen now is we're going to go into discussion.
Hope so.
Right? Okay, and you're going to ask me some questions. We'll discuss, and I'll ask you some.
Sure, and I'm happy to essentially take the things that I said in my opening statement and slot them in and apply them to the things that you just said right there. So you began by saying that the Bible is a strange book to ask these questions of because of its purpose. I assume you'd agree with me that the Bible is a collection of books rather than a singular text, with different authors, different intentions, and most importantly, different genres. So the first question I suppose I'd like to ask you is, do you agree, for example, that at least some biblical texts are attempts at historical biography, such as in the Gospels?
Of course. I would agree with that, but let me just qualify it this way.
Sure.
When we think of the Bible as revealed, the question now becomes, what do we mean? Did God write the book? Did God inspire the book and human beings wrote it? Did God show human beings events that they then described in their own words? Okay, so the reason these things are important is it seems to me, to answer the question I raised earlier about in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth.
Correct me if I'm wrong, this is like literally a distinction without a difference. It's not going to... These are distinctions without a difference. The whole point is that God is involved in the writing process and passing it down. It's like it doesn't address anything that Alex is bringing up.
Well, what he's trying to... I think where he's going with this is basically... So if God shows the events to a person and the person writes them down, then the person could be incorrect in their recollection of what they were shown.
Okay.
So the imperfections, the textual imperfections of the Bible are therefore explained mechanistically because God chose, although he could have done it, he could have written the book himself. He could have directly inspired every word that the authors put to paper, but he chose not to. He chose some unreliable technique that leaves open the possibility of mistakes in the text. That's where again, I think it's a self-defeating argument because what you're saying is that this incredibly important revelation was done in such a sloppy and haphazard fashion that allowed imprecision in the recording of this apparently infinitely valuable text. And again, that's based on the assumption that God exists, which you haven't demonstrated and you don't have reason to believe.
Right.
The way I understand it is there's a perfect revelation shown to a gospel, to a Bible, to a Jewish scribe who sees it, so to speak, but writes it in his own words. When I look at the book of Revelation, same thing.
And does it get anything wrong? Do those scribes get anything wrong?
It's quite possible that they, when you say get anything wrong, they are writing it in human terms. I mean,
I mean the specifically mundane human things. I'm not talking about when the author of Genesis says that God created the heavens of the earth, or talks about the Spirit moving across the face of the water. This is clearly mythological. This is clearly an attempt at mythological writing. That's fine. It would be silly to ask if that's true or not. But when somebody...
I don't think it is mythological writing at all. I think that it is simply, I mean, put it this way. If we were in the year 4000 BC, if we were John the Divine, and let's just say that God showed us in a vision the actual end of the world, right? Sure. Apocalypse. We would then write down the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, death and famine and destruction. We're not engaging in myth-making at all. I'm actually writing what I see.
So you think there'll be a 7-headed demon?
Of course not. I'm saying that to me, what I'm seeing is so, let's just say, for example, it is a thermonuclear explosion
sure.
of a kind that the ancient Bible writer doesn't even know what it is. Yeah. Right? And the consequence of...
And God couldn't have told him what it was? Like,
Yes.
straight up, like, this is beyond God's capability. And it's being pointed out by a number of people in the live chat. It seems weird that God would reveal itself in such a way that the writers would then have the possibility of screwing that up. That you think that God, in all of its power and all of its knowledge, would be able to communicate itself in a way that would be crystal clear, and that way it could not be open to interpretation. But that's just me.
Yeah, well, that was the point that I was trying to raise before. Yeah. And he went, I feel a little vindicated that he went straight down the argument that I thought he was lining up for. And it's a bullshit argument. You know, we could point out and we knew it was a bullshit argument from before it stuck its head over the parapet. You know,
I told them we already got one.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh yes, it's very nice.
It is death and destruction and famine. He's going to write it down the way he sees it.
But
right?
Where's he going to get the 7-headed dragon and the prostitute from?
This is
like a human attempt to describe a nuclear reaction?
Yes, because when words and images fail, metaphor is the actual conduit to truth.
Now, I'd understand if that were the case, if you said that perhaps after a nuclear blast, somebody describes it as, you know, the gods of fire descending upon man with their flaming swords or something like that. But like a prostitute and a 7-headed dragon?
Well, first of all, I'm not saying it is a nuclear explosion. The problem is we're given this admittedly phantasmagorical future account, right?
Sure.
It is so wrenching and powerful that many people, for example, have tried to render it by art. Yep. And it's not easy to do it, right? Mm-hmm. It's not easy to do it because we have to stop and realize, first of all, that we're dealing not only with the limitations of perception, but the limitations of language. Let me give you a simple example.
Those don't matter. Those don't apply because this is coming from the God that is literally dictating the very parameters by which it will reveal this information. So the way if the God is operating there and it knows the limitations of of how humans operate, it can operate within those limitations so that humans don't make mistakes, because this is supposedly coming from the God. If it's operating in such a way that human beings, you know, it's so beyond our capacity that we're just like, oh, like I'm on fucking shrooms or some shit, Muslims. Yeah. But in that respect, you know, then that's on the God. That's not on humans. The onus of that is on the God.
Well, let's not forget who it was who vandalized language to begin with in this narrative. Who was it who made sure that all of the languages aren't the same?
Right.
And sabotaged humans' ability to communicate with one another. It's the big G. He did that.
the big G. Big G. Not little G, big G.
I come to America from India. I have never eaten a mushroom. Okay? I ask you, Alex, what does a mushroom taste like?
Sure.
I would submit that you would be completely unable to render to me in words, however lengthy and ornate, what a mushroom actually tastes like.
That may be true, but you know, I was asking, for example, about Jesus' presentation at the Temple of Jerusalem after his birth. This is not like trying to describe a mushroom or the end of the world.
No. So now let's talk about that.
Hold on a second. This is a historical event that's being recorded by one New Testament writer At the same time as another New Testament writer says that the family had traveled to Egypt. I don't think this is an attempt at metaphor or allegory, as I would say of Genesis. Whether you think that is or not, I would say that in the case of the Gospels, we can agree that on at least some instances, this is a clear attempt at mundane history. This is not an attempt at writing some kind of metaphor to explain a truth that's otherwise unknowable to the human mind. It's a very straightforward attempt to record what actually happened, and they contradict each other.
They contradict each other because they're written by 4 different people.
Sure.
If,
So one of them is
so
wrong.
let me ask you this. If God were writing it, I'm quite sure he would have written it once. You would need 4.
Sure. So,
okay?
so some of them are wrong then.
No. Okay, so when you say they're wrong, let's consider Luke's gospel for a minute.
Yep.
Luke is a medical doctor. Luke is not present at the events being described.
Mm-hmm.
Luke is virtually in the position of Thucydides writing the Peloponnesian War. Now, Thucydides did fight in the war, but in most of the events described by Thucydides in the Peloponnesian War, he wasn't there.
Making them very unreliable, right?
No, on the contrary. It is, in fact, the most reliable account of the Peloponnesian War that historians have.
Let's not say that it is reliable, though.
No, it is. What I'm trying to say is that when you're talking about historicity, and you're talking about historicity now in the ancient world, you have to recognize that these people are not approaching it as modern historians. Luke is going around interviewing people.
So let me ask this very, very straightforwardly then.
Okay.
Luke says that after the birth of Jesus, the family fled to Egypt. Matthew says that they went to the Jerusalem temple. Are they both correct, or is one of them wrong?
Who the heck cares? I mean, look.
Well, I do.
What?
Yes.
And so
Well,
do
you
probably
do,
the
but
people who are listening to a debate
let me
about
say
whether the Bible is
why
true.
let me say why what you care about is not only trivial, but indicates a kind of unwillingness to try to get what the text is trying to communicate.
I'll tell you why I don't think it's trivial.
Why is
Because I
it
think
not
that the
trivial?
reason why Luke may have invented the flight to Egypt, he tells us. Luke says, when he records the flight to Egypt, and then they return from Egypt, he says, this is so that we can fulfill the prophecy from Hosea chapter 11, out of Egypt I shall call my son. Now, in Hosea, God is talking here about the nation of Israel. At least in this case, unlike the Matthew prophecy, the prophecy actually exists and we can interrogate it. It seems to me like what Luke is doing here is attempting to display Jesus as the fulfillment of the Old Testament prophecy. And in fact, he tells us that that's what he's doing. Therefore, if it is the case that Jesus didn't go to Egypt, and didn't come out of Egypt on his return, then this would undermine Luke's attempt to identify Jesus as the Jewish Messiah, fulfillment of the Old Testament prophecy. That's why I think it is relevant.
Well, look.
And not trivial.
Right, but I think that
Would you agree with that? I mean, do you think it's a completely
don't
trivial
dodge.
point? If it's so trivial,
no, I think that the point
why
as
is it included in the first
point
place?
as you stated it before is trivial. The point you're now raising is not trivial, but the point you're now raising is one in which you have 3 centuries of Jewish Christian disputation about whether Jesus is the Messiah, okay? And by and large, the disputation breaks down in this way. The Jews are the biblical literalists, and the Christians are the sort of metaphorical readers. And I say this because let's take a very famous passage that bears on this very topic, where Jesus is talking about the destruction of the temple. And the Jews go, you said the temple would be destroyed. Now, interestingly, Jesus did say the temple would be destroyed, and the temple was in fact destroyed in 70 AD. In fact, 40 years after Jesus said that, the temple was in fact physically razed to the ground, and the Jews dispersed in a huge diaspora. But my point is, Jesus doesn't reply that. Jesus doesn't say, hey, listen, wait 40 years. Jesus says,
That would have been hella impressive if he had.
Yes.
Okay. Think about that. Given who he is and what he's doing, he was like, this is a complete, all it said, this is a complete and total fucking dodge.
Yeah, well, what he's trying to do here is he's trying to say that is it Luke, the guy who says he comes out of Egypt? Luke is writing, Luke is fabricating in order to win an argument with the Jews. But this undermines, and God allows this undermining of the factual narrative, factual value of his text, because he can't be bothered doing otherwise. Like, again, this is a self-defeating argument. This has no bearing, what he's going on about here has no bearing on the question he was just asked.
Right.
He is going. He, and I think he realized that. The author of Luke was trying to win an argument with the Jews, so he made that up. But it's a self-defeating argument. So now he's decided to go with a different biblical thing that doesn't look quite as bad for him. It's a. I feel like lots of people in the crowd in the chat have already identified he's being nailed to the wall here, and he's squirming around trying to look for a way out, and he's sort of spitballing as he does it. He was going to make the argument that Luke made this up to win an argument against the Jews, but that's just a lie. In which case the Gospel of Luke is written by a liar, and why should we believe him? Anyway.
Right. Yeah, and Jester Lord of Fools says Jewish biblical literalists, like pigeonholing the Jews as like all of them are literalists, and so that you can then prop up the Christians as the ones who view it through the metaphorical lens, so that they can suss out the real meaning of the word. It's beyond again, yeah.
Having denied that Genesis is mythological.
Hey, Tony Regime, good to see you.
Hi, Tony. Anyway.
No, you're misreading me completely. When I said the temple, I was actually speaking of the temple of my body.
He doesn't tell them that.
But this is stated.
But we're told that that's what he means.
We're told that's what he means. So what I'm getting at is here you have a case where you have an event. You have a Jewish literalist reading and a Christian metaphorical reading.
Yeah.
Another example, and
So would you say then the flight to Egypt is a metaphor? Is that what you're trying to say? In other words, I'm trying to understand what it is that you're doing here to actually answer the question that I'm asking you, which is about. Here's my theory. Here's an idea.
Okay.
Luke, the author of Luke, invents the flight to Egypt in order to identify Jesus as the Jewish Messiah. Meaning that when we read Luke, we should note that where it appears that he's making historical claims, we should note his willingness to twist history in order to fulfill a theological
Well, you don't know
aim.
if he's doing that. You're assuming that. This is your theory.
No. What I'm saying is that that's one thesis to explain the contradiction between Luke and Matthew. If you want to say that it's trivial, then fine, but we still have to explain how it comes about. And what I'm saying is one idea of how this comes about leads to us undermining our trustworthiness of Luke. What I'm asking you for is your explanation that would not lead to us having to undermine the trustworthiness of Luke.
I don't have the ability to referee that passage. I'm not aware of this contradiction. I'll have to go back and look and see.
That's fine.
Go and look it up. But what I
I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back and read it so I can go like that. What you can't trust that he's pointing it out to you right now is like, yeah, I've run into this myself, is where they don't have an answer, so it's like, well, I'm gonna have to go back and read the scripture like that, just a way to try and put it off so they don't have to deal with it. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's common in the flat Earth debates. You'll often see people go, well, I don't know anything about that. I'll have to take your word for it. And sometimes it's valid. Like, people will bring up evidence. Flat earthers will bring up what they claim is evidence, and you're well advised to say, well, I don't know anything about that. I need to look into it. But ideally, you would do that at the point. You would be able to fact check this. But again, Alex is handling this extremely skillfully. You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a gospel. I'm not sure the gospels do spread out. They've got a decent spread on them. If you
and Alex, we are DNA says Alex is just planting landmines and leading Dinesh right down the path. And he's like, absolutely. Alex is like one of the best. Like, I mean, I've seen his takedowns numerous times, and he does it with skill and grace. Way more than I've ever had, because I will lose my patience with intellectual dishonesty. I will. And I have a real problem when I get going. I have a real problem with letting my interlocutor, giving my interlocutor enough rope to hang themselves with. So, and sometimes it gets really aggravating, because it's not that I'm trying to convince them otherwise. It's just that when people are deliberately intellectually dishonest, it's such, I find it so disrespectful of not only me, but also the audience's time, that it drives me batshit.
Yep.
So
and I think that, you know, Alex is doing a really good job of staying on the point,
Right.
and not letting Dinesh drag it away. And sort of, it's more difficult to do in real time than you might imagine. We're pausing the video a lot, but it's really admirable. And so we've got time to analyze and assess and, you know, say this is what Dinesh is doing. But he's responding to it nearly instantaneously in real time, which shows impressive focus and sort of attention to what the material is. He's doing a really good job here of holding Dinesh. And Dinesh is basically, he's spent this entire debate flailing uselessly. He hasn't made a single point, any value whatsoever. I really don't think he should be here, to be brutally honest.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem qualified for this discussion.
Alex brought the Hitchens energy, and Dinesh brings the Three Stooges. Whoop, 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 whoop. It's all he's doing.
I am doing is I'm questioning your methodology and your kind of what would I call it? You got the Jews and the Christians arguing about events, and they're very complex events, and they're very powerfully meaningful events. Like, let's take, for example, Abraham and Isaac are going up the mountain. Mm-hmm. And Isaac says to Abraham something to the effect of, where is the lamb for the sacrifice? And Abraham says to him, God
surprise, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Now, in the Jewish reading, this whole thing has got to be understood in terms of here.
Because Abraham was like, hey, where's the lamb for the sacrifice? Surprise, motherfucker.
There's Abraham. He's willing to sacrifice his son. God says, stop. It's a tale of obedience. In the Christian reading, it's not that. Or it's not only that. The Christian reading is, Jesus is the Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world.
What a load of
Isaac
bullshit.
says, where?
What a load of bullshit. This story has nothing to do with Christ, and you know it's also a story about God lying to somebody, right? So let's bear that in mind first and foremost. And it's a story about how being willing to kill your kid because you think God told you to is admirable. Let's not overlook that. It's got nothing to do with Jesus. And saying that it does is just making shit up.
It actually, P-Town, it actually isn't. Jesus doesn't explain it. That is a post hoc rationalization that came after the fact to try and reconcile this. No, it does not. So sorry to beat you on it. It's not prophecy or any of that. It's absolute nonsense.
There's the lamb, and Abraham says God will provide. It is a foreshadowing of
That's so
a
fucking
significant
post-hoc.
event in the New Testament. Now again,
it's not.
As I say, the Jews and the Christians argued this for 3 centuries and more.
Because you cannot eliminate the possibility. I mean, it's like literally, what is more probable, that his version of events, or that the Christians came along with, or actually, like early Christians who were Jews came along with full knowledge of the Torah and those stories in Judaic mythology, and took those things and then built their religion upon it with that prior knowledge. Of course they're going to prop up this individual as a Messiah, because that's the intentionality of this cult. That is this offshoot from Second Temple Judaism. That's the point. So they need to reference back to shit that they know in order to have this be logically consistent as they possibly can. It's just added on. That's all it is. It's not prophecy. It's literally like, oh, well, that's something that was said, so we need that to come true in order to justify our argument, and so now we're going to pose it as this. That's all it is. It's people being aware of shit that was written down and then deliberately trying to bring it into fruition. That is not prophecy. Okay? That is not what prophecy is. If like literally, if I say the temple will be destroyed, but I don't say when, it will be destroyed, and then that goes in the record, and then someone else comes along who's got a problem with us or whatever, and they are aware. Oh, they actually predicted that the temple will be destroyed. Huh. Well, I wasn't planning on doing that, but I'm going to go ahead and do it anyway. Okay? When you put the information into the world, and then people believe that it happens, that it will happen, that directly influences events to where they could unconsciously manifest those events into that becomes self-fulfilling prophecy. If someone predicts a thing and then you believe it so badly, or a cult of people believe it so badly that they expect it to happen, they can inadvertently make that happen because they are aware of the prediction. Okay? Yeah. You can't eliminate that possibility. In fact, it is more likely, given the timeline that we have access to, the historical timeline, it is most likely that these events were concocted or constructed in order to justify the legitimacy of this new cult.
Somebody dressing up as the Joker and shooting people in a cinema does not make Batman comics prophecies.
I'm not even trying to adjudicate who's right, but I'm saying you're waltzing in, coming with neither of these two assumptions. In fact, I assume you think that the Old Testament is as mythological as the New.
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I need to.
And I guess what I'm saying is that people who read the Bible to understand what the Bible is trying to say and what we can learn from it, do what the Jewish rabbis did and do what theologians like Augustine and Anselm and so many others have done. They don't really do what you're doing, which is saying, hey, Luke must have talked to a guy who thought it happened over here, but in fact...
Well, yeah, because Augustine was himself a believer. So why would he think along these lines if he's starting from the same presuppositions or the same assumptions that you are, Dinesh? Why would he do that? He wouldn't think along those lines trying to be like trying to suss it out. He's going to start from God exists. This is what is true, and therefore the interpretation must be that which backs that truth up. He's going to be biased. He carried his bias into that interpretation. That's the reason they don't do that. You can't appeal to how Christians interpret it because they're starting from the same bias. It's confirmation bias. That's all it is. The interpretation may be different, but it all confirms the same thing. Okay, this is nonsense. None of this is tracking with what Alex is bringing forward. So.
The argument that, you're not reading it right, these other people over here, they read it right.
Right.
Yeah, so you assert. But, that's the issue at question.
Occasionally, when your audio lags, I want to make sure that you're good. Okay.
No, this guy says the roof was thatched, but another guy says they let the guy in through the roof who had to be healed. Contradiction. Yep. And I'm like, is this your way of trying to say the Bible is not true?
Yes, it is. The Old Testament. Yes.
Okay.
It's precisely what I'm doing. The Old Testament is not fully mythological. I think Genesis is mythological. I think that Exodus makes more of an attempt at history, but has mythological undertones. I think that the military conquests I mentioned in my opening statements are attempts at describing literal historical events. I think that the Psalms are poetry. I think that Job is mythology. I don't think a man called Job actually existed. Right. And so there are lots of different genres here. The reason I'm asking about the contradictions in the gospel, and I understand if you don't want to talk about the specific example of Egypt and Jerusalem, fine, whatever. Maybe you can send me an email about it later or something, that's fine. But the reason I bring it up is to say that there are lots of these. And in each case, if we try to look at why they might be contradicting each other, the reasons I think we're given tell us that the historicity of this text should be in dispute. For example, I mentioned the date of Jesus' death. The Synoptic Gospels specifically place this after the Passover meal. They have the Last Supper as the Passover meal. Okay. John uniquely sets it before the Passover because he has the theological purpose of wanting to depict Jesus as the Passover lamb. Mm-hmm. Now, this is a contradiction if the Gospels are supposed to be historical accounts of what happened to Jesus, which I imagine if we were having a debate about whether Christianity were true, about whether the God of the Bible existed, you might put forward, say, an argument for the resurrection of Jesus. You might say, well, we have good historical evidence to think that Jesus rose from the dead, and you might point to the story of the crucifixion and the disciples seeing him after he died. This is a common thread. The problem is that if we're treating it as historical in an area like that, then we have to engage with it as a historical text. Why would they contradict each other? I would say for the same reason that Luke contradicts Matthew in the birth narratives, because they're attempting to make a theological point, which tells us at least, and maybe you think that the New Testament is an entirely theological and in no way a historical text. Would you agree at least that the New Testament writers are seemingly willing to adapt the historicity of an event in order to serve a theological point? Would you agree with that?
Yes and no. I would agree that...
Well, that definitely is a contradiction.
Well, it's not a contradiction, because...
Yes, it is.
Well,
they can't both be
Thucydides
true.
is relaying historical events to make a moral point about the nature of politics, and both are completely consistent with each other.
Sure.
It's not as if Thucydides is... So he's a student of power politics. He is making a point. His speeches are driven at making a point, but the point is excavated out of the actual events. Now, I think that there's a reason that we're given 4 perspectival accounts of...
I just want to know what the point is excavated out of the actual events means. Because I don't know what that means.
We don't have access to the person from the source of these things. So unless they give it to us, it's completely subjected to the individual and whatever their personal motivations might be. So, Hey, Breakfast Tacos is in the chat. Good to see you. Good to see you, Taco. Yes, I'm doing the thing.
Jesus' life. And they're not identical. In fact, as I say, if they were identical, you wouldn't need 4. The point of reading these, and I think the way to read them. Let me say a word. If you want to determine veracity, you have to operate a little bit like a jury, and by that I mean pick up the Gospel of Mark, the first of the Gospels. Now, by the way, these Gospels are written very proximate to the events they describe, and I say this by the standards of, we're talking about historicity of any historical document.
Can you not just say what you want to say rather than fucking prattle around, you idiot? It is just so... He is just so bad at this.
Yeah.
And it is deliberately so. He's trying to, sort of stretch it out rather than respond to the actual point here. The authors are willing to bend the facts in order to make points. That's the central point. It doesn't matter how close they were to events. It doesn't matter whether or not they saw these events. They're willing to distort the events in order to make a point. It's that simple. I don't, even if they had a perfect recollection, a perfect, which they clearly don't, even if they had a perfect understanding of what had happened and everybody's role in it, that doesn't bear on that has no relationship to the fact that they contradict one another. They're clearly willing to fudge their material in order to make a point. That's never going to change, and no amount of talking about chronology or proximity or whatever the hell is going to change that.
Right.
Anyway.
20 AD, would you say, for Mark?
Yes, I mean, I would say within decades of the events that they describe.
But crucially, would you agree with most historians that this happened, for example, after the destruction of the Jerusalem temple, thereby allowing the author of Mark to put the prediction in the words of Jesus' mouth without it being anything miraculous?
This is a highly debated point because Mark's gospel leaves off incomplete and has what seems to be at the very end an added section. I don't want to debate that little fragment of Mark. Here's what I'm getting at. If you've never read the Bible, and we've all read the Bible in a way, I was raised Catholic, and so I was habituated to going to Sunday Mass and sort of felt like I know the Bible. I've heard these stories read and so on. But it was a completely different experience for me as an adult to go back with critical skepticism and just read the book of Mark straight through. It has the complete ring of authenticity. And I say this because not only does it give you little details that don't really seem to even belong there. It's clearly not written with a polemical purpose exclusively. Mark will tell you things that not only seem irrelevant, but at other times undermine what he's trying to say. And that is the true ring of authenticity. Because if someone were to... What's that?
An example?
Well, here's an example. In the Jewish tradition, the testimony of a woman was considered inherently suspect. But the testimony of men generally reliable. And therefore, not that the testimony of women is disregarded altogether, but you needed, for example, many women to say the same thing.
Yeah.
Now, the Gospels tell us that when Jesus was crucified and put in the tomb, if I were Mark or I were Luke and I were trying to be inventive and I were trying to establish a truth for posterity, I would not have it that a group of, let's just say, hysterical women, Mary Magdalene, whoever it was, a group of women go to the tomb, and they're the ones who find the tomb empty.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he's overlooking a lot here about the social role of women versus men. The women went there for a particular purpose that clearly they felt better able to do in a social and religious context. So if he had the male apostles going to do the same thing, Jewish readers would have gone, "Why the fuck are they doing that?" That's not their job. They're not supposed to do this. It's women who are supposed to do that. Right. So this is a terrible example. It doesn't undermine his narrative at all, and also including little bits and pieces in order to make your narrative more plausible or seem more natural is in turn polemical. Also, the use of the term hysterical women, not great. I'm going to the bathroom again. He's pissed me off.
This is like a little dubious because most people are going to go, well, yeah, we know, but women, So here's an example of the Gospels insisting upon a point that would only make sense if that was actually the way it happened.
Allow me to answer that, if I may.
Go ahead.
If I may. This is a commonly presented argument for the historicity of the resurrection, which, by the way, now we're talking as...
Well, I'm not... No, hold on. I didn't say it's an argument for the historicity of the resurrection. I said it was an argument...
Let me say a word.
Okay.
Now we're talking about these texts as if they are historical texts. And the thing about the women is, look, this is quite straightforward to me. Who anoints bodies? Who goes to tombs and anoints bodies after someone dies? It's not men, it's women. And so if the authors of the Gospels had the men go to the tomb to anoint the body, which is what Mary and the other women were doing when they went to the tomb, that itself would be very strange and give us reason to doubt the historicity of the events. In other words, it's like if there's a task that women...
Alex just brought up the role that women played in that, so yeah.
Women do, and that task is how Jesus' empty tomb is discovered, then why would he invent it? Why would they invent a story that has men going and doing it? Secondly, you said that you need multiple women's testimony. How many women go to the tomb? Multiple. Thirdly, what do the women do immediately after seeing the empty tomb? They run and tell the men who come and verify it for us. Right. So I don't think that this fulfills the criterion of embarrassment at all. In fact, I think the opposite is true. I think that if this was an invented story, I'm not saying it is, by the way, but if it were, then of course we could expect the people who discover the empty tomb to be women, because it's women who go to anoint the body at the tomb.
Okay, so let's put together what I just said and you just said, and let's ask the question, based upon what you said and what I said, did it happen that way? And I would submit that what you have done, you're doing special pleadings. You could argue I'm doing special pleadings, but I would admit that the thrust of the Bible and the thrust of the story is in fact aimed at delivering a truth from Revelation.
It's
what
irrelevant.
you're trying to do is saying, all right, I can't contest that because that's outside the domain of reason, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to adopt sort of the nitpicking strategy, and because we got 4 accounts, I'm going to...
Hold on, you're the one who brought that up. You're the one who said that
I did.
Women discovering
and
the
I'm
tomb.
saying nothing you've said has even slightly refuted it.
You don't think anything I just said refuted the idea that would be something you wouldn't expect from the gospel authors if it were invented?
No, here's what I'm saying. I'm saying that I mean, let's look at what we agree on, what we disagree on. You agree that in that culture, the testimony of women in general counts for less.
I think this is something that Josephus tells us, but it's impossible to know what sort of culturally people actually thought at the time. It's impossible for us to know. But I'm happy to grant it, yeah, sure.
It's impossible for us to know, even though Josephus says it, okay?
Well, that's in a court of law, right?
No, but what I'm saying is, if you're applying the is it impossible for us to know, I would suggest to you it is impossible for us to know that it was the absolute and unwavering duty of women to provide all the ointments. You stated that as a fact.
No.
I would say it's impossible for us to know.
What I'm saying is that if somebody's reading this text and you say, well, if this were invented, why would it be women who discover the tomb? That would be embarrassing for them, the so-called embarrassment criterion. I'm saying, would it not be just, is not the fact that we're told why they're going to the tomb to anoint the body, is this not just reason enough?
No.
I mean, look, I'm not the one claiming I know how this went down, by the way. And also, you just accused me a second ago of special pleading. I wanted to ask you what it was that I'm specially pleading.
Well, what I'm saying is that you have an event. These events are described with great precision and a sort of eyewitness presence there. Now, we know in some cases there weren't eyewitnesses.
None of them were. None of them were eyewitnesses. None of them were there. That was one of the biggest points. These were written down decades after the fact. That's the whole point. These are stories that were passed to the point that they were eventually written down. But it wasn't like they saw it and then went and wrote it down really quick. That's not how it went down. So, Binge Thinker, I can see you. I don't have you blocked. I can see your posts.
Yeah.
So
I do want to point out something that has happened to his body language in the last 10, 15
I noticed that too. Yeah.
And he's doing he's trying to give himself a lot of time to actually work out what this special pleading that he accused his interlocutor of is. He's doing a lot of pausing, licking his lips, adjusting his glasses. He's trying to give himself some time to sort of make his case, because he's absolutely been demolished here. He's trying to claim that this is reason for validation, but all he has is assertions of the fact that this is embarrassing, and it falls apart under any sort of inspection. He's drinking a lot of water, but so am I. So I'm not going to criticize him for that.
So P-Town said, I have to address it. P-Town says I haven't found contradictions in the Bible unless they appear that way for a reason, but actually aren't. Usually the apparent contradictions mean or answer something. They don't. Alex, go back and watch, because you got here late. Alex has pointed out numerous contradictions that shouldn't exist if certain things are assumed about the Bible are true. Okay, that's the problem, that there are direct contradictions. The contradictions in the birth narrative, contradictions in various events. So that's the important thing.
I would ask P-Town, does magic exist? Because the Bible says it does, and it's unambiguous on the point. So do you believe in magic? And if you do, don't pretend that you're in any position to engage in a fact-based discussion, because magic is the opposite of scientific and rational investigation. And if you believe in it because a book said so, you're just not an honest interlocutor. Anyway.
But they're nevertheless described, this is the way it happened. And 4 guys are telling you their point of view, right?
Yeah, and none of them the women who actually discovered the tomb, by the way.
No, you're not hearing from the women, I agree. You're 4 male gospel writers, apparently. Now, I lost my train of thought for a second, sorry.
Because you never had
I also
one.
don't want to get too caught up on this specific example, but I suppose we'll have to sort of leave it with the audience in the live stream. The point that I'm trying to make is that the historicity of at least some of this is important for Christianity. The historicity of the life of Jesus. Like if it were discovered historically speaking that a man called Jesus never existed, that would completely undermine Christianity.
Are you saying
important.
that?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
Of course I'm not saying
Let me ask you a different question.
I'm saying that historically it matters. The crucifixion, the resurrection, these are matters which historically matter to Christians. And so when we're dealing with a historical account of what happened, when they're riddled with contradictions, I think that that's a problem. If you don't think that's a problem, then that's fine. But I think that the people listening and wanting to find out if the Bible is true might see that as reason to undermine the trust of the text.
No, first of all, almost everything that we know about those events in terms of modern historical reliability, for example, where is the site of Jesus' crucifixion? Yeah. Unknown.
Allegedly
disputed. There are a couple of potential sites, but it's not known. What day of the year was Jesus born? Unknown. Mm-hmm. We think Jesus lived for 33 years, but let's say that one of the Gospels said it was 33 and the other one said it was 34. Do you think that would actually refute Christianity?
No.
Okay.
No,
it would not.
No.
It would actually be quite understandable that you'd have 2 guys. And they would get that, and they'd be off on that, and this contradiction would be trivial because the issue is not whether Jesus lived for 33 or 34 years old.
Right,
the issue is something.
That's a different kind. Because if you could tell me that the reason why they had specifically chosen those ages was to serve a theological point, knowing that they're willing to sort of adapt history in order to make a theological point. I wouldn't say that point alone undermines Christianity. What I would say is that it undermines our trustworthiness in the Bible. I'm not saying that any one of these contradictions can tell us Christianity is false. Of course not.
But I'm saying
Firstly, the question is not if Christianity is true, it's whether the Bible is true. It may be the case that a man called Jesus came down to earth, rose from the dead. It's just that the gospel accounts get the details wrong, which mean that the Bible is not correct, but the story that the Bible tells is true. It means that Christianity is true, but the Bible is false. That's perfectly consistent.
I'm simply saying that what you're doing is you are supplying a motive that is completely made up, and that I could engage in exactly, let's just take, for example, the 33 versus the 34 years. Now, here's what I'm saying. If there was such a contradiction and I were being you, I would say, the reason that Matthew said it was 33 is because 3 is the number of the Trinity. And so 33 has a certain theological resonance because 3 and 3 is 33. Hold on. And then I would come around and say, well, the reason the other guy said 34 is actually 3 plus 4 is 7. God made the world in 7 days. 7 is known to be a number fraught with theological significance. And I'm saying this is basically Alec's BS.
Dinesh, the gospel writers tell us that's why it happened. They say that the reason the family went to Egypt was to fulfill the prophecy of Hosea.
Okay, and so
in other words, if the gospel writer, and now imagine that the gospel writers had written what you just said. Imagine in the actual text, one of them said he was 33 when he died because of the number 3 and its significance.
Correct.
And another said that he was 34 because of the number 4 and its significance. That would be a contradiction. And in that instance, not just a historical contradiction, but a spiritual and theological one too.
Actually, no, it actually wouldn't.
Oh, come on.
Yes, it wouldn't.
I'll tell you why. You don't think that's a contradiction?
No, it's not a contradiction at all. Because the gospel writers are constantly
contradicting each other.
No.
Nicely timed, Alex. Nicely timed.
Not contradicting each other. If
they
were
are
constantly contradicting each other, you wouldn't have spent half an hour on a single event that, frankly, I haven't even heard of. In fact, no one's ever heard of. I've never ever heard anyone discuss this in any context. So which event? This prophecy about Hosea. I'll go back and look at all this. But what I'm trying to get at is, if you had a
If you don't know it, then you can't claim that he's making it up on the fly. That's bullshit. And I've seen his prior work on this. He's not making up on the fly. This is a legitimate concern that biblical historians have an issue with. It has been brought. I've seen it brought up by him, by Haber. No, what's his name? Shit. He's not the mythicist dude. Oh damn! I lost his name. Godless Engineers brought him up multiple times. And P-Town. You literally asked for a contradiction. PhD Tony and myself both pointed it out to you. The one that Alex brought up. The contradiction in the birth narrative, Jesus' journey out of Egypt as written in Luke, and his presentation at the temple as is done in Matthew. Two different narratives. And Luke, ostensibly telling us exactly why he's writing that, is to fulfill the prophecy in Hosea. Okay? That's a contradiction. And then you literally turned around and just said exactly what Dinesh said. I'll have to look at that one. I haven't heard that one before. Like, you just repeated everything we just watched in this debate. You asked for it. We brought it up, cited it. You said, oh, well, I didn't know about that, so I'll have to get back to you.
So, and this brings into question your earlier assertion. There are no contradictions in the Bible. Well, there are none that you remember, or there are none that you're aware of. How well trained a biblical scholar are you? And if you're not a trained biblical scholar, why are you opening your yap?
Thank you, Richard Taylor. Bart Ehrman. Thank you so much. I don't know why that name got stuck in my head somewhere, because I recently just mentioned him in a video that I did. But yes, Bart Ehrman. Thank you very much.
Plethora of contradictions. You wouldn't be spending the entire debate on one that I'm sure no one in the audience has heard of either.
Hold on.
But okay, you've heard of it. Probably because you've been listening to his YouTube channel, right?
You don't think that this is a highly discussed point of contention in the Gospels, the flight to Egypt and its contradiction with the
flight to Egypt. Look, the flight to Egypt is an important event in the Gospel. I'm not saying.
Dinesh, also, you said, why could you only bring up this one example? Take your pick. The date of Jesus' crucifixion, whether they're to take a staff or not to take a staff, the dating of Jesus flipping the tables at the temple, Mary Magdalene and what she says at the tomb, when the temple curtain rips. In the Gospel of Luke, it says that this happens before Jesus' death. And in the Gospels of Matthew and Mark, it says that it happens afterwards. We can go through any of these contradictions that you like, but the problem is that what you're going to tell me is that it's trivial, and then when I try to explain that it's not trivial, you say, oh, well, I haven't even heard of it, and no one else really cares about this. When other people do, by the way, this is a highly discussed point of contention in the Gospel. All I'm asking you to do is say that this is... when I mentioned the staff in my opening statement, and I said that whether or not they take a staff is a totally trivial contradiction, I'm not bothered by that. If I were a Christian, I would say, yeah, of course, because the texts are not going to perfectly accord. But for some reason, Augustine could not accept this, and so comes up with this ludicrous idea of a literal staff and a metaphorical staff that Jesus is talking about. If you were willing to just say, yes, this is a contradiction, but that doesn't upset the method of Christianity, I think it would be a much more defensible and respectable approach. But instead it seems that you're unwilling to admit that there's even a single contradiction in these texts.
I am saying that the texts are written from 4 different points of view.
But do they contradict each other?
And it is quite possible that on details, Matthew tells you things that are not in Mark, or different than Mark. Contradict Mark.
Contradict Mark.
Yes, contradict Mark. And so the point is, here's my point. You're acting... look, put it this way. You would be scoring a point if you could say, God wrote 4 books and they contradict each other. Just like if you're able to say, Dinesh said this in the beginning of the debate and that at the end of the debate, Dinesh is contradicting himself. On the other hand...
I've already pointed out how you contradicted yourself within 2 sentences, so it's already happened.
But he's about to step into the trap that Alex has laid for him. If you admit that that what is written in the Old and New Testaments is unreliable, then you've got to ask the follow-up question. Okay, where is the boundary? So everything that's written in the Bible is not reliable. So where is the boundary? What is reliable and what is unreliable? Where does that boundary lie? And the only way to answer that question is by applying rational and critical techniques to it. So it's a and those rational and critical techniques preclude us accepting the Bible's more counterfactual claims.
Yeah.
That there was a giant eclipse, that there was an eclipse in Jerusalem, and that there was a giant earthquake that nobody noticed. That the resurrection occurred. These are things that are not attested. There's no evidence in support of these. Therefore, we don't accept them as reliable. We don't accept them as true just because the author of the book says so. He's about. Once you've started peeling this away, once you've started going, okay, here's a contradiction and there's a contradiction and they contradict one another, one of these authors is wrong. You need to, that opens the door for, okay, now it's your problem. You're claiming that part of this book is true. Show me how you know that.
P-Town, I don't know what you're talking about. None of us are talking about the flight to Egypt. We're talking about Jesus's family traveling to Egypt. Okay, I don't know why you're mixing it up with the Old Testament, with the book of Exodus, but by the way, that those events of Exodus are completely fictitious. That shit didn't happen. So there's like literally no extra biblical record throughout anywhere in Egypt that actually reflects any of the events as they took place in the book of Exodus. None of that is reflected anywhere. Those claims exist solely in the Torah, solely in the book of that's literally contained there. Everywhere else that was around there at the time that kept historical records, not just including the Egyptians who were meticulous record keepers, okay, there's no record that reflects what it says in the book of Exodus. So sorry to, yeah.
Also you've got the problem of 2 million Jews wandering for 40 years through the Sinai desert without leaving the slenderest of archaeological evidence.
Right.
Where are their toilet pits? Where are their garbage pits? Where are the cooking fires? 2 million people can't just cross a desert and leave no trace. It doesn't work. So there's absolutely no support for Exodus being a factual claim of any sort. Also, Exodus is exactly the story that has the magic in it. Saul and Moses win a magic duel against the Pharaoh's sorcerers, and it's not claimed that the sorcerers can't do magic. It's that Saul and Moses do better magic. Perhaps you can call their magic a miracle, but the other sorcerers are still able to turn sticks into snakes. And it's just that Saul's stick turns into a bigger snake that eats all the other snake. That's how he wins the duel. The accepting Exodus and of course throughout the book of Exodus, God refers repeatedly to the gods of Egypt, that they exist, that they have powers. There are a lot of theological problems that you open up if you accept Exodus literally. You can't do that without.
Well, P-Town, if you'd been following that, I don't know why you would refer to it. If we're talking about Matthew and Luke, why would your mind go to Exodus? Yeah, it makes no sense whatsoever. It's like if we're talking about contradictions in the Gospels, why did your mind go to Exodus? That doesn't track. And yes, I killed Earl. My mind went there too. My snake is bigger than yours, and so he could dock him. So he docked his snake.
Yes,
I know that. That's how he ate him. Is he docked him? So.
If we have two guys who are here today to go and write an account of this debate, right? And then we look at their accounts, which are authentic, first person. I was their account with a lot of detail. Yep. And one guy says, for example, the lights were dark. The other guy says the lights were dim. Or one guy says, for example, that Dinesh was sitting at a 45-degree angle. Another guy says it was a 50-degree angle.
Yeah. But
These are
now,
not.
now imagine,
and then
now
someone goes, Dinesh was sitting at a 43.5 degree angle because he thought this was a way of maximizing his rhetorical effectiveness for the audience. People would be like,
now imagine somebody said, Alex was wearing a blue jacket, and the reason he was wearing a blue jacket, someone said it's a blue jacket, someone else said it's a red jacket. Who cares? You're quite right. But if somebody said specifically, I know that the reason he was wearing a blue jacket was because there's an upcoming election in the UK that's just been announced, and he was trying to represent the Conservative Party. And somebody else said, I know that the reason he was wearing red, and in fact he told us himself that the reason he was wearing red is because he wanted to support Labour in the upcoming general election in his home country.
Okay, perfect
You would
example.
say, that is a contradiction and means that one of you wasn't paying close enough attention, not just to the colour of my jacket, but the very message that I was trying to get across.
that could well be true. But what I'm getting at is we know, just from normal experience, that if the two of us are sitting in a cafe and we see an accident, these kinds of differences are normal. So let's just say, for example, here's God showing us a revelation, and the revelation can be whatever it is, and you and I write an account of it, and somebody finds that my account of it not only is different than yours, but let's just say, for example, I go, oh, Jesus was wearing a cloak. Another guy goes, he's wearing a robe. For anyone to actually think that this is, in fact, a refutation of the truth of the Bible is ludicrous.
That's not what he claimed.
So,
That's not,
anyway,
that's not it. It's not like refuting it like that. It's saying it's undermining the reliability of this thing. Is that the amount of stock that's being put into it it can be undermined because these contradictions cannot be reconciled. That's the point. It's not saying that because there's a contradiction between Matthew and Luke, the entire Bible should be thrown out. That's not Alex's position at all. So he's just misrepresenting his interlocutor at this point.
In our format, we've agreed to do a flip where you've been asking me questions. Now,
Oh,
let
sure.
me
Yeah,
ask
no,
you
if,
something.
if you've got something to ask.
Let me turn around and ask you questions in a sort of what I think is a more fundamental mode, because it gets to what the Bible really is.
Let's hear it.
Do you think that the universe had a beginning?
I don't know. I would.
Why are we going to science?
Because it's as far away from possible. It's as far away as possible from what he was just getting his ass kicked over. And it's also it has more understanding of the Bible than Dinesh does. So he wants a topic that Alex doesn't know about, so that he can muddy the waters there.
What the literal shit? What the fuck does cosmology have to do with anything in this debate? Wow. Okay, hang on a sec. Do you believe everything came from nothing? What the fuck? I thought that there's been multiple points where Dinesh has lost this debate already, where he's just lost it. He lost it in the opening. Like literally the first 10 seconds he lost it by appealing to Alex's. That's my look. That right there, that look on Alex's face. What? Someone put that and put the what underneath it. Like, what? So, yes, thank you, Rasheen. Yes, you can't be in Egypt and at the temple at the same time. You can't do it. It's a contradiction.
I would suspect yes.
You suspect yes?
Yeah, sure.
How did the writers of the book of Genesis know that?
They
I have no
didn't.
idea. If I'm going
They
to be cynical about this, if they did guess it.
Stop. They didn't know that. They made something up. There are plenty of societies that have creation myths. The Japanese have creation myths. He talked about the Greeks saying that the universe existed forever. They were an exception. The Japanese have creation myths. The Vikings had creation myths. Every culture has a creation myth. Every culture says that there was nothing and then there was something. They guessed right. Their guess happened to be correct in this circumstance. That's not to say that they knew about the Big Bang. Otherwise, they would have been, if they had been shown the Big Bang or if they'd been told about the Big Bang, they would have mentioned it. They didn't. So yeah. Anyway.
50-50 guess. And I also think that if we had
Would
scientific...
it be a 50-50 guess?
Yeah, because, and it might even be worse than that for you, because if we had some kind of scientific popular hypothesis, because of course the Big Bang might not have been the beginning of everything, who knows, right? But like whatever the popular scientific hypothesis is, if it were pointing to an infinite universe, for example, as Einstein thought we lived in, then I'm sure that people would open Genesis. They would say that in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, and say that the earth just means the earth itself, right? Like I think it would be equally easily interpretable on either account.
And good points here, Joshua Lee. You are correct. That it's traditionally held that Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Torah, the first 5 books, which is the Torah, that Moses wrote that. So Moses would be the author of Genesis. I don't know what he means by the writers in that sense. And someone else said something like that. And Richard Taylor, yes, the Hindus actually got close. Their estimation, I believe, in the Vedas was about 4 billion. So they as far as like creation narratives or like, you know, like origin narratives, that they got the closest in determining the age of the universe. So it wasn't exactly correct, but they were the closest, which is interesting because how they got there was ostensibly a kind of a guess. But there, like it's weird that the Hindus got there, but Christians, it was 6 days. Oh, but the 6 days is a total metaphor. Yeah, blah 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 blah, whatever.
All right. So one of my professors at Dartmouth was Robert Jastrow. He headed the Mount Wilson Laboratory, one of the great astronomers of the 20th century.
Sure.
So Jastrow writes in his book, God and the Astronomers, that for 250 years, modern science has been attempting to discover whether the universe had a beginning. Mm-hmm. And you can think of these scientists as ascending a very tall mountain in which there are many pathways. And for many years, with the steady state hypothesis and so on, there were beliefs that the universe was eternal. It never had a beginning. In fact, that was the prevailing point of view. And then Jastrow argues it's almost as if we reached the top of the mountain and there was a bunch of Hebrew prophets or theologians sitting there who had been there from the beginning. Okay. So I'm describing now
who the fuck cares what this guy wrote? I don't care. Like, and his interpretation of the evidence, again, I don't care what that guy wrote. I literally don't. It doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it valid. It doesn't make his it doesn't make it relevant. It's just a story that somebody wrote. And it just, if cosmology supported the existence of a God, then all cosmologists would be theists. All cosmologists are not theists. Therefore, you cannot argue that cosmology supports the existence of a God. This is a ridiculous argument. Anyway, just
Dinesh would have been better off if he'd been like, well, Alex, that's a very good point. It just vanished to like ninja vanish and just trying to get the fuck out of there.
Smoke screen. A true skeptic and a true scientist describing the scientific shock that attends to a discovery that, and I think it is out of the spirit of that discovery for you to go, oh yeah, I mean, it could have been this. It's like tossing a coin. It isn't like tossing a coin. This is a question that's been argued for 2 centuries and only resolved in the last several decades, and resolved decisively in one side and the other. And the fact that you're not willing to just straight out say, yeah, it is actually an astounding fact that we now know.
No. I mean, look, the scientific method has also revealed to us that the Earth was formed about 4.5 billion years ago. That is much later than the sun. The Old Testament account, the Hebrew Bible account, tells us that it was the other way around. So it got that bit wrong.
All right. So we're Yes, the Bible is not.
So sometimes it gets things right, sometimes it gets things wrong, you know?
The Bible is not a
almost
science.
like they were
it's not
guessing.
listing out a scientific.
Well, now hold on a second. You can't now move the goalpost, especially if you're still gonna miss.
The issue. Well, the issue of the origin of the universe is extremely critical.
You just told me that Genesis predicted, or knew about, or somehow knew about the scientific hypothesis of the origin of the universe. Then, when I pointed out another scientific observation that doesn't accord with Genesis, you tell me that Genesis isn't a scientific text to begin with.
Well, if you read Genesis, it is making a astounding claim, which pertains to God. Obviously, God created the heavens and the earth.
Is it making a scientific claim or not? Is it telling us how the universe scientifically formed or not?
It's not telling us how the universe scientifically formed, because if it did, they would be outlining the history of the Big Bang.
Then what's the relevance of bringing this up in the first place?
Because it is stating a conclusion, not a process. It's not telling you how the universe was formed.
Right.
It's not telling you about...
It also doesn't tell us how the sun was formed, but it tells us that it was formed after the earth was. It tells us that that's the case. That's wrong. It's incorrect.
Show me.
Well, I don't have a Bible.
Okay. Well, I've read that passage maybe a dozen times. I have never spotted this contradiction that you're describing, but I'll go back and look at it again.
He's so full of shit.
Yeah, it's a well-known fact that the order of creation is wrong. This is just not, also internally inconsistent. This is another case where the Bible contradicts itself. There's a line: God created man and woman, He created them, and then it goes on to talk about the creation of Adam and Eve. Well, which is it? Have we jumped around in the narrative here? So yes, and that is worth pointing out. Alex is very laconic and precise in the words that he uses. So yeah, and he is pummeling D'Souza here. I don't think that that's a biblical tradition, left-handed Jedi. And historically, Lilith was actually it was a demon, I think. But
yeah,
anyway.
they said, yeah. Annoying trilobite exuviae reef newsletters says, or ATERN, a turn says, Dinesh, get him. Tell him that the CMB is the light from the creation of the sun.
Yeah.
Oh, thick as frick. A number of memberships have been gifted out to people who are subscribed. So congratulations, you were gifted a membership. Enjoy your 1 month membership access to the channel. So,
but again,
on what day is it that God makes the sun? And day 4, I think it's day 3 or day 4, something around there.
You're right, but
when's light
the mainstream
created?
of the Christian tradition does.
When's
It obviously can't be day 4 because the concept of day in the original Hebrew
It's
doesn't mean day.
Sure, but day 4 comes after day 1, right?
Well, it's describing obviously epochs or periods.
Yeah,
yes.
so actually it's much worse, because now the sun is created much later than the earth was.
Well, not necessarily.
You walked into that one, Dinesh.
Yes.
You laid that. You took a shit and you stepped into your own shit. Like you took a shit and you stepped backwards. So that's on him.
Well, show me.
I don't know. I mean, we can read through that. We can find Genesis.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know if that would be the best use of our time. I mean, we can do it if you really want to. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, it's not astonishing.
Let's move on.
Why not? It's not astonishing to me that like if you're making claims about the origin of the universe, especially in the case where if it is making a specific claim in the knowledge that there's a sort of infinite hypothesis and a beginning hypothesis, to take a 50-50 stab, it's not amazing to me. It would be more amazing to me if everything lined up and it gave us an otherwise unknowable historical scientific account of the beginning of the universe. But as you say, that's not even what Genesis is trying to do. So I don't. In other words, I don't understand how this.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Genesis is trying to unfurl I'm saying that Genesis is making a statement about creation, and the statement about creation has a very startling scientific implication. Because if there was a creation, then there obviously wasn't something, and then there was something.
But I mean, it's not just science which can tell
That's
us that the
again. That's not true. There was no point in time where there was nothing.
I know.
This
He
is a
keeps harping on it.
This is a basic point of cosmology. At all points in time, the universe existed. Because time, space-time is a single unit. Time and space are integral. They are connected. So this idiot, he keeps on getting this wrong. And it's not, to me, it's not that hard a concept. It's just do some basic set manipulation. For all elements of the set called time, the universe exists. There is no point in time at which the universe didn't exist.
There are lots of philosophical arguments that people have made, perhaps most famously Al-Ghazali, who argues against for the impossibility of a past infinite universe, and I think does so quite convincingly, with no reference to redshifting and no reference to scientific hypotheses. So it's perfectly possible for somebody to take a pretty studious and educated guess at the fact that the universe had a beginning long before the scientific method told us that that was the case.
I'm not saying that it's not possible to make philosophical arguments. And of course, as you know, there was a tradition in ancient Greece of making philosophical arguments all over the place.
So maybe that's why
let me keep going. It's my time. Let me pose questions.
I'm trying to answer your question. Maybe if you ask me how would they know, isn't this astounding? I would say, well, maybe they just had a philosophical tradition that taught a beginning of the universe, and that's where they got it from.
Except that
it's not inconceivable.
It's not inconceivable, but it's not likely, because when we think of the tradition of Western civilization, we speak of Athens and Jerusalem. We speak of the origins of philosophy starting in about the 8th century BCE, and then really developing first in Greece. And then we talk about the tradition of revelation developing in ancient Jerusalem. Yep. So was there a hidden philosophical tradition? Possible, but probably unlikely. Okay. Let's proceed to the
That's
issue
bullshit.
of
That's bullshit right there. Like, so the Jewish traditions were heavily influenced by Zoroastrianism, Persian philosophy, the encounters with the with Cyrus the Great, Assyrians. And their tendency to assert that their god was an emperor god. These clearly had an impact on the development of Jewish theology. I'm going to recommend a YouTube channel called Esoterica. And Sumerian texts. They borrowed heavily from Mesopotamian literature. So it's this idea that it's all either Jerusalem or Greece is it's a false dichotomy, it is becoming increasingly clear that Dinesh does not know anything about what he's talking about. Nothing. He has touched on no subject on which he has struck me as fully informed or fully thoughtful.
So, P-Town's just making goofy claims there that the cosmology constantly vindicates the Bible. It's like, it does not.
If that were the case, P-Town, all cosmologists would they not? We observe as a fact that all cosmologists are not Christians. Therefore, the claim that cosmology comports with and supports the biblical narrative is simply not true.
And your comment about like the Bible, like the cosmological, I said, give us one like cosmological claim or assertion that vindicates the Bible. And the first thing you said was the volume of stars.
Yeah.
Like
you mean the number of stars? So
I'm guessing the number of stars, but I wouldn't say like the when you say volume, I don't think of volume in like the numerical term. You either say that the amount of stars that are there, like the number of stars, like in the universe.
Wow. So the person who wrote that thing in the Bible was able to look at the sky and say, wow, there are a lot of stars, aren't there? That's what you're saying? That's cosmological validation of the accuracy of the Bible. Are you literally that stupid? It's not an appeal to authority to point out that you're making an assertion about a body of evidence and what its logical conclusion is. You are making a claim that the body of cosmological evidence supports a conclusion. It clearly doesn't, because the people most familiar with that body of evidence don't reach the same conclusion as you do.
Here, okay, that was just a pre-shock. That was just a pre-shock. I felt it. I felt the Temblor coming.
Capacity of some of the historical events described in the Bible. Would you say that figures like Jeremiah, David, are these historical figures or mythological figures?
I'd say I don't know for certain, but I would say that the Bible is certainly attempting to paint them as historical figures.
Forget what it's attempting to do. You've been trying to.
So I don't know, but
you don't know. You have no idea.
Happy to say yes.
Okay, so on a.
I mean, I would predict yes. I would say yes.
You would say yes.
That's what I would imagine. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that Sodom and Gomorrah are historical cities?
Probably, yeah.
Probably yes. Would you say that Pontius Pilate was a real person?
Yes.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Would you say that? All right. Now, these statements that you're saying now were in no way known to be true until recent decades.
Some of those, I'm not sure.
All the ones I mentioned.
If you're talking about like archaeology,
I'm talking biblical archaeology. Let me give you an example of what we're talking about.
Archaeology can't prove the historical existence of a person very easily.
Well, let me go into this a little bit here.
And also, I want to make sure we're using the time wisely here. You could give me a sound archaeological bit of evidence that all of these people existed that is in no way tells us about the truth of the stories that are attributed to them.
No, it does. Well, let me put it this way. For many centuries, this is a whole tradition of biblical scholarship in the 19th century. In fact, really until in some cases 10, 15, or 20 years ago, there was absolutely no evidence historically for the existence, for example, of a Hezekiah, Jeremiah, David, let alone actual locations for David's palace.
Sure. Hezekiah's tomb.
Dinesh is completely off. I like that. Alex is cool, but Alex's good nature, I think, is just kind of like he's given him the rope he needs to hang himself. None of this is fucking relevant, and Dinesh is trying to get us into the weeds as best he can. In order to, and I know that Alex is really good at veering it back on track. He's really good at that. But this is just Dinesh. This is Dinesh burning time. This is what he's doing.
Well, he's burning time, but so the argument he's making is that there's archaeology. We found a textual reference from the early first millennium BCE, detailing the house of David. It seems to be perhaps around 800 BCE, that sort of date. And this is an interesting external to the Bible validation, but that in no way substantiate that the events of David's life were as they are described in the Bible, that he fought Goliath or anything like that. Just as if we have found many tombstones from the 6th century CE, Common Era, in and around England, well, in and around the UK, in Brittany and in Wales, bearing the name Arthur. That doesn't mean that any of them were King Arthur, nor does it mean. And there's a 6th century poem called the Godothan, which makes a reference to a warrior and then says, "But he was no Arthur." Even if we accept that the Arthur they were referring to was real, that doesn't make the Holy Grail real. That doesn't that doesn't mean the Round Table is real. That doesn't mean that any of the myths that we now associate with King Arthur are real. So historical existence of individuals or places does not substantiate the details of the events. This is not a valid syllogism. Yeah,
Right.
I'm kind of ignoring P-Town. Seriously, mate, you've got no evidence. You've got no idea of what evidence is or how it works. If you think that cosmology backs up the Bible, it's a simple case of confirmation bias. You want the Bible to be true, therefore you look at the facts around you and you interpret them in a way that supports the Bible. Well, good for you. I didn't. I used to do exactly the same thing when I was religious, but I never made the mistake that you apparently do of assuming that your religion is exclusively true. You're wrong. You're post facto reinterpreting evidence to back up a position that you want to hold because it brings you emotional comfort. That's your choice, and good luck to you. I wish you every happiness doing it. But don't try and make arguments that you think might sway other people, because you're bad at it. Anyway.
Hezekiah's
his tunnels.
Tunnels. Now, let me tell you something I discovered. I was getting a tour recently, a few months ago, in Israel from the guys at Hebrew University, and they were talking about an archaeologist named Elliot Mazar, who's what she calls herself a biblical archaeologist. She's not a Christian or even a believer, but the way that she does archaeology is this. She has the Bible in one hand and the pickaxe in the other. And the approach to it is pretty simple. It is, I want to find David's palace. Now, no one has ever heard of David's palace is in the Bible, but there's no independent corroboration of it at all. There's a foundation in Jerusalem called the City of David Foundation. They have a little office. Dr. Elliot Mazar walks in their office and says to them, "You have to move your office because the palace of David is in the ground underneath your office." And these guys are like, "How would you know that?" And Dr. Mazar says, because if you read the Bible, it will tell you that David, when he built his palace, brought in Phoenician builders who brought materials from Phoenicia and also brought Phoenician building expertise. The Phoenicians were apparently the builders of the day. And so Dr. Mazar says, we have found Phoenician seals, Phoenician coins, Phoenician inscriptions here. And so I predict that the palace is right underneath here because the Bible tells me that that's how that palace was built. So
David's palace exists?
David's palace is there for you to see today.
Okay.
And it is in the exact location of where it was said to be. And what I'm getting at is the archaeological approach here is to use the Bible as an archaeological tool. The location.
Okay, so this is again, it's a flawed syllogism. The people writing the Bible were writing for an audience who knew these things. They were writing for an audience that, so they were writing for other Jews. They were writing for people in Jerusalem. This story was going to be read by these people. So they did their best to keep things as factual as they could. So the fact that something turns out to be factual doesn't validate the rest of it. This is like saying that because Spider-Man is set in Manhattan, we know that Spider-Man is true. Because Spider-Man, archaeologists coming along reading Spider-Man saw a reference to the World Trade Center and they can go and do archaeology around it. That doesn't make the events of Spider-Man true.
Right.
So anyway.
Okay, I'm going to hit play. Give me just a second. I just heard my dog bark. I think I need to pop him out. So I'll be back just real quick. And I'm also going to grab a drink. So.
All right.
Of Sodom and Gomorrah. There was a lot of speculation that said Sodom and Gomorrah were cities over here or cities over there, but actually makes no sense because A, what we know about Sodom and Gomorrah is that they were once flourishing cities. 2, they were burned to ashes. 3, Abraham supposedly could see the smoke from a long ways away. And so these locations of Sodom and Gomorrah were never found until recently. By recently, I mean recent decades. An archaeologist, again in the Eliot Mazar tradition, takes the Bible and says, for Sodom and Gomorrah to exist, it's not enough to just go looking and see if we find stuff and go, hey, is this Sodom and Gomorrah? Let's actually follow the tracks of the Bible. Let's follow the map provided admittedly in very sketchy terms. The Bible is not trying to give you a map, but it's giving you clues. And based on the...
Okay, so just for clarification, it's my understanding that there have been a number of sites that a number of different groups have all pointed to as being the ancient sites of Sodom and Gomorrah, but in actuality that there is no site has been positively confirmed. No one site has been positively confirmed to be those cities. Upon excavation, there's never been anything that's been unearthed that has indicated this is where we were, or this is what the city was. So now we have been able to do that with other cities, like with the capital of the capital city of Hattusa, of the Hittites, because there's the biblical version of the Hittites, and then there's the actual historical version of the Hittites, which are not the same. So, but when Hattusa was uncovered, we were able to confirm that was that city. It's how we know where that was. But any site that's been excavated in the ancient world where people have claimed that it was Sodom and Gomorrah has not been independently confirmed to be those actual cities. There have been actually a number of sites that have been uncovered. As a matter of fact, just a cursory glance, Associates for Biblical Research reported on it. All Israel News reported on it. Gateway Center for Israel reported on it. And there's been a number of YouTube videos and shit like that. But Christian Answers have done it. And several of those have reported different places. Just like the multiple accounts of people biblical archaeologists finding the Ark. There's been multiple locations, none of which have panned out. They've all just been rock formations that have been looked at a particular angle. So yeah, nothing these have not been confirmed. Dinesh is talking like they have been confirmed. Oh, they found them. It's no.
Yeah.
No.
And this is a typical sort of anti-scientific strategy of cherry picking evidence. I'll ignore all of the evidence that refutes the historicity of various points of the various biblical narratives, and I'll focus instead on the bits where it's validated. If you want to talk about the accuracy of the Bible, let's talk about the complete absence of any historical evidence supporting Exodus. Why don't we start there? Why don't we start with the magic jewel? It's one of my favorites. You want to talk to me about how the Bible is true? Explain this. I'm less and less. I don't understand why this D'Souza guy is famous.
Yeah.
To be brutally honest.
Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Someone has to be on screen, so yeah.
Okay.
These clues, the actual Sodom and Gomorrah is located, and you dig into it, and guess what? You find the remains of an ancient city, and you also find ash and debris. In other words, there was an ancient city there. It was completely burned to the ground. So one of the great cities of the ancient world then becomes an absolute nothing, and has been an absolute nothing since. And not only does the Bible describe these events, but it says exactly that. That these great cities will cease to exist and will never be resurrected again, as they have not been to this day.
If I may, because I'm beginning to suspect this isn't a question, I might just jump in here. Sure, yeah, okay. So the authors of the Hebrew Bible. So
my conclusion.
So if I might answer the question, I mean, it is your time, but I need to be able to speak as well. The Bible contains accurate data about where archaeologically we can find the ruins of ancient cities. Okay, that's not too extraordinary to me. I have no problem saying that the people who wrote these texts knew where these places were with exact precision. And in fact, notice what's happening. Notice what's happening, in my view. What's happening is that the Bible is a historical text and a scientific text when it needs to be, and it's not one when you don't want it to be. So when I said a moment ago, here's a relatively mundane historical fact about the Gospels, you said, well, the fact that some mundane historical fact should undermine Christianity is ludicrous. But now you're telling me that a mundane historical fact is enough to buttress Christianity. I don't think you can have your cake and eat it too in that case.
I'm not trying to have my cake and eat it too. I'm simply saying that if somebody gives a true account of events, complete with small details that are incidental to the narrative, the Bible refers to very minor figures at times. Let's take, for example, Caiaphas. Caiaphas is one of the 2 high priests who is present at Jesus' trial. We don't even know his first name. He's mentioned as Caiaphas. The historian Josephus calls him Josephus Caiaphas. And that is the only indication from Josephus, and only one source, and a source writing a little later, of what this guy's name even was. And until recently, a few decades ago, there was absolutely no corroboration that there was ever a guy even named Caiaphas.
So I assume I actually got a bunch done. I actually got new batteries for my vape. I got a drink. I let the dogs out, and I went to the restroom.
Mm-hmm.
So I tried to make it quick. From what I heard, Alex is pointing out, like, I mean, this is, he was trying to be nice, but he's basically pointing out that this is all irrelevant. That this is, that like none of this is pertinent, and I don't know. But Dinesh still wants to stay in the weeds because he's avoiding it as best as possible.
And the same is true here. If within a century of the life of Caiaphas, life of Jesus, the gospel authors were making up priests. The Jewish church, the Jewish clergy would have been all over it. They would have been saying, no, there was never anybody called Caiaphas. We've got the records. We know who was here. This is a supremely literate society with meticulous record keeping, particularly in and around the temples. So, yes, they're not going to fabricate from whole cloth. They're going to insert historical figures into their narrative. Again, this is just not surprising. This doesn't in any way suggest that the narrative is non-fictional. It's precisely the sort of detail. If somebody were writing an allegedly historical story set in 1962 and decided to make Eisenhower the president, the readers would go, well, we know that Eisenhower wasn't president at this point, right? You fucked up because JFK was president at that point. People writing stories if they want their stories to be interpreted as historically valid or set in a particular historical period, they make certain that the locations and the personalities involved are as accurate as they can make them. And that within a generation or two of the events described in the Gospels, people still knew that there was a head priest called Caiaphas. not astonishing to me. So, these are utterly facile.
I like this. Tony Regime says, "Were Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John the Hebrew equivalent of Penny Dreadful novels?" I like it.
Except now, not only do we have inscriptions with his name, we actually have his bones.
But Dinesh, what does this matter?
Okay, so what I'm getting at
what
is,
does it matter
to the question?
Why does it matter?
Why does this matter?
Because if somebody is giving a true account of events, a guy comes running into this room and he goes, "Guess what? I've just witnessed a murder." He's going to give us a lot of accounts and a lot of detail, right? Now,
look, if somebody was trying to claim that Moses parted the Red Sea, and I said, well, how could you possibly know that's the case? And you said, well, look, we didn't have any evidence that a guy called Moses existed, but we've discovered this rock where someone wrote Moses was here.
No.
Great, okay, we know Moses existed, and maybe we know where he existed, but the actual events, the stories that are attributed to these characters are in no way supported by anything that you're saying. And that's the important thing. I think that's what people are interested in. I doubt that anybody in this room, and they can make themselves known if they're here, I don't think anybody in this room either thinks that it's important or is troubled in their skepticism by the existence of these people and the real existence of the places that are described in the Old Testament.
Right, and neither do I think that a single Christian believer in the world would be shaken by anything that you've said today. So let's really try to meet in the middle on the stuff that really matters. And I think what we're really saying, when you mentioned the parting of the Red Sea, to me, it's like, now we're talking. Because we're talking about...
These are different. These are
categorically different types of events.
I mean what you just said, these are different because people are troubled by what I say and they're not troubled by what you say. Because for an atheist to say that Hezekiah existed doesn't mean they can't be an atheist. For a Christian to say that Jesus didn't historically rise from the dead means that they're not a Christian.
Correct.
So these are different. They're asymmetrical.
They're asymmetrical. So let's pick up the.
So it matters. It matters when the historical elements are wrong.
Keep him on
in terms
point.
Of our grand conclusion. For the Christian, it matters when the history gets it wrong. For the atheist, it doesn't matter when the history gets it right.
What I'm saying is that if someone gives a true account of events, it is normal for the accounts to vary, to differ, in some cases to have minor contradictions. Sure. The real question is did the thing that's being described actually happen?
Okay, so
let's turn to that.
Do you think, for example, that the slaughter of the Amalekites that I mentioned before actually happened?
Probably, of course.
And if that happened, I mean, we haven't spoken about the concept of moral truth. I'd like to get the time to do so.
We can come to that, but let's stay with what I think you were about to get to, which I think is the heart of the matter that we haven't even gotten to, and that's this. The Bible is where the Bible is the most unbelievable is in its account of astounding and miraculous events.
Sure.
Right? Healings. Let's take the most outrageous event of all, which is, let's just say, bringing a guy back from the dead.
Yeah.
Presented in the Bible as a miracle.
Talking about Lazarus here, rather than
I'm talking about Lazarus. Yes, Lazarus. Perfect. Now, for a Christian would say this: the Bible doesn't try to prove it, it simply asserts it. In fact, it presents it as a truth of revelation, if you will. God revealed this. It's a miracle, which is to say that it is not something that happens within the seeming known laws of nature, which we'll talk about in a moment.
It's a supernatural claim. You could have just said that, dude.
And the question really here is, are these kinds of miracles possible? If you say, are they implausible, or are they rare, or is it difficult to believe, the Christian is like right with you.
I think the question is, did they happen?
Did they happen? Right.
Okay, so for all intents and purposes, given what we know about how apoptosis occurs, yes, such an event would be impossible, given the length of time that the individual was dead. And then moving forward, we would say that once apoptosis occurs, that the cells are dead. There's nothing to generate ATP like that. You have to appeal to magic. That's the only thing. And if you have to appeal to magic to justify your claim, you have no justification to say that is a true thing that occurred. You don't, because you're simply saying, magic occurred. Magic or mystery. That's literally a logical fallacy.
Well, I would argue from a slightly different direction. So we have a claimed event that somebody, that somebody was risen from the dead. Well, does it happen that some people are diagnosed as dead when they actually aren't?
Also true. Yeah.
Yes.
But I mean, I'm going off Lazarus was supposedly dead for 4 days.
Yeah. Well, people can be in comas, in death-like comas for 4 days.
Also true.
So this is not impossible. So are there other is it possible that he was in a coma and recovered? Yes, it was. Is it possible that he was in a coma and received treatment? Yes, it is. Is it possible that the author was making it up? Yes, it is. Is it possible that the author was mistaken in what he was reporting? Yes, it is. All of these things are possible explanations for what happened. And they are infinitely more probable than the claim that Jesus made the person rise from the dead. Also, it should be pointed out that many early Christian saints were equally able to raise people from the dead. It took a long time for sort of people writing hagiographies to work out that perhaps if every saint does this, it ceases to be special. So you can find a lot of early Irish saints and a lot of early saints from across the Christian world raising people from the dead. Why? And now a lot of Christian authors would reject those claims. They would reject those as unreliable reports, but they accept that it's true for Jesus. This is the definition of special pleading. We are forced to assess these as fact claims, and it is not plausible that they are true as reported. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. They were only mostly dead. Yes.
Oh ho ho! Look who knows so much. You've been mostly dead all day.
Yeah, I think that there's.
Why can't my
I think that
move?
there's. Tony Regime is right. I'd heard this recently, but there was a. Was it Alexander whose corpse didn't die?
Yeah, it is. It's rumored the possibility that Alexander was declared dead when he actually wasn't, and he actually was I remember like hearing about it at one point, was that Alexander didn't die from what they thought he died of, that it may have been the mummification process that killed him. Yeah, because he actually was either like, it wasn't locked in syndrome, but like he was paralyzed is what it was.
Yeah.
Like completely and utterly paralyzed. And so he couldn't respond to anything. And so they thought he was dead, and respiration had been reduced to a point where they couldn't like discern that he was breathing. And so they actually, they likely killed him when they mummified him. So
yeah, and I mean, sort of the whole concept of the wake was to try and was to give people an opportunity to wake up, because it happened occasional times. And there were stories of vampires where people were dug up and were had been bleeding and had tried to sort of claw their way out of coffins, etc. It happens. It's a historical thing that occurs.
That's why we give them little bells so they can ring it and be like, "Hey, I'm down here."
Yes. And so there are a number of different ways of interpreting this story. And I wouldn't consider this the most miraculous event in the New Testament. I would consider the resurrection to be the most miraculous event in the New Testament.
Yeah.
But it's just there are many other explanations other than taking this at face value from propagandists for the person involved.
But I'm not dead yet. Oh, shut up. You'll be stone dead in a moment. I don't want to go on the cart.
Right? And here's where the Christian and the atheist are on common ground, because the Christian and the atheist would both say that based upon ordinary experience, it can't happen.
Sure.
Because otherwise it wouldn't be a miracle.
So what evidence might we have to suggest that these miraculous events as described in the Gospels did happen?
I'm saying that because the miraculous events, the Christian would simply say, if God exists, miracles are obviously possible.
Sure, I agree.
The atheist has a higher burden. And that is, the atheist has to say that whether or not God exists, which is not the topic of our debate here, miracles are impossible. Because if they're possible...
They don't have to say that.
You don't have to say that?
Not at all.
You don't have to say that. You say it is possible for a man to be raised from the dead.
I can say that that's possible without thereby...
But you're saying, but this particular one didn't happen, but the event is possible.
Without thereby in any way telling us anything about whether it happened as reported to
Is
Lazarus.
it possible is it possible for the Red Sea to be parted?
Sure, why not?
It is.
Okay.
Okay.
Is
it possible for a...
But what does that do for us? Is it possible that Muhammad flew to heaven on a winged horse?
Or split the moon.
So here's our problem. Then.
Well, hold on. Yes or no?
Yes, of course it's possible.
Of course it's possible. So that means that, the miraculous events as described in Islam, you've got such a higher burden of proof than the Muslim does if you're having a debate with a Muslim.
But
because you have to say that's impossible.
I am not trying to prove the veracity of this or that miracle. I freely admit that I can't do that.
I'm not trying to prove the veracity of this
but
or
you
that
can't
miracle.
disprove it either.
I don't. So this gets to me. This is something that I've been considering about. Christians treat belief like it's a binary, like it's a binary choice. We all have a series of beliefs. The degree to which those beliefs are founded depends on the amount of supporting evidence we have for those beliefs. So I am very confident that the sun will rise tomorrow. I'm very confident that the sun is a large ball of incandescent gas about 150 million kilometers away. I am very confident.
You had to go with the kilometers, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Because God, and I'm not. Screw you and you.
You had to go with the king's units, didn't you?
But these things that I hold as facts are held with a degree of confidence related to how much evidence I have supporting them. Do I believe that there is a person called David Evans living in Wales? It strikes me as extremely plausible that there is somebody called David Evans living in Wales. I don't know that to be true. If somebody came up with evidence that suggested it wasn't true, I'd be surprised, but I wouldn't be astounded, and my worldview wouldn't change on accord. Can we accept that there might be an instance where somebody appeared dead for 4 days and came back to life? Yes, I accept that is possible.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't need to prove that something is impossible. And in fact, I can't prove that it's impossible. That's not possible. All I can say is, according to the evidence I have, it is, I can be proven wrong, but I can't ever prove it right. This is how science works. Science is all about falsifying incorrect hypotheses. It's not about proving something right. And this is and Dinesh claims to have scientific training and is getting this wrong. The idea is the burden is not on the atheist to prove that miracles are impossible. The burden is on the Christian or the theist to prove that they are possible.
No, of course I can't disprove it.
Exactly.
But that's not my task yet. That's like me saying, I think that, I don't know, to take your Shakespearean example, I think that, spoiler alert,
Well, we don't need a Shakespearean example.
Romeo took the poison.
Let's take an actual.
And if you said, well, hold on, how do you know that actually happened? And I said, well, you can't prove that it didn't.
Well, let's pick an actual example that pertains to Christianity. Let's talk about something I raised earlier.
We've got about 5 minutes before Q&A,
Okay.
by the way.
Do you believe that there is life after death?
I don't know.
You don't have no idea.
Yeah, I'm agnostic on that.
So if I say that there's life after death, am I being unreasonable?
I don't think so.
Not at all.
It depends on your reasons.
It depends on.
I would say that is an irrational claim. Yes, if you were saying that if you're making the positive claim that there is life after death, I mean, you can say that you believe it, and then we have to look at your justifications as to why, and your reasoning why. We have to look and see if that is if you are justified in that belief. If your belief is unjustified, your belief is, therefore irrational. If it's predicated upon this, like you're basically saying, oh, I have faith that there is, or the Bible says that there is, or whatever, that is irrational. That is like literally the definition of irrational. Is that you're predicating literally rationalism. Sorry, rationalism is the eschewment of emotion, is what it is. So
let me sort of put, and I think that Alex is going to go here, in the sense that if you are willing to interpret certain emotional experiences as being revelatory, as being sort of experiences of the divine presence in your thoughts and in your life, if you accept that as true, then this may lead you to various conclusions. Now, whether or not you're prone to accept that as true is kind of down to chance, but you can't really say to somebody, your experiences are unreasonable. So most Christians, in my experience, have some interacting with them, and so therefore they take that and they apply that to other elements, and that personal revelation is not something that they can show you. They can't pull it out. They can't wave it around. They can't subject it to tests. And we might argue that that's irrational, that that's not there, but it's their experience. They have no choice but to accept their experience as real. We all have to accept our perception of reality as having validity until we're proven otherwise. So anyway, and this is where I think that Dinesh and P-Town are coming from, is that they have personal revelations that motivate them, and I'm not going to say that they're wrong. What I am going to say is that doesn't convince me of anything that you're claiming. And if you want to convince me of something that you're claiming, you're going to have better evidence than I think it.
Yeah, P-Town, I mean, it comes down to it. I'm an atheist, and whether you want to parse out, like the, agnosticism or igtheism or atheism or whatever or like that, but in that respect, I am an atheist, I identify as an atheist. So what you need to do is present the evidence that your God exists, okay? Because that's the only thing that would literally contradict my position. I don't believe it. I don't possess the belief that a God exists. Certain gods I know don't exist because they're logically contradictory by their very attribute definitional attributes. So if you want to refute me, then you need to demonstrate that your God exists. Provide the independently verifiable evidence that your God actually exists. And then you'll make me a theist. It won't necessarily make me a Christian, but I wouldn't be able to be an atheist anymore because you've demonstrated that God exists. You're making the claim, the burden of proof is on you. So thus far, any argumentation or evidence that's been presented has been insufficient as to warrant belief. So done.
I would argue that that's actually superfluous, and I would argue that the parable of the Good Samaritan is all about the central message there is that Samaritans were a distinct religious group that most Jews didn't consider to be correct. They considered them heretics, and so the point that the Samaritan is the good person, he's the one who shows charity, he's the one who looks after his neighbor. The point of that parable seems to me that being a good person or not is independent of the intricacies of your religious dedication. It's about how you behave to the people around you. And I think that it's perfectly possible to be an ethical and thoroughly concerned individual and be an atheist. So it's that mingling of religion, where you insist that ethics, morality, and religion go hand in hand, are intertwined. I don't believe that, and so that's
my reasons. But what I'm saying is, if I were to tell you that there is no empirical way to prove this one way or the other, my faith, let's say, that there's life after death, is just as reasonable as someone who says there isn't.
Incorrect, because I'm going to just flat out. Alex may come at it differently, but faith is the worst. Faith is not an epistemological tool. It never will be. Like, faith is literally an appeal to emotions. It's literally what you feel to be true. That's why the Greeks had specific words, had a specific word for faith and a specific word for knowledge. That's why there is a distinction made between the two things. So these things are not the same. Faith is not knowledge. Faith is simply belief that you want to believe, or you hope is true, that you want to be true, but cannot be verified by evidence or independently confirmed by anybody else. That's why there's a difference between pistis and gnosis. That's basic, okay? So faith is not a tool of epistemology. Like, legitimately, throw it out the window. Faith is not how you know shit. So just make that clear. That's how I tell it.
So this is a point that I was trying to, that you don't know about, like life after death, the existence of God, etc. You should have no confidence in, because you've got no evidence for that. You don't know that to be true. You haven't experienced it. So, and anything that you have experienced that you've attributed to God could just be your brain malfunctioning, or, a result of indoctrination as a child. But you shouldn't be afraid to say, as Alex has said several times, I just don't know the answer to that question. And that's perfectly okay. But I'm not going to accept something as true when I don't have any evidence that it is. I feel he's putting up a really good example here. So I should stop prattling and let him carry on.
Sure, it depends on what the reasons that are given are, of course, but sure.
We're talking about the reasons that are actually available, not the person who's giving a reason may give the best or not the best reason.
It's pedantic, but I'm happy to say yes. I just want to be careful what I say, because people might get the wrong impression of my beliefs. But yeah, sure. I mean, sure. We've got two people. One says life after death. One says not. They're both just as reasonable as each other.
They're both just as reasonable.
Sure. That can be.
Okay. Excellent. Okay. Good. I wanted to clarify that point particularly because
what's this got to do with the truth of the Bible?
Well, all I am saying is that the claims of miracles, you and I are not going to be in a position to go back and see whether or not Jesus raised a man from the dead,
well,
right?
It's not all you say. It's not all you're saying.
The Christian is perfectly willing to take that on faith.
You think that did happen, and you're taking it on faith, and that's fine. Like,
yes.
More power to you. And in fact, I envy your ability to believe things despite what
well, don't you take a lot of things on faith?
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
Plenty of things on faith.
Oh, yeah, all the time.
So all the things that you take on faith are things that you think are not unreasonable, but the things that Christians take on faith are to you unreasonable because they can't be corroborated with historical evidence.
Is that what I said? I don't remember saying that.
So are the Christian beliefs on faith just as reasonable as everything that you believe on faith?
It can be, depending on the reasons, but the veracity of the gospel accounts and the Old Testament prophecy, I think, is unreasonable to believe in. Not life after death, that's fine, you can believe that. Not like, a man called Jesus.
This is where Alex and I kind of diverge, is that no, given the understanding of what faith is, and I think he's willing to go down this road because he understands that he can navigate it if he's operating by the Hebrews, by the book of Hebrews, understanding of what faith is, and I get that, and he's willing to parse it out. I don't hold faith in anything. I have confidence based upon the evidence that is a sliding scale that goes up or down, that it helps to inform my certitude. And while certitude, I mean, I'm kind of like referencing Wittgenstein right there. But when it comes down to it, it doesn't have to be absolute to be knowledge, and it doesn't have to. So in that sense, all we need is the ability to justify our certitude in that. And so in that respect, I get where Alex is going, but I kind of like, I diverge from him on this. I would like, no, I do not. There's nothing that I hold on faith at all.
Yeah,
If something requires faith, I reject it until evidence comes along that can put me in, push me in one direction or the other. So,
well, I mean, the term faith is a little bit nebulous. If I take out my phone and order takeaway, I have an expectation, a confidence that it will arrive. Some may characterize that as faith. So you can get into the pedantics of what that means.
I'd say they were conflating. I'd say they were trying to conflate faith with confidence in order to give faith more merit, and I see that all the time. It's like they can't conflate the two. Yeah.
But the central point is, as you say, that your confidence is something. Your confidence in something, it depends on the available evidence for it, and the available evidence relating to it, and how much research you've done into the evidence. So I have confidence in a lot of the results of quantum mechanics, even though I'm not actually that au fait with it. So if somebody came up with some surprising results, I wouldn't be so staunch. But the quote I really wanted to bring in, because you're making a lot of references to philosophers and various approaches to epistemology. But I came across a quote from Feynman recently, who said that philosophy is about as useful to scientists as ornithology is to birds.
True. I'd agree. Absolutely. I agree with that.
So, the philosophers have all these debates about how stuff is true and, how much confidence sort of thing. And scientists just go, well, we're going to do experiments and we're going to gather data and we're going to try and work out what we can know, what we're confident in this. And I think it sort of shows a difference in attitude. But it's okay to say that was wrong. It's okay to say I don't know. It's okay to say that could be true. But I don't think that. I feel like this. What Dinesh has been doing is saying you have faith in stuff. We all have what could be called faith in stuff, but that, if you want to use the word faith in that sense, but that faith is proportional to the supporting evidence and expectations derived from that evidence. It's not faith based on zero evidence.
Yeah. I'd say, and I agree with you. The older I get, even though I'm not nearly as, wizened as you, but the older I get, the less use, the less grand use I have for philosophy. In that respect, I understand that there are philosophical principles that are important, like understanding the difference between epistemology and ontology, understanding the classical laws of logic, understanding there's important things in that respect. But like when we talk about like metaphysical speculation and shit like that, I pretty much side with Wittgenstein on that. He's one of my favorite philosophers, and that in the history of metaphysics, everything from fucking Thales all the way up to goddamn Kant. Okay, where it was like everything is from everything is fucking fire to everything is noumena or whatever like this. Wittgenstein is pretty much metaphysical speculation is bullshit. It really is, and I have no time for it whatsoever. When people start to go, "Look, metaphysics," is like, no, it's no point in trying to get lost in that sea of murky subjective bullshit. So in that respect, I agree with you. I have very, very little time for it, and I just understand that there's some key things that people need to learn that will serve them very well, but do not get lost in it, because I will tell you, the older a person gets, Who they are at 20 is not who they are at 60 or 70 or 80.
Yep.
Like literally, philosophical viewpoints will change as you encounter more, as you experience more, as you meet more people, as you come to conclusion, as you learn throughout life. Your philosophical positions will change. There's a reason why they change, because philosophical fields are really good at parsing out a couple of really important points and then couching that shit in a bunch of irrelevant nonsense. Okay?
Yeah.
That's what I found. Is like, so that's why Celsus is like also one of my favorite philosophers and a staunch critic of Christianity, is because Celsus, was considered very eclectic in his philosophy, but he was also willing to call shit out on its face. You know, the idea that Christians spend all this time devoting all this energy and time to converting the vulgar and the wicked and the desperate, yet refuse to engage in debate with wise men. It's like that was Celsus's big thing about that. Is like you want to convince all these ignorant people who are just desperate and afraid and vulgar and whatever. You want to focus on the destitute who are looking for something, yet the people who aren't looking for something or have found something somewhere else, you won't come to us and literally lay down why what you have is correct. Like, you refuse to do it. And that is a big point of contention that's been around since fucking Origin of Alexandria. We're talking 2nd century shit. Okay? That's what's important about that. And think about that. Think about that philosophically speaking. Origin of Alexandria, staunch proponent of Christianity, big name in 2nd century philosophy. His big rival was Celsus. Okay, Celsus is the big rival of Origin, and Origin had such a freaking problem with Celsus. Imagine in the 2nd century a hatred so strong, okay, that Origin would literally write a book titled Against Celsus, where he attacks Celsus directly, okay, but based on what he says. But the only reason we know what Celsus said was because Origin of Alexandria, despite all his consternation, recognized that Celsus was making extraordinarily valid points. And the only reason we have Celsus's work, his only surviving work, which was the True Word, the only reason we have that is because Origin copied it and used it in his own work, and cited him. And so that's how we were able to assemble the True Word by Celsus. It's because Origin saved it in his work against Celsus. That's mind-boggling to me.
This is a really interesting part of historiography, which I was talking about before. Oftentimes, you can tell. For instance, there are a lot right about how women should be treated. They should be kept in their gynaeceums. They should be they should dress modestly. They should this, that, and the other. And you look at all of these descriptions and you go, well, okay, but why did people feel they needed to write this down so much? If women were being treated this way, if women, if this was the societal norm, they wouldn't need to, right? So you can kind of, just misspelled Origin. You need.
Oh no, it's Origin, Origen, but I like that. So Origin is the origin of our knowledge on Celsus. It's like, kinda, yeah. Like, we knew the guy existed, but the body of his work, I just find it hilarious. And yes, it's like ancient. It's like old school. I like this old school rap battle to drive book sales, or ancient YouTube beef. That's essentially what it was. These two philosophers, and it's like, that motherfucker Celsus, and he couldn't stand him, yet he addressed him. He wrote a book. He hated him so much he had to write a book called Against Celsus just to attack the man. I find that hilarious that we are still engaging in this shit today. Like, it hasn't changed.
That is it is always very interesting to read these books and just go, I know people who are like this, who argue just like this.
Holy shit.
Yes, from thousands of years ago, and they're just they are just like modern humans. Like they make
Second
the
century Eastern Hemisphere,
Yes.
motherfuckers just like this motherfucker right here. Like you can see Origin of Alexandria reading Celsius like, ain't this some buttery bullshit?
Yeah.
Oh, I fucking love it, dude. It's like how much they change, how much they stay the same, man.
Yeah.
Jesus rose from the dead, fine. But the idea that the Bible
I gotta let the dogs
comports
in
with
real
reality either in mythological sense, in an allegorical sense, in a moral sense, or in a in the sense of historicity.
Let's talk about the moral sense, since you raised it, and we'll just talk about it briefly.
I want to make sure we've got time for Q&A. But look, I can reread the text if you like. The Amalekites.
Well, let's not talk about the Amalekites, in part because here's the problem. For most Christians, the Old Testament is different than the New and is seen through the light of the New. So
but if
you want to go to, Dennis Prager, who has written about this from a Jewish perspective, has written about the Deuteronomy, the Book of Kings, the Amalekites.
Sure, we can bring him out
what he considers
later,
to be the justifiable massacre of the Canaanites. I don't really want to go there because...
Well, I know why you don't want to go there.
Well, the reason I don't want to go there, the Old Testament is full of horrific massacres.
Okay, what happened? Sorry. God, of course I stepped away right at that moment.
So they've decided to discuss the morals of the Bible, and Alex wanted to talk about the Amalekites, and Dinesh's response was, well, that's Old Testament. We don't, I don't want to. Like exactly the argument that, sort of having made a big point about how, the Christians accept the Old Testament, but Jews don't accept the New Testament because they're all Jewy or whatever. Just like it's
freaking Jewy Jewstein over here.
It is the most absurd fucking double standard. Like, oh well, genocide in the Old Testament, and I don't want to get into that. Well, yeah, because it's a loser for you.
What are you doing, big dog? Sorry, my big dog came to visit me. What are you doing? Okay. You want to say hi? Say hi to the peoples. They're the peoples. Give me kisses. It's Uncle Boy. Yes, big dog.
Yes, and
that is hold on.
Massacres which are ordained.
Massacres which appear to be ordained by Yahweh directly. Sure. Agreed. And
why are you saying Yahweh instead of God? Why are you trying to distance yourself from the God of the Old Testament?
Well, I'm not trying to distance myself. I'm simply trying to say that any reader...
So why is that the first time you've used the word Yahweh in this conversation?
I'll tell you why. Because there is a movement within the Bible itself that you are completely missing.
Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth disappear, not the smallest letter, not the least stroke of a pen, will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished. Therefore, anyone who sets aside one of the least of these commands and teaches accordingly will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever practices and teaches these commands will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Jesus said that in the Sermon on the Mount, referring to his fulfillment of Old Testament prophecy and law.
Referring to his fulfillment of Old Testament prophecy.
Old Testament law. And what I'm referring to here is an Old Testament law, which you're now trying to distance yourself from and say that it's sort of different to the New Testament.
I'm saying that
that's not what Jesus thought.
I'm saying you're missing the developmental track of the Bible that is obvious to any intelligent reader. Let me give you one example of what I'm talking about.
Tell me about the Amalekites.
Okay, that's poisoning the well. It's like if you're not interpreting it the way Dinesh is interpreting it, then you're not an intelligent reader. So, wow. Okay, at this point, I think we're closing in on it. I'm not going to go through the Q&A. It's going to be irrelevant because this has been enough. But Alex, I think Alex has already defeated him. I'd say at this point he's kind of got him on the ropes because now he's like squaring all over the place. I think that Dinesh ruined it for himself on multiple occasions, but I think at this point Alex is kind of like going in for the kill.
Yes.
Tell me what the development.
It's not about the Amalekites. It's about the way that the whole story of the Bible changes in tone and mood and message.
But
I mean,
Dinesh,
for example,
help me out here. Like, just tell me where, any way you like. Tell me where this fits into that trajectory.
Okay, I'll tell you
this
where.
fits in.
We have just a couple minutes, guys, so let's wrap it up before the Q&A.
Just tell me.
The
just tell me where this fits in.
underlying message of the Old Testament is an eye for an eye. The Amalekites are the enemies of the Israelites. The Israelites will crush them with the same venom that the Amalekites would have crushed the Israelites. That's called an eye for an eye.
Including
now,
the
hold
children,
on.
The children.
But it's funny because the Amalekites never actually did that. There was never an Amalekite strike against the Israelites that did that. That was done as a preemptive assault against the Amalekites because they were so told that the Amalekites would have done it. So that was preemptively done. So if you want to talk preemptive strikes, that shit. But the Amalekites never actually did anything to the Israelites physically, to warrant a complete genocide. They did it because the God ostensibly said, "Do it, go and do it." It's pretty much it, because they are enemies of me, and therefore I do whatever. And so that's all nonsense.
The infants,
The children,
the
the
cattle,
infants,
the sheep, the camels, the donkeys.
Yeah, that Dennis Prager says yes, but my point is different. You will
Yeah.
Sorry, bout of nausea at the mention of Dennis Prager.
Well, that's not the first time he's mentioned it in this portion of the conversation. But apparently he says that the Amalekites really deserved it. So
not find that spirit
not
at
enough,
all in the New Testament. In fact, in the New Testament, you've got a spirit of forgiveness. So what I'm getting at is to pretend like you don't have this.
I mean,
Christian.
seriously.
And let's not bring up, spirit of forgiveness. Well, okay, how about we bring up, there's like 50 freaking verses I could bring up where Christ was an absolute dick. But how about Christ's racism, where a Canaanite woman comes to Christ hearing about, all of his like powers and all the miracles and shit. She brings her like the little girl and says, help, help, help. And I think Christ's words were that his powers and shit were for the people of Israel. And, he would not waste these things on a dog. Like dogs get scraps. You don't get what I'm here to give the Israelites. And then his own apostles had to come up and be like, hey, yo, bro, like the optics on that is not great. You're saying all this stuff to us, but then he's like, oh, okay. And then he helps her. Christ was a douchebag. He was a monumental douche. He was a megalomaniacal, racist asshole is what he was. And I've got like 50 freaking verses that can break it down. So
Christianity is named after Christ. It's based on Christ as a fulfillment of the Old Testament. But what does
which was invented by Luke and other members
fulfillment mean? It actually means transcendence. In Abraham's time, blood sacrifice.
No, it doesn't.
Alex is late. That's why he laughed. just nonplussed.
He's just prattling nonsense at this
Sacrifices
stage.
are normal, right? When Christ comes as a sacrifice, Christ is the lamb. The point is those blood sacrifices aren't necessary anymore.
Listen,
they were never necessary. Nothing dictated to God that blood, that human sacrifice was ever a necessary thing.
Well,
it's like God's, I'm going to create shit. And this thing outside of God is like, oh, by the way, in the system that you create, human sacrifice must be necessary. Oh, goodness. Okay, so I guess I got to work in the sacrifice thing. No!
Well, we can look at one of the earliest stories in the Bible. So Cain and Abel. So Cain and Abel get their sacrifices together, burn them on the altar. Why can't God accept both sacrifices? What forces him to only accept one sacrifice, and why? If he is able to foresee the future, as many people assert that he can, why was he not able to prevent the first murder? Why was he not able to forestall Cain's jealousy towards Abel? These stories make no sense. Why is burning an animal, the only acceptable sacrifice? Why is burning vegetables not an acceptable sacrifice? Where is God pulling this from, and how is this moral? But again, Dinesh is shooting himself in the foot. If you're saying that the Old Testament is to be neglected and ignored as moral guidance or what have you, then that portion of the Bible instantly becomes unreliable, and the Bible is not true. It's not moral truth. Yeah. These things are part of the Bible. Slavery is part of the Bible. And the Bible was used to justify slavery until about 200 years ago.
Verillion brings up, God shunned Cain. He would have known that action would have caused jealousy against Abel. He would have known that it was a logical possibility. He would have known that that action would beget a certain number of possible circumstances, one of those being the logical possibility that, now this is if you go with a certain definition of God. If God is omniscient and knows all true propositions, like infallibly, then yes, God ostensibly knew infallibly that his choice of action would result in that outcome, yet God did it anyway. So it's problematic in that sense, but you're going to have apologists, you're going to argue that omniscience is not actually omniscience, that it's like a soft omniscience or some shit. So you're going to run into those problems, but nonetheless, yeah.
That's the Christian reading, and you keep filibustering me because you know.
He just accused Alex of filibustering.
Well, Alex is trying to. Alex is interrupting to try and get him to answer the question, as opposed to ranting about this bullshit. And he knows that there's a limited amount of time left in the debate as well. So he just has to keep on talk out the clock, and he's out of here.
Yeah. A political procedure in which one or more members of a legislative body prolong debate on proposed legislation so as to delay or entirely prevent a decision. I have only seen this man filibuster. Yeah. Like, every accusation is a confession, I swear. I see that consistently. I think I could make a predictive model that is as accurate as orbital mechanics as to how often their accusations are actually confessions.
Yep.
That the Bible is showing a movement in a direction, and to miss the movement is to miss the Bible. Let's look at God in the Bible.
Hold on.
Let me make one quick point about God in the Bible.
There's nothing quick about what you're doing, Dinesh. There's nothing quick about what you're doing. I need to be allowed to respond to what you're saying. I am getting sick whenever
you're cross-examining me on the justice of smiting the Amalekites. Honestly, I don't see any justice in it, but I do agree that was the eye for an eye ethic of the Old Testament that is repudiated and transformed and transfigured in the New.
I've had this conversation so many times, most recently with William Lane Craig. At least he had the gall to just tell me that, yes, that was a moral thing for God to do. I get sick to death of people hand-waving away this genocide by some vague reference to the fact that Jesus came along to do something which somehow kind of undoes the immorality of it. Like, this is not an eye for an eye. This is a genocide of combatant men, innocent women, and children, and animals. Saul is punished by God for not killing all of the animals. Like
that is actually a ludicrous misreading of what's happening. Let me just make a quick point. I have to make this point.
Okay.
I've got to read the text from Joshua as well.
Okay, and then we'll check in with the audience, because we're probably, I think the audience is going to agree that we want this to keep going.
No, that's fine.
Instead of going to Q&A, but we'll check in just after Alex's point here.
I think it's important, read these texts for yourself. There is no way that I'm misreading this text. We know that this is what's happening. In the slaughter of Ai, that's a type of Canaanite. In Joshua, we're told that when Israel had finished killing all of the men in Ai, in the fields and in the wilderness, where they had chased them, and when every one of them had been put to the sword, the Israelites returned to Ai and killed those who were in it. That is to say, that we're told that this is just because the promised land was inhabited, and God's God, he's allowed to do this. So because the Israelites want that land, they have to go and chase out the Ai. So they chase them into the wilderness. They chase after them. They slaughter them in the wilderness. They then turn around, come back into the city, and kill who's left. Who's left if the combatants have run away? The women and the children. This is intolerable, and I cannot have it simply waved away.
All right, hang on.
Jesus.
Let me just for a second.
It can't happen. It can't keep happening.
Let's pause.
You're completely blind to the irony of what you're saying.
Dinesh, can we pause for just a second?
Yeah.
Okay, everyone who wants to go to Q&A right now, make a loud noise. Everyone who wants the discussion to continue on and eat up the Q&A time, cheer. Okay, sorry guys, we're gonna let them roll through Q&A.
Let's.
All right.
Wow.
We might have some time.
Christianity invented the just war tradition, according to which the slaughter of women and children is out of bounds. Prior
Bullshit.
to Christianity,
Absolute fucking bullshit. There is not a single word of truth. Try telling, so let's back this up, dickhead. Which country dropped nuclear weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Right? Women and children out of bounds, my ass. What about the firebombing of Tokyo or the firebombing of Dresden? What about the bombing of Cambodia? Telling me that Christianity has forbidden this bullshit. We can talk also about the Crusaders massacring everybody in fucking Jerusalem to the point where the blood was lapping against the girdles of the horses. Jesus Christ, what a fucking abhorrent human being this dickhead is. I'm not even sure that human being adequate really describes him. Yeah, like, Christianity has done nothing. It's not an atheist who said, or to whom is attributed the phrase, "Kill them all, God will know his own." That phrase is attributed to a priest. Yes, the Crusaders attacked Constantinople, but the phrase "kill them all, God will know his own," I think comes from the massacre at Montsegur during the Albigensian Crusades. This claim is absolutely astounding. I've no idea what the fuck he thinks he's talking about. He has no comprehension of historicity. And to say, the idea of just war with no civilians. The Greeks had mass battles where the only casualties were members of the opposing armies. They had mass battles against the Persians, who did things. They weren't going around ravaging, the civilian populations. So the claim that Christianity invented this is again a fiction. This guy's just making shit up. And even if we accept his premise as true, why did God not send Christ earlier? Why did God not put an end to unjust warfare earlier? Why did God permit these atrocities to be to take place? And why does he still allow them to take place? Brilliant, excellent point. We can talk about what's going on in the Middle East and Ukraine. Anyway, sorry, I did.
That was a good. That historical reference is excellent. Yeah, going all the way back to Almeric, the Almeric's version of the siege, the massacre at Bizerte, in the letter that he wrote to Pope Innocent III, and then of course Caesarius of Heisterbach of Caesarius relates the story about the massacre, and that's where. And that reference to 2 Timothy is in the "Kill them all, for the Lord knoweth them that are his," and has moved on from there. So that was like 13 years after the massacre in which that was described, because they were saying, we don't know, like, how can we tell the difference between the faithful and the heretics? It's like, kill them all. God knows who. Yeah.
So and this is the most despicable, fucking and pig ignorant recasting of history I've ever encountered.
Yeah, he's referring in his reference to that to like Christianity. He's referencing back to St. Augustine, in that because of St. Augustine's reasoning. If I brought it up here, is that Augustine asserted that what was it in the Contra Faustum Manichaeum in Book 22? Augustine argues that Christians, as part of a government, need not be ashamed of protecting peace and punishing wickedness when they are forced to do so by a government. And so that's where Augustine is. That's where his reasoning is, that he asserted that this was a personal and philosophical stance. What is here required is not a bodily action, but an inward disposition. The sacred seat of virtue is the heart. So, and that's where that's where he's seating it in the kind of Christian sense of that, is because Augustine was the one who was kind of positing this idea of just war. So
no one thought this. Everybody did it. And everybody today does it everywhere in the world, and we do it too. The bombing of Dresden, the bombing of Hamburg, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The incineration of women and children is the normal course of war. I just watched a World War II documentary in which they interview an old bomber, a U.S. bomber pilot, and he goes, I was given a bombing mission to hit a target. I asked the U.S. authorities, who's in the building? They said 20,000 women and children. And this guy kind of breaks down. You can watch this on Netflix. And he goes, I'm like, what the hell? You want me to kill 20,000 women and children? He goes, we're supposed to be the good guys. And he goes, but I couldn't repudiate the order. It was an order, so I did it. So what I'm getting at is
that everybody does it.
It is not ethical. It is not. But I'm simply saying, Alex, that you are a product of the Christian morality that repudiates it now. You're standing on a Christian mountain and acting.
Bullshit. It's just bullshit. Christianity has been since its inception, just about. There were a few hundred years early on where it wasn't, but that quickly passed. To say, and this is back to the claim that morality itself comes from God, that morality is inherited from religion, and that before Christianity came, everybody was immoral. And now that Christ has come, we continue to be immoral, but now we know we're being immoral. It's just ludicrous. The morality comes from evolutionary pressures on social animals. That's where morality comes from. It's got nothing to do with Christianity. And I would argue that there are a lot of power, hate preaching against gays. It's got no relationship to reality. This guy, this guy hasn't been punched enough.
Oh, look at these Christians. They taught you to talk like this.
Dinesh, these people did not teach me to think like that.
They did.
These people were listening to their God who was telling them to slaughter innocent women and
children.
That's
right. The ancient Israelites were. But the ancient Israelites are not what taught you. What taught you is what taught you is the 1,000-year tradition of the early Christian church,
which came a bit too late for the Amalekites.
It came a bit too late for the Amalekites, to be sure.
Were the Israelite armies not instructed by the God that you believe in?
They were instructed by God.
And they were instructed to do things which you would now consider to be immoral, yes?
Absolutely.
So God has commanded them to do something which you now consider to be immoral, whether or not you consider it to be immoral because of the later developments of Christian ethics. God himself has told us that we must abandon our intuition that the slaughter of women and children, and by the way, when it's unnecessary in those instances to slaughter them, is wrong.
I don't view it that way. This is how I view it.
It's literally stated in the Bible when Moses' army allowed some of them to survive, and then they came back as an act of mercy, and then they returned, and then God was pissed and sent them back to go finish them all off. That's literally like suspending your moral inclinations in favor of what this God entity is doing. So I don't know where Dinesh is getting this. That's not how I see it. Bullshit. It's directly stated.
Yes.
That he might appeal to that's just Old Testament, blah, blah, blah. It's like, what the literal fuck?
And we return again to the story of Abraham and Isaac, where, being willing to kill whoever God tells you to kill because you believe God told you to kill them is held forward as a moral and upright thing to do. like, this is admirable. This is how people should behave. They should have sufficient blind obedience to God that they will kill whomever they are ordered to. You can't reconcile that with morality, because you're being ordered to suspend your morality in the service of God. And in fact, that capacity is actually intrinsic to religions. In order for religions to, the benefit that religions have is that they can help coordinate large social groups and motivate them. And one of the things that they can motivate them to do is exercise violence on rival groups. So your religion has to be capable of fulfilling that function. Otherwise, your religion is going to go extinct, right? Because you're going to be driven out by other religions that can mobilize violence against your group. So he's missing the entire sociological and ontological nature of how religion functions, and what advantages it offers. I don't know. This guy is just so pig ignorant. It's
great.
In the ancient world, divine revelation comes into a primitive, barbaric world, which is full of a lot of really bad guys.
And God says, keep going.
No,
Keep it up.
God does not say keep going. But what God does is and again, this is called, trying to get the point of what is happening.
No, he utilized that barbarism to its advantage.
In the ancient world. And it is true. The Bible doesn't come in and go, we denounce slavery. We denounce the killing of women and children. It doesn't do that.
The opposite.
It actually immerses itself into an existing, admittedly barbaric culture. And what's actually going on there with the Amalekites, the Canaanites, and so on, if you just read the Old Testament, it tells you. It has to do with the displacement of polytheism with monotheism.
Oh, that's fine.
Hold on.
That justifies the murder of children and women.
I didn't say it does.
That's what you're implying.
I'm saying
Otherwise
that the
you
way
wouldn't
it
be talking about
happens historically is God takes a side. The single monotheistic God, who, by the way, in the Old Testament does not act like a monotheistic God. He acts like a tribal God. Right? He acts like the God of only the Israelites. And so Israel's enemies...
Listen to what you just said. The God that you believe in is acting like a tribal war god.
The God of the... Yes, the God that is depicted in the Old Testament is... He goes, I'm picking the Jews. Yes. I'm choosing you.
To the extent that your
enemies become my enemies,
to the extent that your male and female slaves may come from the nations around you. From them you may buy and sell slaves. You may also purchase some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clan born in your town. You can bequeath them to your children as inheritable property. This is human beings, by the way. But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. So not only do we have, the description of slavery in the Old Testament, we have an explicit condoning instructions on how to do it and doing it based on race.
Well, I wouldn't say based on race, because
how else do you interpret?
First of all, racism is an invention of the modern world.
Call it.
This guy needs to be punched. He hasn't been punched enough. He hasn't. I can say, after saying Christ was a racist. He fucking hated the Hellenists. He fucking hated the Greeks, and he fucking hated the Canaanites, and he expressed it multiple times. So no, racism.
Tribe, if you like.
Ethnicity. These are clans.
These
are militaristic
Israelite
clans.
slaves this way, and you treat non-Israelite slaves this way. By the way that the Israelite slaves are treated, we're told in Exodus 21, if you have a male slave, they're to go free after 7 years. But if you give them a wife and they have children while they're your property, then they don't go free after 7 years, only the man does. And Exodus 21 says, but if the man decides that he loves his wife and his children and his master and wants to stay, then he can say to his master he wants to stay, at which point he's taken outside, his ear is pierced like cattle, and he becomes a slave for life. Now, by the way, female slaves aren't let go after 7 years at all in the first place. Now, I understand what you're saying when you say, okay, maybe God couldn't have abolished slavery for some reason, but at least, for example, when the male slave goes free, let his wife and children go with him.
It seems like God could have easily done that. Easily could have been a commandment. It could have been like, "Thou shalt not own thou shalt not own your other man,
yeah,
your fellow man as property, as they are made in my image."
It is rather telling that of the 10 commandments, we have 4 about respecting God. We have none about rape, none about slavery, and theft is kind of in there, but there are a bunch of crimes that aren't really covered in those 10 commandments that I think there would have been space for. And as for Elizabeth S., why is this guy shouting? I'm sorry, I do that a lot. But I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah.
Why not this simple moral improvement? There is no conceivable reason that this could not have been ordained by God, but it was not.
You have a capital argument here to be had with the rabbis, and look, there is a massive rabbinical tradition that discusses
Dinesh,
every
you're
fine
here
point,
to
as you
convince
know.
these people that the Bible is true.
But it's not my job to
I'm not a rabbi
isolate the Old Testament from the New and justify ancient battles that have no bearing. Let me put it this way:
And tell me how
if someone
specifically the New
were to
Testament
listen to
undoes
you,
this.
they would have no idea that the first anti-slavery movement in the world is driven by the Quakers and the evangelical Christians. They read the same Bible, but evidently they don't read it your way, because if they read it your way, they would be the prime apologists and defenders of slavery. So
Dinesh.
you have to explain why you take a universal institution.
Dinesh, when did that happen?
In every culture.
When did that happen?
When did what happen?
When did that movement first get off the ground?
It's in America, it starts shortly after the Quakers get here. So the early let's put it this way, the early anti-slavery movements are about 1710,
So
1720.
Here's 2 hypotheses then. One hypothesis is that God actually didn't like slavery the whole time. It just took human beings literally thousands of years to work it out, and that just so happened to coincide with the Enlightenment. That's one hypothesis. Another hypothesis is actually that the Bible does condone slavery, and that what's going on is, I think, for example, when you look at the actual verses that are being given as justification for the Christian abolitionist movement, what kind of verses are we talking about?
The ones that were directly referenced in writing the slave codes of the South in America during the time of antebellum slavery. Yes, like George's slavery codes were like almost lifted from Leviticus. So yeah. Like how the Bible was used to inspire those directly. So,
well, what I'm saying is that first of all, the
Enlightenment. It may have been Christians who did it, but they were to say that they were doing it as motivated by Christianity is a different kind of claim.
It is a very significant claim because to you, the Bible exists in an interpretive tradition that has been expostulated over many centuries by Christians. They're reading that Bible. They're reading it with great care as to what it's trying to say. And
that's a self-defeating argument.
Far from being the...
That's a self-defeating argument. If the interpretation of the Bible changes to reflect societal norms, then we're not getting a message from God. Where Elizabeth S. is apologizing profusely. I knew who you were talking about, but I am self-conscious that I do shout a little bit. And I feel like I've gotten justifiably shouty here. But if the Bible is only useful because it gets interpreted by a society whose interpretation changes, then God is irrelevant. We don't need the Bible. This is a self-defeating argument. I remember the debate between Ann Widdecombe and Stephen Fry and Christopher Hitchens on one team, and he said, "Well, I hate this argument because back then slavery was the social norm." At which point Stephen Fry said, "Then what are you good for?" Yes, this is exactly the point, and Dinesh is walking straight into this punch, very, very slowly. Anyway,
origin of any of this, in fact, the the racism that came out of the Enlightenment was of a species that never existed before. I mean, you think of the great philosophers like Hegel, Kant, their denunciations of blacks, for example, you'll find nothing like that in the Old Testament, leave alone the New.
And if modern Enlightenment thinkers were beholden to think that these Enlightenment thinkers were ineffable, creators of an inviolable ethic, then we'd probably have had a harder time getting rid of it, don't you think?
Well, nobody. Do you
think the abolitionist movement was helped or hindered by the existence of the verses that I've just described?
Well, I mean, I think it was hindered by them, because I think that the Southern apologists of slavery appealed to those verses. To be sure, they appealed to the Old Testament verses that were pro-slavery.
Tell me where you could appeal to be anti-slavery specifically. I mean, not love your enemy, love your neighbor. Tell me specifically. Like, here's how I can put it: you're in a time machine. You go back to antebellum slavery in the American South.
Yeah.
And you find yourself on a plantation, and you say to the master of the house, you own a bunch of slaves. I don't think this is moral. I don't think you should be mistreating them. Where do they turn? And plausibly so, to justify what they're doing.
Well, the answer
they pull out
is
their
this.
Bible, and you can say to them, well, hold on, have you read this verse? Tell me the verse. Tell me where I can point this person in order to dispel them of their
So
ideas
I would
about
recommend to you a compendium of sermons that were delivered by Northern preachers in the decades leading up to the Civil War. Hold on.
I want to know what the verses
right,
are.
so
I'm
going to give you their mode of preaching, because the key to it is to understand how they use the Bible. It's not the way you do it. Even the Southern theologians weren't dumb enough to say they enslaved the Amalekites, therefore you can enslave this guy who's here from the Congo. No, the Southerners didn't use those arguments either. Your arguments are in a different species altogether. If you look at the arguments between the Northerners and Southerners over slavery, they were far more nuanced than that. Basically, you had to do something like this. The Northern theologians would say this: are we or are we not created equal in the eyes of God? Yes or no? Yes. Are we all equally in need of salvation? Yes.
Hang on.
Does God...
Is that, are we all created equal under God? That's not in the Bible. The Bible doesn't say that. In fact, the Bible, certainly suggests the exact opposite. Actually, it suggests that God has a chosen people. And you can say that Christ brought the message to all men, but the argument, the argument then goes, well, what does all men mean? Does it include Africans? Does it include people who are racially distinct from us? The phrase "all men are created," we believe, isn't that in the American Constitution?
That is that we hold that all men are all men are created equal in that respect. Yeah.
So the people who wrote the Constitution, many of the people who wrote those words, who wrote that all men are created equal, owned slaves. They clearly did not think that the slaves that they owned qualified as all men. Right? They cut out these people as being worthy of less consideration. So I don't. He's now conflating the U.S. Constitution with the Bible. The Bible never says all men are created equal.
Yeah, and I actually found something with the now obviously Dinesh would disagree with this, but Protestant Reformed Churches of America actually speaks at length about this, that the statement that all people are created equal, that all people have certain unalienable rights to life, liberty, happiness, like that is not biblical in its teaching, and that initially that idea comes from the French Revolution. In that respect, the idea of liberty, equality, and fraternity. And the Bible actually teaches that God does not create human beings, like people, equally, and actually deals with them unequally as well. So that's actually backed by the Bible in that respect. And it says like Psalm 75:7, Daniel 2:21, Matthew 11:25, 10:29, Psalm 115:3. So yeah, so it kind of provides it there, but yeah, he's pulling from this Constitution that all men are created equal and endowed with certain unalienable rights. That's not biblical in any stretch.
Therefore, love us all equally and make salvation available to us all. Yes.
And then you flip over
and
the Old
all
Testament.
that being the case, so hold on. It takes a movement now to go
too
from
vague.
this theological truth to a political application. But I don't have to prove that this is plausible because it already happened.
It's far too vague. It's
It's
far
far
too
too vague for you.
The
It's
video
far-
is
from
actually
a
almost
skeptical
done, by the way,
compass. It's
so-
vague.
This always happens. This always happens.
But I'm saying millions of people believed it.
This always
they
happens.
listened to these sermons. They acted on them.
irrelevant.
Because people retrospectively impart their own values.
Why
onto
do
the
you
Bible.
think? Why do you think people in the North who had no stake in the matter signed up to fight the Civil War? Why did they do it?
I don't know.
You have no idea, right? You have no clue.
But I
And
don't
so-
think it's because they read the Bible.
I'm
don't
saying
think it
that
can
they.
be- I don't think it
Do
can
you
be because they read
realize
the Bible.
to what?
Look at the sermons that are being given. Look at the language that's being used. People talk about the Exodus story, for example. You know, the enslaved in Egypt, freed by God and brought into the Promised Land. And this is a story that is favored. This is a story that's favored by abolitionists to say, look at this anti-slavery spirit of something like Exodus, leaving out the fact that when the Israelites are liberated from Egypt and trying to take the Promised Land, they do so by slaughtering, genociding, and also then enslaving the people who were already living there. They leave out that bit. Because if they kept it in, then we'd realize that God did not have an anti-slavery essence. God had an anti-Israelite oppression sentiment.
Well-
and it's in the Old Testament specifically the Israelites whose oppression he's upset with, and not only fine with the oppression of others, but mandates the oppression of others through the Israelites.
Okay, and all I'm saying is that there is a whole tradition that involves millions of slaves, millions of abolitionist preachers, Martin Luther King. None of them, not one of them, reads this story your way.
They just don't mention it. They just don't mention it.
Right, but isn't the significance of a text determined by the reading and use to which it is put? Let's say, for example, there's a story of murder.
No.
And everybody who reads that story becomes a wonderful citizen.
No, that's absolutely false. So let's suppose that Mein Kampf is interpreted by somebody as being a fantastic piece of literature that has the solution to world poverty in it. You don't, and let's suppose that interpretation becomes popular. That doesn't change who Hitler was. That doesn't change Hitler's motivation in writing it. That doesn't change Hitler's message. So no, the significance of a text and the intention of the author does not relate to how it is interpreted and re-explained by later readers. This is a falsehood, and this again misses the point. Religious literature needs to reach a certain threshold. There needs to be enough quotes that you can justify a war if you need to, that you can justify certain acts of certain legal and extra-legal acts, that you can justify certain foreign policies. If your literature is not broad enough that people from different backgrounds with different worldviews can cherry pick the bits out of it that they want, then your religion is likely to lack universal appeal and will fall by the wayside. The fact that the Bible is large enough that people can pick and choose which bits they want to listen to is actually an argument against it being true. Because if it were true, it would be economical. It would just say the things it needs to say the hell out before people got sick of it. But it doesn't do that because it's agglutinated various add-ons in order to have a university of appeal. So if you want to interpret the Bible to justify your foaming racism, you can certainly do so. If you want to interpret the Bible so that you can go and hug trees and sing Kumbaya, you can do so. The Bible can be used for both of those purposes with equal validity. And the fact that some people have read it and interpreted it one way does nothing to set aside the fact that other people have read and interpreted it the completely opposite way.
And loves their family, and you're the only guy who goes, oh no, really, guys, you're all misreading the text. It's really about murder, guys. And Martin Luther King goes, no. Slaves for hundreds of years have taken consolation in the Exodus. I mean, go down, Moses, way down to Egypt land and tell old Pharaoh, let my people go. Yep. To you, this is gobbledygook, because guess what the Israelites did next? And then Martin Luther King goes,
what did they do next?
Well, my point.
Like what I would say to Martin Luther King, if I was trying to make
I agree about the description in the Bible. I'm simply saying that. I'm simply saying that
Dinesh.
A Christian book has got to be understood in the way Christians understand it. And if you come out,
which Christians, you fucking idiot! Like that's the
out with a quote. Let's just say, for example...
Don't put it in scare quotes. Like, you can say, go to Pharaoh and say, let my people go. And if I was trying to make a theological point, I would say, and then do what? What did they do next? Like, don't get me wrong. I am more than happy that Martin Luther King was able to make a theological case for the abolition of slavery. Fine. But I would say that he was...
Not for the abolition of slavery, but for civil rights.
He was misreading the text. Yeah, you're right.
We have about 5 minutes, guys.
Not the other way around. It's like, we have to ask who's misreading the text. And let's just suppose for a moment that you could point to me, which you still haven't done, to a single verse, even in the New Testament, which tells me that slavery is a bad thing. Which, by the way, St. Paul writes in... I can't remember which. I wish I could remember which letter it is. But you'll know what I'm talking about, where he writes, "Slaves, be obedient to your masters, not just the good ones, but also to the cruel," or the froward, as the King James has it. Like if it were the case that even if you could, which I'd still love for you to do, point to a single verse in the New Testament that tells me that slavery is actually not so good, the fact that so obviously God is okay with it in the Old Testament means that even if you could do that, the best we're left with is that we have a text here which can say one thing on one day and another thing the next.
If you don't understand, if you don't read,
I'm sure I bribed more people than that on the way in. So
if you don't read the Bible in the way that the Christians do, then I'm trying to understand what is you're essentially a kind of a new interpreter who's saying that, first of all, texts are always open to interpretation, right? So if I say, for example,
if you're
apparently he's contradicting himself.
Yes,
so,
if he's willing to concede that they're open to interpretation, then you cannot reference that there is a correct way to read it. You fucking moron. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that was just what I was going to say.
I was like, what the shit?
Every text is open to interpretation, but your interpretation is just categorically wrong.
This is categorically wrong. It's open to interpretation, just not your interpretation.
Yes, that's right.
Not you.
The meaning of the Oedipus story is the quest for truth, no matter where that takes you. And that is the meaning of the Sophoclean hero. The Sophoclean hero is isolated, Antigone, Oedipus. They hold on to a truth no matter what, however unpleasant, however dangerous. It often takes them to their destruction or their death. And that is the way in which let's just say a student of ancient Greek drama, reads this work. And that is the way that the work has always been read. You come along and say, let's just say you're Sigmund Freud, and you go, no, to me, the work really means something to me different. People have a secret lust for their moms, and this is repressed. Now, it's a very interesting interpretation, but it's sort of like I'm telling you, well, no Christian reads it that way. You're like, but there it is in the text.
Sometimes, Dinesh, a genocide is just a genocide.
I'm not denying the facts as described. It's the wiping out of the Amalekites.
Yeah, I mean, as ordained by the God that you believe in.
As ordered by Yahweh.
So just to ask a direct yes or no question, I'd appreciate a direct yes or no to this. The God that you believe in is the moral author of the universe. Morally justifiably commanded the slaughter of innocent children and women. Yes or no?
In the Old Testament, yes.
There you have it. So now we've covered historical, metaphorical, allegorical, and now moral truth. And I suppose it can only be up to the audience to decide whether they think that this is true.
That Dinesh is a moral piece of shit. That he's
okay. All right, everyone, let's do a big round of applause for Dinesh and Alex. Wow.
Thank you.
All right, a big round of applause for Alex, but not for Dinesh D'Souza. That was the end of that. It was literally like 30 seconds more, and it ends. So. Wow. I did not think it would be that hard to get into that. I mean, obviously, I don't follow Dinesh D'Souza. I'd heard about the shit that went down when Trump was in office and Trump had to pardon him and all that bullshit. But, that right there, it's weird to think that William Lane Craig was actually more willing to get to that than like to basically, to bite that bullet than Dinesh was. Which tells me that Dinesh is actually aware of this shit and is trying to hedge his. It seems like he was pulling a James Tour. Like that's what it felt like. Is like someone who was aware of where he's wrong or where his shit is not justified. So he's got to do as much like bombastic bullshit in your face to try and push over like Tour was trying to do to Professor Dave. That's what I got.
Well. What I got is that he's historically ignorant, just from the get-go. He's got very grasp of how to present a case, and sort of he had, this entire thing was, him saying, "Look, yeah, we've got nothing." That was it. There's and he got absolutely destroyed. I don't understand why this clown is. I don't understand why I know his name, because he's completely. He's utterly ignorant. He's completely useless in an argument. So why is he held up as anybody should be paying attention to? The only reason to watch this debate was because of Alex's really impressive command of the material, and his ability to remain civil and quiet, which I wasn't able to do, and I wasn't there. So I was shouting at Dinesh as a complete loser. It's an eye-opening display. This is how little these people have.
Right. And for those who were curious, on January 23rd, 2014, D'Souza was charged with making $20,000 in illegal campaign contributions to the New York Senate campaign of Wendy Long and causing false statements to be made to the FEC, to the Federal Election Commission. His attorney responded to charges by saying his client did not act with any criminal intent whatsoever, but he turned around and pled guilty to one felony count of making illegal contributions in the names of others. On September 23rd, 2014, the court sentenced him to 5 years probation, 8 months incarceration, and a halfway house referred to as a community confinement center, and a $30,000 fine. On May 31st, 2018, he was pardoned by Trump pardoned D'Souza. So that's what went down with there. It's just financial shenanigans. But yeah, so absolute trash, and well done on Alex for handling that. It looked like towards the end there, because he recognized that D'Souza was trying to run the clock out by just like filibustering, and Alex was like trying to pin him down, and finally did at the very, very last moment, got him to pin down. It's like, yeah, you are. He is an immoral piece of shit who, is willing to hold that position. So nonetheless, that was it. And now you know who Dinesh D'Souza is, and I don't know why he's. I guess I understand why he's famous. Whatever. But yeah, that was a cosmic skeptic tearing apart Dinesh D'Souza.
Yeah, absolutely. Aerosolized him, reduced him to just a mist.
All right, so I hope you all enjoyed that. Let's see. I got some star chats here. So Turing test. 2 has been a member of the Godless Army for 34 months. Thank you so much, Turing Test 2. I appreciate that support. Ida Pimp Yuta Ho has been a member for 14 months. Thank you so much, Ida Pimp. You rock. Lieutenant Jedi has gifted 10 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Jedi. Barnaby Wild for 2 freedom dollars says, gotta say hello and slide a buck or two your way. Thank you so much, Barnaby. You rock. I appreciate that. Jester, Lord of Fools, has also gifted 10 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Jester. You rock. I appreciate the support. And Virillion for 2 Australian says, that wasn't a hitch slap. Dinesh slapped himself. He absolutely did. Like, he stepped in it. Not only did he step in the landmines that Alex left for him, but he stepped in his own landmines. Stepped in his own shit. Just like, he was all over the fucking place. Not to mention, just a disrespectful interlocutor, as far as a number of things go. And yes, you're right. Lucifer Almighty. Yeah, welcome, Lucifer Almighty. Lord of the Underworld has joined us in the live chat. And yes, MDD is a horrible platform. That platform was Pangburn. Pangburn is typically a lot better about these things. And because they've been doing it for quite a while. So I respect Pangburn for how they set things up. But you're right. MDD is absolute trash. It's trash. That's why, would I go on there if I was invited? Probably, depending upon what the debate was. But I'm not a fan of MDD at all. So
yeah, the MDD has multiple problems. Their tolerance for transphobic nonsense being one of those.
Mine goes all the way back to fucking, James is not a bad guy. I understand he's running a business. I get that. But the continuing platforming of Nathan Thompson after his bullshit and paying him money and giving him that, is akin to, I've lost the word, but it's essentially, when you harass children and you get arrested for it, and like that, and then you say, oh yeah, we're still going to validate your position. It's it's tantamount to condonement for his behavior, like justification of his behavior, because so I couldn't brook with that shit. So, but yeah. Anyway, so this was good. So this is the Friday review. What do you think, Tony? Is it got something good here?
Yeah, I'm enjoying the streams. I enjoyed last week with I Killed Earl. I consider myself considerably less photogenic and pleasant company than she is. But yeah, I'm sorry that we subjected our viewers to that many hours of Dinesh D'Souza, because I'd advise you get a cream or something for your ears to wash that shit out, because it was just excrement from beginning to end. But I am pleased to see the accomplishment with which Alex handled the situation. He's very impressive. And I'll be trying to look for more of his content.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's got really great stuff. And of course, he's got his podcast. I want to make sure that I quote that correctly. I have to actually back up to where he was at. But Alex O'Connor has the podcast Within Reason. You can check that out. He has a YouTube channel as well. It goes by Cosmic Skeptic. He's been doing, or he did. Now he goes by Alex O'Connor, but he does fantastic work. So definitely check his stuff out. And this was a lot of fun. So certain debates, like the debate, Professor Day versus James Tour, I checked that out. The presidential debate, which was a fucking travesty across the board. And of course, this one, which I hope that Pangburn actually called that murder in and did just leave his corpse there. But it was definitely a chalk line was warranted after that massacre, because that was rough. So a huge giant thank you to PhD Tony for joining me. I know we've been going for almost 5.5 hours. Thank you all for sticking with me. Audience has remained pretty consistent throughout the whole thing, so I'm glad that y'all enjoyed it. Tony, do you have anything new coming up on your channel? Anything that we can expect, or you have something cool in the works?
I'm considering. I've been working on some videos, and I'll consider them. I haven't released anything in a while, but I'm thinking about it. So keep an eye out. I may have something out in the next week or so.
Awesome. And Virillion said, jail, it made my Saturday work shift go by better. Thanks. My pleasure. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. It's a lot of fun. I enjoy these ones, tackling long videos that are kind of like a pain in the butt. As far as what's going on here, Bridge the Divide, Today is the 13th, and of course, so things are going to be trucking along as normal. I've got new content coming out, new video coming out. I'm going to try and make it on Thursday. That's where I'm trying to stick to. And of course, join me for the Stage of Reason. That's on July 21st. That'll be in the morning. It's an early one, but Stage of Reason. Randolph Richardson will be joining me over on the Politics Discord to talk to believers about what they believe and why. And of course, these Friday streams, which have been an absolute blast. I think next week I'm taking a look at, there was another one. It was like, let's see, I got it here. What was the length on it? Hang on a sec. There was it was like three compelling reasons why. Was that Theus attacking Richard Dawkins? No, that wasn't it. What the fuck? Oh, no, it was proof of God's existence. Yeah, it was another one. I'm gonna be breaking down. The thing's like half an hour long, so we got all kinds of fun stuff coming up. It's gonna be great. I just haven't found the who's gonna join me for that one, but nonetheless. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Thank you for the super chats, for the super thanks, and for the membership milestones. Those are always a treat to read, see how long people have been here. And thank you to my mods for keeping it locked down. I appreciate you guys and all the work that you do. But yeah, this has been the Friday Hangout here at Bridge the Divide. So thank you again, Tony, for joining me.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. I'm JL, and as always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together we can bridge the divide. See ya.